is not under a proper administration and your own control and determination, then your life is not in your own hands. Someone else is controlling your life. Within this period, this man built a house that is like, have you watched Indian movies before? Have you watched Indian movies before? You know how the bedrooms can look like a football field? He built such a big house, and all his kids are back in school, except the younger ones. And the house is so lonely. I'm like, excuse me, that thing is double flat. You're supposed to lease out one side of that your house. If we don't bring finance into consideration and contemplation, somewhere down the line, you will find yourself limited and hindered. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hello, are you there? Yeah. March this year, out of savings for a long time, I bought a land for 1,850,000. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I was called. Somebody wants to buy it for 3.5 million. March this year. Okay? The reason why I want to sell the land is because I want to buy a bus. I want to buy a transport bus so that I will not need you to run my own family. There are certain, if you are 28 years old, perhaps maybe when you were in the university, you started saving 500, 1,000, maybe in a month or in a week, and you are able to invest that money. Over a period of time, you will be amazed at who and what you have become. And if you were on a skill path, like our brother who has been into graphics for the past 10 years, now you design for churches, you design hand-based posters and the rest. When you get into tech, you will see a better application of this particular skill that you already have. So, this is an economic empowerment conference. It's intended that the vision of the church I want to pastor is not what I have now. And we want to generate and make the church of our vision from the church we have right now. All right? Making the men we need out of the men we have. You should get married and go take your wife from the church to your hotel standard furnished personal apartment. So that the only time your wife really feels good is not the 1 or 2 days you spend in a hotel. But that is the kind of life. But all along, we have been spirituality, prayer, fasting, and all of that. But as you begin to engage in different roles and different statuses of your own life begin to open up, you will see the disadvantage and the vulnerability that comes from not being comprehensive with yourself. In the Garden of Eden, there was a river, all right? That river parted into how many heads? 4 different heads, and it is the same river. And you get to see that each of those river heads controls and coordinates an aspect of life. There is one that regulates gold. There is a skill path, there is a path of life that if you follow, you will arrive at certain bus stops early and on time. I was told by a pastor, he was preaching there, he said that one of his boys, members of his church, a young guy, ran to him and was crying because his account balance dropped to 10 million. Hello? He told his pastor that he's under a demonic attack because his account balance is what? How much? 10 million naira. Would you like to be in such a place? Would you like to be in such a place? Amen. If you don't get to that place where you bring your life to a quadratic, all right, functionality, you can arrive your destination early. Many of us thought we know Apostle. You don't know Apostle. Are you aware Apostle is a businessman? Are you aware? You are aware. I know you see the revival, you see the anointing, you see the Holy Ghost, but you don't see the other side. So we are having this economic empowerment conference to ensure that we own our lives. The administration of your own life comes under your own determination under God. Praise the Lord. And this one, the first shot is the tech shot. There is going to be the agri component to this whole empowerment initiative to ensure that with time we come up to a lot of possibilities. So during the course of the conference, we're going to be having a survey. You're going to give us details of your educational qualifications, your skill sets, all right? And your experience, work experience, and all of that. Because we're going to be coming to you along those lines as the Lord help us. So this conference, our facilitators are already on ground. They're supposed to take their meals to them at the hotel, but the person that was supposed to get their breakfast ready went late, and I saw them here. And when I'm like, excuse me, you're already here? You know what they said? They said, my 9 is 9. Do you understand? My 9 is what? 9 is not 10. It means everything about this training session is serious. Today is the first time, and we're just trying to clear the ground. Tomorrow, don't leave your house by 9. What time will you leave your house? At least you leave your house early and on time to ensure that you are on ground at least 15 to 20 minutes before the scheduled time. Is that okay? That's number one. This conference, you're going to be certified based on the trainings you'll be running in the course of this particular training timeout. That means that we will not accommodate any learning gaps. We wouldn't want the company that is running this training to put an affirmation on you, whereas you did not take receipt of contents. Do you understand? So it's going to be a stretch one. It's going to be an extensive one. Somewhere down the line, we may have a stretch break. Okay, they say it's breakfast break without breakfast. Okay, but stay put. It's 3 days. After 3 days, all of this will be done, but you will have gained some critical competencies that will also boost your own confidence to engage on different fronts. So number one, you're not going to come late. Number two, we will not accommodate someone coming here, let me come and see what they are doing, then you come here at the beginning, come at the end. No, this is not church the way you have been engaging it. This is training. And it is expected that at the end of the training session, you should be able to defend and account for all that's happened here. We have persons who are civil servants who have taken off time to be here. We'd like to encourage you, stay put, come on time, and stay throughout the training session. Praise the Lord. And this training is altogether free. And most times, because when something is free, we don't get to attach value to it. Let's not have such attitude with this training. Praise the Lord. So I'm going to be bringing up our facilitators. We have our sister. Her name is you're hiding your face. She's Sister Ronke. Sister Ronke Yekini. I'm not going to tell you her age, but I can say that she is young for some feats that she's accomplished. Her company, she is a founder of a company called Testify, and when I met with her yesterday, physically for the first time, I discovered that I don't know as much as 17% of who she is and what they are into. She is a daughter in the house here, but currently she is based in the UK, and her company and herself are listed in the Forbes 25 African founders entering the future. For you to get a Forbes listing, you must be a serious person, and your company must be doing something really, really crucial and critical. Praise the Lord. And she's into a lot. She doesn't really need introduction per se. When she comes, you are going to get to see all of this by yourself. But her company's name is Testify. Testify is an app testing company. All the apps on your phone, WhatsApp, which one? Google Meet, name them. First Bank app, all of those apps, there are career paths along those value chain. There are those that create apps, but there are those that test app. And when you download an app on Play Store and it's not functioning well and you give a review, there are persons whose job is to harvest those reviews and then to attend to them. So she is a tech person, and she majors in the app testing handle of technology. And then we have sister, she said she's just Blessing. She's Sister Blessing AJ. And they're all here. Sister Blessing is from Lagos, and Sister Ronke is all the way from the United Kingdom. Please, let's make them welcome this morning.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My voice cannot be louder than your own put together. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So we would really require that the hall is as lively as possible, so that we can make the most out of our time here. It has shown that the best time people learn is when they are in their excited mood, right? I'm sure you can remember childhood memories. Those times you used to build house with sand. Those very exciting moments as compared to what your lecturer taught you in class, right? So that's because you learned that part of your activity in a time where you were so relaxed and excited. So if we're excited in this hall, there's a possibility that we will likely not forget what we learned today, even if it's one or two things you can go back with. Okay, so let's start all over. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, thank you so much, Reverend Tony, for this opportunity. Thank you so much for hosting us. And we are so excited to be here. Ronke, right? We are excited to be here. Since we arrived, the reception has been so amazing. We've been feeling like we are falling from the sky. So thank you so much. My name is Blessing Eje. And for every one of my brother here, just like Pastor Tony, I'm here to take you back home. That's home to Cross River State. All the Idomas in the house, please, after this training, pack your load. Let's start going back home. Right? You have refused to come back home now, so I'm here to take you back home. Oh, you're thanking me for coming back home. All right, so without further ado or without spending much time, you don't know the opportunity that I think what you are doing, Pastor Tony, is very significant. And it really aligns with the vision of Testify. Because oftentimes we have young people in church who, when it comes to spiritual life, they are so grounded. But when it comes to other aspects of their lives, most times they struggle. Not because they would not do better, but because they have not been exposed to certain opportunities. Right? And we know that it's easy for people to grow when they see a model, when they see something to pattern their life after. And if you are creating this kind of opportunity for the young people in this church, then it means it's a revolution. Because until we are both spiritually and economically empowered, there are certain things and certain spheres of life we cannot penetrate. So most times before you even stand before a king, you need competence to stand before the king. Then when you show competence, it's easy for the king to say, what is your secret? And you can now tell him, Jesus is my secret. But most times you can't knock on the door and say, I'm born again, open the door. It's your skill, it's your competence that takes you to the door. And when you are valuable enough, you sit on the table and then you begin to rub mind, just like Daniel, just like Joseph, and few others we have in the Bible. So Testify was bettered out of that vision to help young people get empowered. This is a vision given by God. And that's why it's so unique. And I think we are here doing what we are doing because we are making a difference, especially in the lives of young people who believe in God. So once again, thank you, Pastor Reverend Tony. And I think you should take this opportunity so serious. If platforms like this are not created, our lives will hardly be balanced. So once again, let's celebrate Reverend Tony for this opportunity. Is that how you celebrate your pastor? Please, somebody add that clap with a shout. All right. Thank you. So we are going to, before I proceed, let me introduce my Oga at the top. That's my Oga at the top. That's the person paying me salary. You will not clap. And to tell you how unique this, or the world has become, is we are just meeting face to face for the first. Good morning, sir. Yeah. Reverend Philip brought us here, and we really enjoyed it, right? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. To tell you how amazing these opportunities you can have. You can be right in your space in Makurdi, in anywhere you want to be, and yet connect with the world. Myself and Ronke just met today exactly 1 week. We've met face to face, but we've been working for a year now. So that's to tell you that there are opportunities you can access across the globe, across the world, if only you have the right skill set and you are ready to push yourself. So before we delve in, I want to read her profile so that you understand who you are getting knowledge from. Okay? So Ibironke Yekini, not Rashidi Yekini daughter. She's carving her own name. So very soon you will like, are you the daughter of Ibironke Yekini? Mm-hmm. Right? She's shy in front of us. So when we go back, she will deal with me. All right. So Ibironke Yekini has had diverse QA and testing experiences and has helped various industries build quality products by carrying out software testing activities on web application, mobile application, microservices, API services, hardware application, ITO services. She's described as a full-stack engineer with experience in functional and non-functional software testing and quality assurance processes. Ibironke Yekini is an excellent career coach. If you have the opportunity after this program to join any of our courses, you understand this term, excellent career coach. There is no excuse when it comes to Ibironke. There is no, my network is not working. Your network must work because the world will not give you reason to lag behind, right? The competition is high. If you want to compete with the global space, then you have to up your game, even if you are in the most remote village. Once you can get a good network, you can get light, and you can get your gadget, you can do the unthinkable. But the question is, how ready are you? Okay, and that's why even as part of what we are doing here today, we are not just coming to teach you tech. We are also going to lay foundation on self-discovery, the right mindset, character, and some of those value systems that helps your result to be very sustainable. Because the difference between an Obioma and a fashion designer is just personal development. It's the same thread and needle. they use. But the difference is one is mentally reformed and can position him or herself as a fashion expert that can penetrate the global space, while the other one still has the skill, but it's not mentally reformed, and then their market is just limited to the rural areas. So we do not want that at the end of the day you pick up these skills, but cannot transit and compete with the global space because your mindset is not reformed. And in order to do that, that's why we are going to put in as part of this program to ensure that you are building a right skill on the right mindset. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? I like some noise, right? So back to why I said Ibironke is a great coach, because that is what she has produced with the people that has gone through the academy. So she's an excellent coach who has empowered over 20,000 people through emails, events, videos, courses, coaching courses, speaking engagement, resulting in them tapping into over 168.71 billion wealth. That is across various fields. So we've had people finish from our switch to software course, and within 3 months, they have gotten jobs from 2.5, right? From $25. So you can imagine someone with no tech background. If you convert $2,500 in Nigeria, you know that's over 1 point something naira, right? So you can imagine someone with no tech background, which is something unique about Testify, that we pick up people who do not have any tech background, and take them through our 3-month course. And at the end of 3 months, they become good software testers that can earn as high as $2,500. That is, we've had people above and we've had people below. But what we are saying that there are opportunities. It all depends on how hungry and how ready you are to explore. So these are some of the we're trying to put. I think this bio was it's not updated because this number has gone high. As at yesterday, we got someone who got a job from the automation class. So every day we get people getting jobs who have gone through our program. She's the pioneer of the first software testing academy in Africa that has transformed non-techie individuals into software test engineers in 3 months, with her signature academy switched to software testing, and her 6-month Testify automation course through this academy. She has also successfully trained and transitioned and also mentored over 2,500 tech enthusiasts with no background in tech into becoming software test engineers, with over 92% currently employed within 3 months and having a good salary as take-home. She's the founder of Testify Limited, a quality assurance service firm. She's also she's also the founder of Career Starters Launchpad, Tech for Christ community lead for Ministry of Testing, Lagos, and also the convener of Hub, which is Hunt the Bug. And our recent project, which is Tech Festival, which we just rounded up in Ibadan. And above all, baby girl is the lover of Christ. You push you. I'm going to deal with you today. I'm with a mic. I'll put you on the spot. So please, let's celebrate her. Thank you, Ibironke, for accepting to run with the vision. And today, please, can we go to the slide for today? Yeah. The next slide. Yeah. So this is the time to meet you. Of course, you don't expect me to read my own bio, so I'm not planning to read my own bio. My name is Blessing Eji. I work with her. She's my oga. Celebrate me now. I'm working with global citizen. So let's meet you. Now, one thing we always do is, we know that Should I stick with pastor or reverend so that I don't make mistake and before I leave this place, I take small beating? Sir? He will not tell me. So which one should I stick with? You people that know him.
Pastor.
Pastor. Yeah. Are you sure? Pastor, I want to go back. Reverend. If you are for reverend, hi. Pastor. Pastor. All right, thank you. So, Pastor Tony has given us the opportunity to be here. But beyond that, we want to hear from you. Because I like citing this scenario. I had the opportunity to bring my younger sister for a training. And when she traveled down, I sat her back. And I asked her, why are you here? And it looked funny. I was the one that arranged for her to come. Right? You can imagine your elder one calls you and say, hi, John, please, can you come down to my place? Like travel from Abuja to, I was in Calabar then, travel down, came to Calabar, and I said, okay, you are here. In obedience to the call from an elder one, right? And then when she arrived, I sat her and I said, why are you here? It looks funny. But until you know your why, because if she came for the course because I said she should do the course, she's not going to get the value from it. If you are sitting in this hall because Pastor Tony said you should come and do this course, you are not going to get value for it. Let me tell you now. You are not going to get value because you are doing it because he said so. And then you are going to hear things through the lens of he asks us to come. But if you are doing it from the place of, I am ready for a change. I am desperate for a next level. I think this is an opportunity that will change my life. That is it's going to be a whole boy game at the end of the day. You're going to have a class on mindset. But before we do that, I want us to really understand our why so that you don't waste your time. Time is valuable. If you are not going to utilize your time here, then it is better you use that time for something else that really matters to you so that you don't end up spending the entire day here and there is nothing to really show for it. So if you really know why you're here, maybe you didn't know that now that I've said this. So let's take like 2 seconds. Just think back. If you want to close your eyes, you can close your eyes. So let's close our eyes. Everybody close your eyes. So forget the person sitting next to you. And it's not a funny matter. It's really serious. And then begin to so do a quick evaluation of your journey so far. Thank God we're almost at the end of the year. And ask yourself, why are you here? What would this training do? Would it add anything to you? What questions? If possible, if you think you've gotten some things, you can pick up your notepad and begin to write them down. Why do you think you are here? What do you want to achieve at the end of this training? Some of you are already planning to sleep. Don't sleep. But I think you can open your eyes now and then write it down. Now, when you have a direction of what you want to achieve, it's easy that if there's a session that doesn't answer your question, you can raise up your hand boldly and ask. Because at that point, you have a question in your heart. You are hungry for an answer, right? And then you will not be ashamed to ask any question because no question is foolish. Any question is relevant. Do you understand? So, but if you don't have this direction, it's like you just pick up your bag in the morning and you are going to the park to travel, and the driver says, "Where are you going to?" You say, "Anywhere you carry me, go, I will go." Yes, as funny as this sounds, consciously, unconsciously, that is almost how we almost live our lives every day. You wake up without specific direction of what you really want to achieve. So at the end of the day, there is no measure What did I plan to do at the end of the day and what was I able to do? There's no measure. So this is not something you are just going to use today and end today, right? So let's write it down. And I'll just pick 2 persons or 3 persons at random to just share. It will also give us a direction of what you're expecting about us or from this training. So that if it means we're tweaking a content to answer that question, we're going to do that. At the end of today, at the end of this 3 days journey, we hope that people, the truth is not everybody that is going to plan. It's not going to get value from this. You know why? Because your action from the other person's action is what is going to determine your result. You've had relevant knowledge before. The reason you are not growing is because you've not implemented. So only people who are going to implement lessons learned today that would get results. We're not going to implement for you. Okay, so but who wants to share? All right.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. We celebrate and welcome. Okay. What I wrote down here as my aim of being here, my name is Benjamin Shemezie. I wrote to be a man of God, thoroughly furnished unto good works, to be financially free, and to learn how to technologically make money work for me while I do God's work.
If I start to analyze that thing now, do you mind if I read it? All right, you don't mind. First of all, to be a man of God, Pastor Tony is already doing that, so I'm not going to do that, right? So let's take that out from. I'm talking about why, between myself and Ibironke, what we can do, what you want to hope, what you want to achieve, right? So it's fine. Don't think I'm putting him on the spot. I'm only using his scenario to help you get more clarity, right? So the thing is, until you can streamline your clarity to very clear, actionable step and very clear direction, it becomes even difficult for you to really even start any journey. Okay? So let's get our expectations right. To become a man of God, Pastor Tony is doing that already. To be financially free, that's relative. It's not so practical. If you want to be financially free, I think what you should rather say is, I want to pick up a skill that can help me earn more. That becomes more practical. There is a skill that leads to finance, which is why we are here, right? Okay. To learn how to technically make money, I think it's aligned with the first, right? To do God's work, definitely you do that. So let's, now that I've given you this direction, rephrase. If you have 2 more or 3 more you want to. So let me give you a scenario. At the end of this training, 1, there's a possibility that somebody you just need to connect with is in this hall. Do you know that? Do you know everybody here? What can I answer? Am I use pidgin English? Do you know him? Okay, that's why you sat close to him. All right, everybody, please stand up. Sit close to someone you don't know. All right, let's scatter the hall. Now, fast. Sit close to someone you don't know. You cannot be having the same every time. Your result will not change. Sit close to someone you do not know so that you can ask questions, you can connect. Are you sure you don't know him? You just stood up and sat back. You don't know him. You are denying your friends now. This place is too tight now. There are spaces in front. For those of you not planning to stand up, no problem. I've told you, we will do what we will do. It's only when you take action. So, but try it out. Sit close to someone. You are wearing uniform. You don't know him. Are you sure it's not your younger brother? He's your younger brother. You don't know him. You know, come and sit there. Are you sure you don't know him? You know him? Please, go to who you don't know. So the thing is, when you sit close to someone you don't know, there's a possibility that you'll be curious and want to ask. Right? Now, when you ask, there's a possibility that the person is doing something already that you want to do. you want to start up a business, there's a possibility that the person sitting close to you is already doing that business. But when you sit close to someone you already know the person. So do you understand? So when you go for events, don't always be fast to sit close to your party. You people should go and hunt. If your party hunt one person, you hunt one, you've gotten two people that you people can possibly collaborate. But if you always sit within, you have been staying with your party from January till now, what changed? Do you understand? So it's a networking power that most times you think, if you are likely uncomfortable, but the reason why you've not grown is because you are comfortable. So you need to be uncomfortable in order to grow. Do you understand? So that's one. So let's pick the next person. You said you wanted to share.
Thank you very much. My name is Zumji Daniel. I traveled down all the way because from Otukpo with my brother, because I told him we need to be here. We are pressing, but we need to be here. I'm here with the expectation to bridge the missing link between what I want to achieve and how to achieve it in tech, because I've been having ideas, putting them down, but I noticed there's a missing link. I'm missing something. It's as if I want to design a website. I want to design that kind of website. I want to know how to build this app, but I'm not doing it, so there's a missing link. So it's one of my expectations. And not just to get the missing link, but to engage in mentoring. I want to end up being mentored. So after the 3 days, it will not just end the 3 days. I want to see how I can transit because it's become more practical.
All right, thank you. What's your name?
Zunji.
Zunji.
Yes.
So who can stand up and tell me what you noticed with Zunji? Don't worry, give me my mic. I'll give them. All right. What did you notice?
Zunji is precise. He knows there is a particular factor he's missing, and which is why he's here. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he needs a mentor. Mentoring helps you to keep track with what you learned, make mistakes, and be corrected. Okay,
who else wants to share? Where are the females? Haba. Come and give this sister. She's been looking at me. Give her. Females. More than no for my hand, I beg.
Okay, one thing I noticed when he was speaking is the fact that he really desires it. Like all his set objectives and aims.
Passion.
Yes.
Passion. That was what I wanted to get out. Passion. Let me give this last scenario before we move to the next slide. 2 persons found in the desert. No, 2 persons were thirsty. Okay? 2 persons were thirsty. The other person person A, finished eating beans and bread. All of you that are students, you know beans and bread. Eh? You can relate. When Sapa, you combine beans and bread so that it will stay longer. Remember, especially close to exam period. Abi, you people should answer. Abi, you people had money during school. Eh? All right. So that is one. The second person B, just came back from desert. Maybe the person lost his way in the desert and has spent like 3 days in the desert. Right? Both persons are thirsty. Right? 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 Both persons are thirsty, right? Between person A and person B, so there's a cup of water presented, who would take that cup of water with all sense of urgency? If you say A, hands up. Bros, I'm seeing your hand like this. Person A, hands up. Bread and beans, Sabi. But that's not A now. Okay, person B. If you are neither here nor there. Because I see some people not raising their hands up now. Neither here nor there. Okay, I like that you are confident. All right, so the truth is, person A is thirsty, but person B is also thirsty, right? But person A would drink water if he likes. He's thirsty, but he can still buy some time to maybe check social media just before he comes back and drink water. Person B would drink that water because his life depends on it. He has been in the desert for 3 days. You know, water has left his skin, everything. He's thirsty because his life depends. He's not drinking it because the water is sweet. Even if the water is dirty, he would drink it because his life depends on it. And my question to you this morning is, who are you among these two? Are you going to take the knowledge because your life depends on it? Your next phase of career depends on it. Or you are going to take it because you are just one, it's yet another event where you can participate as person A. My advice to you, take this like your life depends on it. It will pour up some long hunger in you, and then you'll be passionate enough to ask deep questions about yourself, about your journey, and I believe that you'll make the most out of this opportunity today. If you're in agreement with that, let me hear a clap. And like I'm going to do that, let me hear a clap. All right. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief about, I read to you about Ibironke, but this is a brief about Testify. We're a leading Pan-Africa software testing company with reach in the US and the UK, providing quality and reliable software testing services to organizations across multiple industries. We run an academy where software testers and other tech talents are being trained with a vision to raise the next generation of African software testers for Africa and the global tech ecosystem. This is our vision, and this is what we have been pushing and we have been doing over time. Next slide, please. Now, these are some of the news, local and international platforms we have been featured on. And this to tell you that the work has been going on. The work has been going on, and because of the difference we've been making, we've had the opportunity to be featured on these platforms. Next slide, please. On these platforms, these are platforms where we have had the opportunity to work with them, and some of our students have also been in, like, we train people and they have gotten jobs in most of these platforms. So if you see this platform, you know that this platform, like you can see Carbon, you can see Visa, you can see Kuda, you can see all other platforms here. That is to tell you the results we've made over time, both for us engaging directly with some of these platforms and then our students after graduation having jobs in this platform. Next slide, please. Okay, more like an emphasis on our vision to become the foremost and most sought-after software testing company in Africa that provides quality assurance services to product-led companies while also closing the unemployment rate gap between the African talent. Ibironka will give you more about how this vision started. But this vision started off when she was actually in a bus in Lagos, heading to her place of work. She just got this really exciting job, and then she had, I think God just positioned that to happen because that was the betting of this vision. She listened to someone say, a youth corper who just finished from parade, who just passed out with his certificate, being on, you know how Lagos traffic is? And the guy was just really sweating. You know how frustrated, you just finish like 5 years or 4 years in university, go to youth service, finish, and then there is no clear direction of any hope of job, right? And while she was seated, she saw this guy made a statement. Not be like say job even day for this country after all this suffer. We are used to that statement, right? But when God wants to do something, he can use something that looks very insignificant to bet something great. That was the only statement she heard from that guy. And sister started crying. She's Iron Lady. Don't just forget this gentility. I know the oppression I've been going through, and the Lord has been helping me. But for her to cry, then it meant God really wants, because most times I've listened to Daddy so much, and he will say when God wants to bet something out of you, the pain, he allows you go through the pain at times so that you can bet love, you can bet passion, and then he bets a grace. So God needed to hit her. If not, sister would just be shining eye and be looking at, but God, that particular one, it was God. If not, she cannot cry like that. How come? And when she went back home, she went to God in prayer and said, Lord, give me a solution that will create jobs for Africans. Out of that, because we are all in this together, we know how frustrating it can be. Even when you graduate to a first class, there is no hope. So, but what is, and this is where the uniqueness comes in, because we are not trained to pick up skills and stand on our own. Our educational system is not trained that way. It's trained for us to finish after 5 years and carry certificates and knock on doors. It's not trained for us to stand on our own. So we do not know skills on how to start up things or even learn skills that can be relevant. So most times you go study a course. Most persons in this place, I'm sure you agree with me that the course you studied, they gave you. It's not you that gave yourself. Abi? They gave you. Abi? The way you are saying this, yes. They gave you the course. So this is an opportunity for you to choose. And in her place of prayer and her encounter she had that night was a board. The way you are looking at me, should I stop or I should continue? She had a vision of the board. She was already a software tester. But she was just 1 year into her career, meaning that even for her, she was still trying to get her feet. In fact, someone had looked down on her former place where she works. They told her, before you can even become anything good in software testing, you need like 2 years. So she had just managed to put herself together and just got this good job with Carbon at the time. And that vision came where there's a board showing exactly the blueprint of what to teach. Because she went back with a hunger. God, Lord, what would I do to make a difference? So if you are living your life without the mindset of how can my life be a blessing to someone out there, then you've not started living. Because the only way God will trust you is when you are living your life. You are a channel through which whatever resources is passed through your hand, whether skill resources, whether knowledge resources, you are learning it, you are building because with the mindset that you know people depend on you. Not because you just want to gather all the money. I hope you are not here because you heard there's money in tech and you just want to gather it and then show them Pepe, all the people that has been dealing with you. If you are having that mindset is the wrong mindset. So in that passion, in that vision, in that place of prayer, the betting of Testify came. And that is why we are here today, and that's what we've been doing over the years. So once again, let's lift up our hands in celebration to God for the vision. Clap. Now, no one learned today. Clap, clap. All right, next slide, please. Yeah, this is just a brief, like the tiniest, because majority of our trainings are now virtual. This was before COVID, and the trainings that we were able to hold before COVID. So we had the opportunity to have live classes, but now everything is virtual. So next slide, please. Now, down to here. How to stay connected and focused throughout today. It may look like you already know, but I will need to tell you. If you have your notepad and your pen, let me see your hands. In fact, lift it up with your pad. It's not like you lift up your hands and then you are boo-booing me. Bros, even me will be tech, I get book and paper. Haba, please, get one. Get one. Get one. Sister in white, you're already looking behind. All right. Who else? Let's lift it up. Let's lift it up. Sister, you are hiding so that I don't call you. Unfortunately, I'm the one holding the mic. I can find all the trouble I can find now. But it's really important that you have what to put down. No matter how sharp your brain is, the faintest pen is sharper than your sharpest brain, right? So jot it down and ensure that you are focused. This is an opportunity. Now, if you have your headset, okay, we are not doing a virtual session, but when we continue tomorrow, we are going to have breakout session, okay? So ensure that you have devices that can help you listen clearer. You have a good network. The church is already making provision for that. The red. Come and tell me before I fall your hand. Oh, sorry. I'm a village girl. All right, so they just told me that there's a screen in front of me. Why are people looking at me? Are you not from a village too? Are you not from a village too? Because RCN has pushed you up. You are now forming that you are not from a village. Well done. All right, so the church is already making arrangement for data so that you can have access. Then please, all of you, how many of you have laptops? Okay, please, everyone that has a laptop, come with it tomorrow, okay? We're going to do breakout sessions and we're going to need more laptops. We really need you to be focused. For today, you'll be having access to videos that you're going to watch on various courses. Now, this is what we hope to achieve. Now, you've told us some of your expectations. Let's also tell you some of our expectations. We hope that with what Pastor Tony has put together, that at the end of these 3 days, we're going to expose you to various tech courses, right? We are going to expose you to cloud engineering. We're going to expose you to software testing. So the problem is most times you want to go into tech, but you do not even have clarity on where to really go into. So you are just, I think, which is one of the challenges you are having, because you don't even know which aligns with your strength. Ibironka will always say that in any passion you have, there's a tech field there for you. And it could be coding or it could be non-coding. But whether coding or non-coding, there's a high demand for you. You do not have to code to be in tech. Do you understand? If you do not have any tech background, there are tech fields like software testing that we are doing. You don't have to code, but you are in high demand. Do you understand? There are tech courses like product design. You do not have to code. UI, UX, you do not have to code. Do you understand? When I mention, why are you smiling? That's where your spirit is telling you. All right, so don't just jump into. We discovered that most people want to start up a journey in tech and they do not know how to start. So, and then they hear their friends saying, oh, I'm doing this, So they are just testing various things without really, at the end of the day, they are almost more confused because there's no clarity on where would I want to build? Because it's not starting one and then leaving it to other, right? If you want to become a medical doctor, you focus there for the next 5 or 7 years, isn't it? Until you become a master. After you become a master and you decide that you want to change career, you can now start something new. But not that you are doing medicine, you are doing music, do you understand? So what most people do is you pick up graphic design. You test it a little, you say, You go to UI, UX, you test it, you say, Do you understand? And that's because you have not really aligned it with what you are wired to do. If you are wired to sing, if you go for music classes, it's easy for you to grow faster in music as compared to someone who is wired to play ball and is going for a music class. So what we want to help you do is find where you are passionate about and stay there. So we are going to expose you to various tech courses today, right? So that when you watch the videos, it's more like intro into these various fields. When you watched it, then you can now make a decision. You may not get the complete clarity, but it will give you a direction. Okay, I think I have flair for this. Then you can now focus on that. And that when you pick a career, then from tomorrow, we'll now break you down into the various careers you've picked. Is that okay? So that is what we want to do. Definitely, 3 days is not enough to help you master the skill, but it's enough to help you get direction. It's enough to help you start up something. It's enough to let you know, thank God this is the end of the year. It's enough to help you put a plan together that I know this, I'm clear enough. So as I plan 2023, this is what I want to focus on in the next 6 months. Do you understand? So that is what we hope to achieve with you in the next 3 days. Is that okay? And in order to do that, you need to ensure that you have your writing materials, your laptop is available. We are going to collaborate with those who have their laptops and then suffice for those who do not have, so that we'll put you in groups and then your data is available. So the next slide, please. All right, so let's just do a simple brain teaser. Next slide. How many times do clock's hand overlap in a day? Do you understand the question? You know clock now? Una know clock? Uh-huh. I don't know if there is clock now. Is there another? So you know how, let me just give you one example. You know how you reach 12 o'clock, the two hands are on one number. That's overlap. So how many times do you think a clock hand overlaps in a day? 4 times. 12. How many? 24. 12, hands up. Please stand up and tell us the 12. Mama, you tell us the 24, ba? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, say now. No, tell us the time now. Like, by exactly 12, it overlaps. By this, it overlaps.
By 12.
I've told you that one already.
Yes.
So which one? Which else?
Then by 12 again, it overlaps.
I say in a day.
In a full day.
In 24 hours.
Once.
Huh? 4 times. Tell us. Give her. I know you're happy to pass the mic.
I think 4 times.
3, 4.
No, 4.
4, okay, tell
By
us.
12, you overlap. By 6 or so. Then
What is 6?
6 o'clock.
6, one is up, one is down.
Those, I mean, 6.
Abi, is my own time different?
I think it's by 12. 12.
Only
You overlap. 12 noon, then 12 midnight.
That's smart, very smart answer. Mama, you want to say something? 2 times. It's only 2 times. Tell us now. Let me hold it for you.
I was standing now.
No, don't worry. Don't stand.
12. They come together. That is 12 noon, 12 midnight.
I thought you said 24 before now.
No, I was mistaken. You say how many hours?
4 times. Okay. Give him the mic.
Okay. 12 a.m., 12 p.m., then 6:30 p.m., 6:30 a.m.
6:30.
Yes.
Someone at the media is raising. Are you sure you've not seen my slide? That's why you're raising your hands up. Media, you're not trusted. No, I don't trust media people. All right, let's. Okay, wait. One fine lady want to. Hot. Brothers, don't look this way. Focus.
Okay, praise the Lord. I think it is 8 times in a day.
Please tell us.
12 by 12, then by 3, 15 minutes after 3, then by 6:30. That is both AM and PM. Then by 9:45. So the 4 times 2 times.
Okay, let's just show. Next slide. Did you see there? Let's read out. By. Your voices have disappeared. By what time? Why are you saying it like it's a burden? I know that we used to pray burden in this house, but don't read it as burden now. Please. All right. Again. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. It's not going to come out in your exam. Oh. I'm seeing, so that you go and use it for somebody now. All right, so this is just to keep you alive. They think what I just succeeded in doing this entire time is to ensure that you are ready for today's session. If you are ready, somebody shout, "I'm ready!" Come on, shout, "I'm ready!" All right, let's rise up on our feet. All right, so let's make a commitment with your hands lifted. When you lift up your hands, make a commitment and mention your name. How you say it depends on you. But if you really mean what you're about to say, then it's up to you. The Bible says that there's power in words. We understand from Scripture that there's power in words, right? Right? And then your words is an overflow of your thoughts. As a man thinketh. So we want you to have the right thoughts and we want you to speak it out. Because we hope that at the end of this journey for 3 days and after, we are going to begin to hear stories of people coming out from here, picking up skills, gaining clarity, penetrating industries. So we are taking it really serious. So lift up your hands and say, "I," mention your name. So I, Blessing Eje, I'm going to make a commitment today that I will learn, I will unlearn, I will relearn. I will make the most of my time here. Above all, I'm going to take practical steps. I'll be responsible for myself. I'll be responsible for my actions. I'm going to be responsible for my family. I'm going to be responsible for my community. I'm going to be responsible for my nation. I'm going to make global impact. I will be a voice that will be heard. Do you believe what you just said? If you did, celebrate yourself and then you can have your seat. Next slide, please. Now we are down to the main juice for the day. Next slide, please. All right. We said we are going to set the right pace, right? And so this is my little story around mindset. I'm going to call up Ibironke to take you on that. But this is a little example I want you to remember. Thank God this is an agricultural state. Loamy soil. We know loamy soil is the most fertile soil, right? Right? So, when you have a fertile soil, have you ever seen in any scenario where the soil tells the farmer what to plant? Is there any that, the farmer wants to plant yam and the soil says, no, plant corn? Is there any scenario like that? Have you also seen that in a fertile soil, even when the farmer doesn't plant, something grows? Is it true? Now, let me tell you this. Your mind is a fertile soil. It doesn't have the power to tell you what to plant or what not to plant. But whatever is planted, whether with your effort or with the society efforts, is going to grow and multiply. That is it. So my challenge to you, why Bironke comes to take her session today, is that be that responsible and intentional farmer who goes to his farm, knows that he has planted yam, and is deliberate to, even if water leaf grows, it's edible, but weed is anything that was not planted by the farmer. If he planted corn and yam grows, the yam is weed. He did not plant it. So become that responsible farmer who is willing to uproot anything from your mind by changing your mindset to the right picture, right sound, right information, and then affirmations, so that you can uproot those negative thoughts. You can uproot limited thoughts, limitation thoughts. You can uproot the thoughts that tell you because you're a Macaulay, you cannot penetrate global space. Any thoughts that will not lead to your progress, it is on you to uproot it. Your soil is your mind. So if you plant or you refuse to plant, the thing is you will grow. But the question is, are you growing towards a direction where you chose to or where the society chose to push you to? So without further ado, let's celebrate Iberonke Ekini as she comes to take us on mindset reform. Please celebrate her. With a shout, with a clap.
So I should climb up.
Okay. No, she's the anointed one. Sorry.
It's working. Oh. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So it's like, bless you, come and continue for where you stopped, though. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, my name is Iberonke Ekini, and I've been positioned to speak on mindset reform, but I will possibly be using stories, explaining or just sharing my story. Then from there, whatever you pick, it's your choice to make. First thing is about mindset. I believe that mindset is about whatever you believe, right? And what has been fixated in your mind and the way you view life. So, yes, they have given my profile, my bio. If you go to the next slide, probably that's my bio that is there. Just brief 5 lines. But I'm very sure that these 6 points here were not, if you have think about it, like, now all those body became, the father and the mother were rich. But that's not true. I'm always saying that, give me an example of one poor thing that you have done in your life, and I will tell you at one point or the other we have done it before. I will tell you that as of 2010, I'm actually one of those people at Songwater that sells gala on the streets. Yeah, with pure water, not bottled water. Now, rich people, they sell bottled water. with pure water. And I've sold cola nuts, sell boiled egg, sell all sorts of things. And yes, I started from OND because I could not have afforded to go into university immediately. So I did OND in computer science. I did HND in computer science. I went there to do BSc in computer science. And then I went there to do MSc in cybersecurity. And the truth is, there are some prayer we pray as Christians, personally, that... Thank you. And I feel like there's some prayer we used to pray as Christians that they are no longer necessary. If you have a valid prayer point. They said that if you travel out now, there's some prayer you will not be praying again or your Christian life will reduce. But I believe it's not true. It depends on what you're praying about. Personally, I know you'll be praying, Father, let me break through in my family. I'm the first person in my family to break through. But at times, it's all about mindset reform. It's not juju in your father's house. And sometimes even your mind can override the juju in the father's house, if you choose to. So I started that journey in 2011. I gained my admission into, I'm sure if I'm saying 2011, most of you are like, do you know where I was in 2011? But that was when I started my own education properly with OND in computer science in the Polytechnic in Ogun State. And to the glory of God, I did it. I did OND. I went during my OND. Yeah, these are very personal, but yeah, it's free to share anyways. At the end of my OND, my guardian could not afford to continue, right? And it's totally understandable because in the age and time that we are, money is now a gold. But I have my brothers, I have my families, and I understand that even after school safe, it's not as if there is work anyway. So I went to work, I did teaching. So yes, by the way, I have 8 years experience as a teacher. I teach both KG to nursery, to primary, to secondary, and even assisted some lecturer in university to teach. So yes, I went ahead to go into HND. I did HND. And to the glory of God, I even started a business then, this cafe business. If you know now, you know those cafe food that used to help you to do your assignments. It's not the cafe of printing, no. The cafe of assignments doing. So I had that business then that I used to run. But while at that place in school doing cafeteria, I knew that there was more beyond this space, even though that was the best business you could be doing at that time. I schooled in Igbesa, Ogun State. And if you have a cafe and it's running every day, you are a millionaire. But I knew that there was something more. And I know I don't want to work as a banker. I've always known that right from time. Because I didn't like the way they always suit up. That's my only concern. That's my only bias. I don't want to be wearing suits, leaving my house by 6 a.m., coming back by, no. There must be something else, even though I don't know what tech is. And yes, by the way, I did computer science, but that does not mean that I know what tech was. The tech by education is not the tech by outside. If you think it's different, you can go and do BSc in computer science and come back. So, after having that HND and HND, and having distinction, in my mind, I have distinction. What else can I not do? Then I went to serve. I came to serve in Ibadan. That was the first time I came to Ibadan. In fact, I was posted to an IT firm. And the first thing the manager asked me is, what can you do? That was the first question he asked me. That I said, I have distinction in computer science. And what can you do? And the silence was more silent than this one because we were only 2 in a room. But I then realized, okay, then I said, I can type, because I've been typing in cafe now. I can type, He said, no, what can you do in the marketplace? That's when I knew that I did not even know anything. That distinction is somebody that wrote it there. I read the exam and I pass. That was that distinction. That was what anybody can have distinction. I don't even think that one is a problem. Then I knew that there is a massive gap. Then I started learning. I'm always saying that the moment you realize that there is nothing for you to learn again, you have stopped living, actually. Because really, even me, say, I'm here to come and learn today. So I started learning software testing. And yes, one of my team members told me that time that, at the end of my NYC, we have done personal parade. And I told my boss then that I'm leaving, but I've put in a very good groundwork. And I'm like, they have to retain me. This retainership, no, we are not fighting it. They will retain me here. But there was no opportunity in the company. And then one of my colleagues told me then that if you really want to get a job in testing, you need at least extra 2 years to be very good so that you can get a job. Then I can remember also coming down to Lagos from Ibadan that day to come and do an interview for a 35K job as an intern. As a manager of a company, 35K. I went back that day with my mind, I don't see job, 35K. I was excited, but finally they told me that, they could not give me the job. I'm not trying to let you know that there's some disappointment that you would have that is not new, actually. Those people, they break my heart. No, it's not new. If it did not break your heart, there's no way you explain to us how an house broken should be healed. So, then I had to go back to God to pray at that point. I'm always saying that I'm one of those orphans that the only father and mother she has is God. Then I told God, I need a job. And then he told me one thing that day, and then he told me that he's dethroning someone for me to be enthroned. That was all I heard. He's dethroning someone for me to be enthroned. I said, okay. In the meantime, so I had to draw a map. I had this carbon paper. Yes, this carbon paper now. So I drew it. And the truth is, as of then, when I check into the careers in tech, we had over 22 careers in tech as of then. And when I'm saying as of then, that was in 2017. It's not far away. It's just barely 5 years away. So I drew different career maps, product management. There's different careers that I was very interested in. There was software development. I know that if you can code, you are a millionaire. So I was drawing different career maps. But software testing stood out for me because I know I could criticize a lot. I said that if I'm not in tech, probably I would have been doing lawyer or judge. So I know I could critique things. I know I could think. So I choose software testing. And through be told, by the time I got my first job, the only tester in that company was leaving. And that was the only one that could have gotten that job. So one day I posted on the group that I needed a job. Somebody posted that there is a job somewhere. I applied. They called me for an interview in Lagos. I went to Lagos to do that interview. I did an 8-hour interview, 4 different stages. And then I came back to Ibadan. But while in the bus, I got my first offer. And the first offer then was 100K gross. The net was a take-home of 74K. And that was at VI. So I was living in Surulere. I moved to Surulere to be working at VI. When I calculated at the end of the month, my house rent, room self-contained, face my slap, you said, was 250K in Lagos for a year. And my tea fare per month was 52,000 naira. I said, okay. But when I got to Lagos, and I'm saying all of this thing, and another thing I should always want you to notice that my journey is not a template, right? Because I've mostly moved by grace. I would say that let God give you your own pattern to work. But I'm sharing this to let you know that it is possible. Now, when I was in that Lagos, I knew that there should be a life better than this. A life that I don't need to leave my house by 4 a.m. to get to office by 8 a.m. and then close by 5 a.m. to get home by 11 p.m. There's something must be different. This is not the way the people I know are doing it. So I went back. I said, God, how far with this job? And yeah, that day I went to this office in this very fateful day in February 2018. And there was this terrible traffic in Lagos. And I got to the office past 9. And mind you, in the company, I was working like 4 different roles. I was working in 4 different roles. And then, yeah, there was so many chaos. I was the one that was network engineer to set up things. And it could not work because I was not available. When I got to the office that day, I said, I'm resigning. I just went back to my seat, typed my resignation letter, packed all my files. Oh, you're going to lose 1 month job offer. No problem. I left it. And I sat down at the staircase of that company for almost 4 to 5 hours. And that staircase was when a job I've applied for in December 2017 sent me a mail that, oh, are you still available for a job or a contract in Abuja that you applied for? I said, yes. Can you jump on a plane to Abuja tomorrow? I said, of course. Of course, with all humility, I'm available. And then I jumped on the flight, and one of the companies I've so much, applied into, while on that flight, sent me an offer letter of 250. 250 for 74K, 250 nets at this time, When I got to Abuja, that was the first time I went to Abuja in 2018. And in 2019, February 2019. When I got there, I just had to send them a mail. The offer was 200K that they sent. I told them, I just looked at it. I said, no, I can earn more than this. And then I sent them a mail back. Sorry, I will not be going with this offer. I think I deserve up to 300K. They called me, that was what they saw me write earlier. I said, I changed my mind. What I want now is 300. And they went back and they sent me an offer of 300. When I came back from Abuja, I resumed at that company. Now, that was where Testify started. That was the most exciting job of my life. I was so happy. This company is going to give me the MacBook I've been dreaming of. This company is going to give me internet. This is going to give, it was all looking good. I was going to finally live the life I've always dreamed. And then I entered this bus, as usual, to Lagos. Yellow bus. Yellow, you know those yellow bus? The yellow is very thick. And it has that black stripe beside it. That's Lagos bus. So I was at the window that day. Of course, I'm used to Lagos traffic life. And then this guy stood at the window. NYSC, if you son, this is Makurdi, so son in Makurdi is premium. if someone has beat you very well, and you're a black person, like, the guy is black and he's sweating, that I know that if I should use my nail to scrap his skin, I will cover out the blackness. And he was so frustrated. And his statement he made, like Blessing mentioned, it's a very popular statement. We all know. Even me, I've said it before that, all the stress you are going through in school, don't be say work day now. And then he said it, I think he's a worry guy. He said it in a very funky way. And immediately he made that statement. All the excitement of 250K job, all the excitement of MacBook, everything just went zero. From that moment, I got to that company that day. In fact, they were asking if I don't want to work with them again because I was so moody. For every 10 minutes interval, I'll go to the toilet to go and cry. I'll come back to my seat. Throughout the day. In fact, they felt like leaving that company that day, I won't come back. Because I was not even smiling. All the onboarding meeting, please, I need to go home. And then I went back home that day. To cut long story short, yes, I had my encounter, and the curriculum I received in that dream that day was what you used to provide the academy we do today. And when I share with people that have been in testing for 10, 20 years, that curriculum, they'll be like, where did you copy this from? How did you gather it? I said, no, I saw it in the dream. They said, Joseph, the dreamer, you don't come. Where did you see it? You could not. I was barely 1 year into the career. So personally, I was still learning. And you cannot imagine me saying I want to start teaching people. The question is, whoa, even you yourself, you're like, what do you want to teach? So I created a Telegram channel. I started teaching people free of charge till it got to September. And in all of this journey, there are different stages of mindset growth. It's not, don't just look at it from the surface of the story I'm telling. We're looking at the different mindsets change. So the name Testify, I wish you know the play I've played around this name before Testify came to stay. In fact, when Testify came, I said, I want to start church. Well, I'll go start company name and Testify. And then, finally, like, oh, you can start a company. I said, company, it's not me and you. In this, the mindset I had there was not possible. So I said, you know what, we are going to call it a boot camp. Let's not call it a company. It's just a boot camp, just a wee kind of training. Then we started it. September, we trained someone, and when God wanted to change my mindset very well, the first cohort of this program ran between September 2019 and December 2019. And one of the first person that benefited from that program was a guy who is in Saudi Arabia. He participated with the program remotely. Before the guy joined the program, he's a security guy. I'm not talking about security engineer. I'm talking about people that used to close gates and open gates. That was what he was doing. He studied, I think it was agriculture, something he studied. He participated in the program, and then he called me one day. I've seen almost like 25 missed calls. I was not with my device. I've seen his message. He even sent a voice. Once you have seen this message, please call me ASAP. I said, okay, I called him. A grown-up man. Not a male gender, a grown-up man. He started crying. And then he said that he just got a job that should guess how much they want to pay him. So when he was doing his security post, let's say he was collecting like 30,000 naira as a salary in Saudi Arabia. I'm just trying to equate it to naira amount. And then the first job he got was 820,000 naira as a senior software test engineer. Then the manager now told him that, are you sure this is the only program you did for 3 months? He said, yes. He said, well, the person asked him, where did he learn it from? And then he referred the person to me. And then the person brought in 16 of their employees to come and do that training. From that moment, the training started expanding. 2020 to today, we have raised over 8,000 plus. And thank you. And the least person so far, job offer, I'm not talking about internship, 50K, 100K, but you are going to get a first junior software testing role. The least person so far has earned 250,000 naira. I've seen people finish the program today, and the first job they get is 1.2 million naira. Now, the difference between the person that finished the program that did not get a job and the person that finished the program and got a 1.2 million naira job is their mindset. I'm always saying that I know that there are spiritual battles, but the mindset alone is the most spiritual battle you can ever fight. So someone reached out to me one time. In fact, I never knew that there is anything about mindset reform that has happened even to me until I started doing it to people. The guy reached out to me and said that you have been out of job for over 8 years. And can you really do this and get a job? That the way people have been saying. I said, I don't know. Me, I cannot tell you will get a job. And in fact, even in the program, I don't guarantee you a job. I don't tell you that, oh, when you're done, I'm going to give you a job. No. I believe you are trained enough to go out there and get a job. So the guy said, oh, am I going to give him a job when he's done and everything? The guy asked all his, and I love people asking questions. So when he was done with all his questions, the only thing I told him is, all the things you asked for, I don't have. Are you going to get a job? No. Are you going to make million in this program? No. Is it going to be a smooth learning? No. Are you going to be successful in life with it? No. By the end of this year, I want to make sure that I already have my own app. Can this thing make me to build a house? No. Everything he asked for. Then he now says, so what are you now training? I said, that's the funniest thing. Even me, I don't know what I'm training. But I thought in one thing. I said, do the training. If you want to do the training. Whatever you get out of it, it's your business. Because if I don't give you that mind approach, you will come to the training feeling that some people owe you. And that is where I'm going to start my conversation from a mind reset. Even the world that you are bettered into does not owe you riches. So that your father has a rich money does not guarantee that you should be rich. Nobody owes you riches. In fact, the world does not expect you to be rich because they don't owe you. You coming to this world now, you are reducing our resources because the resources that two people would have shared, you now, you are the third person. You will now share it. And that's the issue with Nigeria. So many children are here. Something 10 people will share. There are so many children to share it around with. So the quantity will now reduce. So we don't owe you to be rich. We don't owe you to be successful. It's what you owe yourself. If you feel like Nigeria is not good, Buhari is a bad president, that is for you. And the regime works for me, unfortunately. Nigeria is good, Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is terrible, Buhari is terrible, Buhari is this. We still have people that work legally and still owns up to 15 properties this year in this same country. So it depends on how it works for you. It's a mindset. So I told someone in one of the sessions I mentioned that I said, this decision to be rich or to be poor, the decision to be successful or not, it's all in your mind. I'm not even ready to come and do perspire and aspire for you. I'm not here to perspire or aspire you or help you to desire. In fact, the less money you have access to, the more money I get. So you don't have to choose to be successful. But the truth is, it's up to you. It's the mindset. Somebody say, hey, are you not saying that if I want to make $1 million today, I can make it? I say, yes, you can. And I'm going to use a student of mine who is in Ghana as an example. When she joined the program, we all have our background stories. I'm the first person that will go to school in my family. I'm not the first person that will go to school. In my family, we don't used to go. In fact, in my family like this, once we finish school, we are done. Or once we finish school, we don't used to have a job. That's the pattern in my family. So you think it's a spiritual attack, you start praying, disturbing God. But I told her, I said, before the end of 2021, you can actually start earning $1 million. She said, how? I said, join the program, let's start. And then she joined the program. Now, the 3-month program we used to use, I'm always saying that program, the cost, forget that I'm mentioning program, the cost is just 5% of what you will learn in the program. The remaining 95% is mentorship and coaching. And yes, when Blessing mentioned I don't take excuses, sincerely, I don't believe any excuse is valid, except you are dying. Because practically Nigerians, we have all the excuses in this world. Oh, my internet just went down. But it's a lie. You can go on social media. You are still on social media 1 minute ago. Oh, I don't have a time. In fact, right now I am. Send me 200 naira. But you are chatting with me with 200 naira data. People will come on Facebook, I'll come and send you DM. Right now, if you can have 1,500 naira, send it to me. But you have 1,500 naira data, you are rich. So when he joined the program, one of the things I told him was, one, you have no business with your bed by 10 p.m. You can't be sleeping 8 hours and committing the same amount. I did it for Testify that day. I said, calculate how many hours you have slept this year. Some people have slept for 8 months in this year. Now should we calculate the hours? 8 hours per day for 1 week. Multiply it times 4. And then multiply it by 12. How many hours? Some people slept for 8 months. But you want to sleep for 8 months. And I want to stay awake and work for 8 months. But you want us to bring the same results. Is that not juju? It's charm. It's a miracle. And that's where Christians also do that. We are expecting miracles. So I told him, you have no business with your bed by 10 p.m. The earliest time you should go to bed by is 11 p.m. for him. Because where he was coming from was from a 0 level. It does not even, in fact, the school he went to, he did admin. So, in fact, he had to go and start learning from Excel sheets and how to type. So you can, my course is a 90 days rule. Whatever you cannot learn in 90 days, take another thing. After 90 days, if you take the course and you could not learn it, whatever you pick, any new skill or any topic you want to learn, if you cannot learn it in 90 days, drop it and pick something else. It's as simple as that. So some of the time we used to stay 120, 400, 500 days on a course. I'm trying to. It's not working for you. Choose something else. There is always something else for you. So I told him, you won't sleep until 10, that you wake up by 4 a.m. And once you wake up from the bed after your prayer, the first thing you do is you have to line up what you are going to do that day. You are going to be clocking in with me, clocking out. So me, I will stay on Zoom call throughout the day. But clock in at this time and clock out. And by the time we did that for like a month, his mind has adjusted. To cut a long story short, he's earning 1.3 M today. By that December 2021, it was earning 1.3 M in Naira. Some things has to change, particularly starting from the mind. So that you are poor, or that I have 50-year-old woman doing training in tech. So your age is not my business. I have people that have not even gone to university at all in tech. So whatever you study in school is not even our business. We have people in Calabar village, even in Blessing village. I don't know where that village is, where they used to have bad network in that village. And they are learning. So your location is not even a problem. Then what's the problem? It's the mindset. It's the mindset. And and I also mentioned, I said, if you, princess, I would like now start, sorry, they call me princess in the testing industry, so I'm almost used to calling myself princess. So, by next year, I want to, if I start learning now, by this also age, I'll be 50. Whether you start learning now or not, by your next birthday, you will clock a year older. It's just like saying you don't want to go to university again because time has gone. You're already 40 years old. My dear, if you go to school for 5 years, you will clock 45 in the next 5 years. If you do not go to school for 5 years, you still clock 45 in the next 5 years. So what do you do with your 5 years? And I don't believe that Christians are poor. That's the kind of Christianity I grew up with. All those CAC, you carry, your shoe has to be dusty, you have to wear a bigger shirt than your trouser, you carry your bag, you go to church. God is not poor. Somebody asked me the other day, how do I balance Christianity with my professional life? There's nothing to balance there. You are a Christian, you are of Christ, you are of Christ. Every other thing you do is an addition. It's a fundamental. So your mind needs to be transformed to a level that you don't see any blocker. When I mean blocker, there is nothing stopping you from being transformed. There is nothing stopping you from achieving anything. You have decided that today, now you wake up today and said, I want to be flying a jet before the end of 2023. In all honesty, it is very, very possible. I'm making it sound easy, but that's the honest truth. It is very possible. It is the difference now is you. What do you plan to do to achieve it? How do you plan to learn to achieve being in a private jet? What do you need to do differently? I don't know if I'm making any sense. What do you plan to do differently? They want to do the next event here. And they need, let's say they have a budget of 5 million naira. You are planning by December 2020, you should be the one to voluntarily put that 5 million naira down. And it's possible. In all honesty, like, we are at an advantage. That's the truth. In this season that we are actually at an advantage in Nigeria, especially for Christians, because one, people that are not Christians will learn what you need to learn. They will get a job. But what makes you different is that you're a Christian, so there is grace. So when everybody is getting a job of 200K, you have the power to go back to the secret place. That God, my first job, it should be 800K. That's your own advantage over them. So, and it's always hurting when I see people that can take advantage, and they are making it look as if, nah, it's not for me. You know, somebody said one statement one time, I said, I thought tech is a worldly professional. I said, yes, I'm in the world. Next. Yes, no. Tech is a worldly professional. And I'm in the world. But unfortunately, God himself created tech. And that is where Tech for Christ got bettered. I realized that a lot of youths in the church who, when it comes to spirituality, we doff our hearts. But you cannot sit with a king. I was online one day. I woke up one morning, and then I saw a lady from Texas wrote about me on LinkedIn. I don't know her from Adam. She has been in that field for 25 years, in that software testing field. And then she wrote about me, saying about the things she saw online. And that is one thing about social media. The way you use it is different from the way we use it at times. You can use it to go and post content, follow your influencers online, tweet, respond, fight, quarrel. But the way we use social media is different. So I can still open my LinkedIn now, and I'm sure that I have over 16 offers waiting in my DM. So she wrote about me. Does this. And just with that posting that she made, I got an invite to go and speak in Chicago. As far as I'm concerned, I never come out for water before. I don't even know where, I don't even know the airport. I don't know the flights that used to leave Nigeria. It's all about the mindset and the decision you make, actually. So I made a decision that I don't care what the founder, when it comes to Christianity, you pray, the battle for my father's house, the battle for my mother's house, the territory and everything. But I had a decision, and I said, by the end of 2021, I was going to train over 500 people in software testing. That was the plan. And by 2025, I was going to train over 5,000 people. That was the plan. But I knew that the process I was doing has to change. The way I trained had to change. So I even had to go and enroll for a course. I took a course worth over 1.5 million naira to learn how to teach people. Because I realized that the way we teach in class is not the way we teach adults online. And then I learned it. And as of 2021, I trained over 1,000 people. In that course, just that one course. It all starts from the mind. It's what I decide to do. So the same way evil spirit is making you to profess the wrong thing in your mind, it's the same way you can decide what you want to produce. So like she said, my mind is a fertile land. And I can choose what I want to. And I'm finally choosing to plant successful seed. So poverty can be hereditary, the same way success can be hereditary. And I did it. Are we half the journey? No. What we plan to do is we are not even getting started. We just finished, I said when we are writing a book, we just finished the abstract. With this 4 years journey, it's just abstract. Now we are going to write introduction. So it's about the mindset. I don't even know the state you are right now. whether you have a spiritual problem or a physical problem or a challenges or anything. But one sure thing is that you can be transformed if you choose to. I want to get a job by the end of December 2023. I want to be any social amount. I want to have a Mac PC. I want to do whatever you desire, you can do it from your mind. So when our Kututu was talking about writing things down, yes, you write things down, things you want to see. And that is what I memorize. I was saying it when we were coming yesterday. I don't used to watch a lot of news, especially for Nigerian news. Because Nigerian news, before you scroll 1, 2, 3, you are see the one that will annoy you. So it is what are you planting in your mind? You are finished reading the scripture now, you go on social media to go and fight one person that is not dressing well. Now, the riot in your mind is more than the one in Boko Haram. The one of the scripture is versus the one of what you want to believe. One will always outweigh the other. And whatever you are not saying every day is what will outweigh. If you are using an iPhone, if you check your screen time, some people's screen time is over 20 hours in a day. 9 to 5 during working hour, you will not find me online. Because in all sincerity, what do I want to be doing online? But consciously and unconsciously, also we are addicted to our device. If that phone lost now, you are gone. But I can stay with my phone without it for a month, for a year. Well, for now. For now. You can stay without it. I'm saying that, I challenge you to go offline for 1 year. And for the next 1 year, the only thing you should be doing is, of course, your relationship with God and learning a skill and implementing for 1 year. Just one. In fact, mounting on this stage today just to challenge you. If you are up to 25 here, of course, I know we have people that double that number. But I'm saying if you're up to 25 here, and you're not hitting up to 500K now, we have left you behind. If you are up to 25 years old, I don't know how many years you used to senior 25. But as of now, if you're up to 25, and you don't have a stable 500K entering your account, you are far behind. That's the truth. Because a 20-year-old person is earning 500K. And there's nothing illegal. They are sitting in their house and doing the same job. The same hours you spend on social media is what they spend working. The same way, if you're up to 30 years old and up to 1M is not coming to your account, like stable, coming in. I know you will give me an excuse. I'm just learning this tech thing. The way I grew up, my family, we are not really that smart. My family, you give me all the excuse. You have children. We have people that have 4 kids. Next. You are a family. We have people that, in fact, we have one believer that has 4 wives. And they are in this tech. Which other excuse do you have? There is no internet in my area. There is no internet in Blessings Village. It's not an indirect, it's a direct attack. There is no internet in your area. Go and change network and buy network. Princess, I don't have money to sustain myself. Are you sure? All those gold you keep in your cupboard, are you sure you cannot sell them and use it to buy what you need to achieve what you don't have? You have to start small. Be ready to start small. I told someone at one time, she was working with a bank she was collecting up to 350K. I said, quit your job and get a tech job of 20,000 naira. Ha! 350K to come and do a job of 20,000 naira. How now, princess? I said, I do this job. She said, how will she sustain herself? She has 2 children, her family is there and everything. I said, Chevy, you have husband? She said, yes. You have 2 children? I said, yes. I said, do 20K job. Because with that 20K job, 6 months later, she was already earning back that 350. In a more lucrative job like tech, working from home, and has more family time. So you might be earning your 1 million naira now in naira. It's not the same 1 million naira you were collecting in January. So if your salary in January was 1 million naira, and as of now, your salary is still that 1 million naira, just know that your 1 million naira has reduced. Because what you can use 500K to buy then, you will need 1 million naira to buy it now. So it is not a valid system. I'm not saying everybody should come into tech. But if you could just try and come into tech, then go back if you want to. It's true now. Just come. I mean, you can go and do finance and become an accountant like Pastor Tony. When you are done, you can come into tech or go back. When you are finished learning tech, you can go back if the Lord permits you. So yes, I'm just here to challenge you to change your mind. I don't have money. We know you don't have money, but you are eating. So all those, kukuma, go fasting and use that fasting period to learn. Because there's a way hunger helps you to understand things. Am I lying? And I'm always saying something. One of my mentors told me something. He said, I was saying that I can't learn a particular topic. And then he told me that the way we are all right now, you don't know anything about tech. For some people, you don't know anything about tech right now. But I can assure you that if they tell you that before tonight, if you don't create a mobile application, all your family member will die. You will create the app. You will create the app. If they tell you that for husband, your wife and your children, they will imagine a Boko Haram person stand in your front. Build a tech app or I take them away. Even if you have not pressed computer before, that moment, you will learn it. So what changed? So if that can happen, why can't it happen now? Why do we need to get to that dead zone? And I'm not saying this to fix you on tech alone. It's applicable to any area. That I cannot do it is a statement of choice. What you are saying underground is I don't want to do it. It's not that you cannot, because there's nothing you cannot do by the grace of God, except to keep people. In fact, to keep people say you have the capacity, just that you will not do it. And it's true now. So there is a capacity for you to do it. But a mindset needs to change from I cannot to I will to I can. Even the word impossible says I am possible. So why do you think that you cannot be financially wealthy? I don't relate with poor Christians. I don't relate with poor Christians. Because, when you are relating with 5 poor Christians, you are the 6th person sooner or later. So I don't relate with poor Christians. Let's sit down and talk money. And I'm not talking about, we want to do church building. We need 1 million and everybody's not contributing. What one person can single-handedly give. And it's not a bad thing for Christians to be rich. It's a mindset. You want to make it before 2023 is over. You want to come and do Thanksgiving and, do your housewarming and your car dedication, or whatever it is. You can. It's a mindset. It's whatever you decide. Sincerely, you wake up, whatever you wake up to decide to do is what you achieve. So I'm not here to come and tell you the definition of what mind reforming means. It means change. I'm not here for that theory. Practical things. It changed, it's changed. I don't know what England is when I decided that I must study one course in this UK. And because I had that, I penned it down and I worked towards it and I achieved it. So everybody will get to UK now, looking for, you know yourself, you want to Japa. And the entire future you're planning is, so that you can imagine you're in the UK working with an international company, hitting over $5,000, working from your home. It's your future, but it's some of us reality. Those are the things you plan to achieve, right, in the future. But some people are living it right now. And there is nothing different. Their mind was just different about it. They just believed that they can achieve, and then they went for it. They did all the hard work and all the smart work, and then they achieved it. It's not, and when it comes to tech, it's not gender-based. You don't need 9 bones to do tech. Oh no, it's because I'm a female, and already giving birth to 7 children, so I don't think I'll be able to. It's not, you don't need 9 bones to do tech. And you don't need 7 bones to do tech. You need your brain. If I can give you an iPhone and you can operate it without me showing you how to operate it, then you can be in tech. So in case you are 50 or 60 years old, if I can give you a phone, you can operate it without me telling you, click this button to press 1. By yourself, you can use it. Then you can do tech. In fact, using phone alone is a tech. That phone you are operating, especially if you are using Android or all these advanced phone, not all these slides. If you are using an advanced phone, it's a technology. That I'm using speaker now, it's a technology. I mean, it's not even wired. The old version of this one before was that microphone. Or those drum, K-rail. Those were the old version. But now technology stepped in. Now we have a wireless. Now they can stream, and they have over 50 people online streaming. It's technology. You can do anything from your device. You're in tech. Now, what you are trying to do today is not even tech, because you're already in tech. What we are trying to put you into is software engineering. Because under tech, there are different branches of tech. Somebody doing digital marketing is into tech. Somebody doing accounting is into tech. You are operating a computer. You have a computer at home, and then you are saying you are not into tech. I don't understand. You are into science. You are into tech. You can operate a computer. That is tech. What we are trying to do in these 3 days is not even a 3-day tech program. It's a 3-day software engineering program. Because that is a branch of tech. And I'm saying that regardless whatever you are, even if all you are doing is graphics design, even if all you are doing is merging business management, you are into it, and you can earn millions in that field. Any career you have in tech, you can earn millions per month in that field. There is no tech career that is small. It depends on how far you are, how deeper you are ready to go. And my very popular quote is, with the mastery comes the millions. It's not that you learn how to do graphics design in the next 2 days now. You will not say you want to go, oh yeah, come, let me do flyer design for RCN. Bring me 10,000 naira. Calm down. You will get there. Some people do flyer for 1 million naira. Yes, they are flyers of 1 million naira. But you get there. You are streaming, I mean, for the media now, they are streaming every Sunday. They are helping us project our work. There are people that do this. This is all they do, and they earn millions. So there is really no excuse for you to be poor. If you are poor, one of the very harsh statements I used to say that is because you are lazy. Or you don't have an opportunity to. So if you have an opportunity to, and you still choose to be poor, and you don't want to be, and it's fine. God will still collect from the poor and give to the rich. Because we will know how to multiply it. So you have to choose in your decision whatever you want to do. 10 years later, I think, in fact, in the next 1 year, you should be on the stage teaching other people. It's enough. 1 year is enough. 1 year is enough. I've seen people get transformed in 3 months. I have a student that was doing solar installer in Delta State. 4 months down the line, is working at CWG in Lagos as a software test engineer. So 1 year is massively enough. So by the time you start calculating, before I learn this thing now, before I start making money, day go don't break. No. It doesn't need to take that long. Especially because you are a Christian. So, but it all depends on how deeper you are ready to go. Is your mind transformed? Do you really see yourself? And how do you even see yourself? One of the ways I used to see I'm sure I've not even been entering local bus, local plane before I started seeing myself outside the country speaking in front of thousands of people. That's the way I see. That is what I project to see. So the question is, are you projecting to see in the next 1 year? What is that big picture? If it's not even scary, you're not even thinking of anything. What are you projecting in the next 1 year? Like if I come back here December 2023, what will our communication be? Will it still be about mind transformation? Will it still be about mind transformation? Should we still be doing mind transformation in December 2023? Even if you are going to do mind transformation, it's not me that will be doing that to you. You should not be on this seat. It should not be you doing it to new people that are not here. You understand? It should be you doing it to them. No, but not me standing and still doing it. I cannot be... If it's not your clothes now, we'll not keep washing every time. No. It is possible. And I do not care regardless of the background you come out from. Like, I have no respect for the background you come out from. So, I'm always saying one thing, that if your family has have a koinonia with poverty, when you come in contact with me, you will break it. You have to break it. You can't go back to them, but you will stay and you cannot stay here poor. I know it's not, preaching riches is not like a common thing in church, or you probably will say, oh, some churches to preach riches because they want to collect tithes. I don't think we need your tithes. I'm always saying that if you are giving church tithes, it's 10% now. It is still God's money. 90% is still God's money that is in your pockets. How much we don't even need your tithe? How much do you want to bring as tithe? Have you paid 1M as a tithe before? If you have not paid 1M as a tithe, let's start conversation from there. Because that is what your tithe should be. They don't need to be calling for special number for those that want to contribute because we want to build a new building when you are in the church. We don't need to be doing outreach and sowing seed, special seed. We don't need to. If you are wealthy, if you are financially sustainable enough. I know our brothers will now say, a lady that cannot endure with you. It's not a good wife. Hey, brother, go and work and make money. Go and make money. Stop telling us that I cannot endure with you. You make money first. I will endure with you without money. Is it bad for me to endure with money? Pastor Tony? Is that? Come and be telling me to endure. And the ladies too. I want a man that is, the pocket is big. It's not that, you, uncle. Looking for who to buy you. How far? Let's see your store. The man should not come and be thinking that he's coming to do investment of marrying you. These are the reason why we have a lot of singles in church. Because we are praying to God to produce money. The money will not fall from heaven. He has given you all the resources you need to make that money. It's even an eyesore that you are going back to God to pray for riches. Sincerely. I don't know how that man does it. I don't know how God does it. You go and meet God and provide money. He has given you a whole tree. Go and make money. You are still asking him to drop money from heaven. You are waiting for a miracle. Before you pray that 6-month prayer to get one miracle, I've already made a lot in that 6 months. So there are riches everywhere. And the same way we're having a conference like this one time in Ibadan. I went to go and speak at the conference. I was sitting down with a stranger. And that's why I love the fact that you guys were mixed to sit down with somebody you do not know. Because the sister you have been sitting down with for over 6 months to 1 year, you have been deducting. Nothing is coming in. Change seats. And then I sat down with that stranger and we were like, oh, that's good and everything. We exchanged complimentary, we exchanged cards. And play by play, that was how I got my first contract with a corporate firm. And he also was able to train his people and they made money. In fact, right now, in their family, all the 6 children are software testers. When he sees he don't learn testing finish, he work for them. He go bring one. He was bringing them one. Now, everybody, in fact, that is a family of testers. And there are other fields aside from testing like that. My own specialty is just in testing, right? There are other fields like that. And I'm scared to write code or anything. Who will say you should be scared of writing code? What is code? It's not a line of English language that you're writing down. There is something that we don't know that we are too scared of. You don't know, so you're scared of it. You feel like it's not achievable because the thing all those lies they used to see inside action movie. They will now be saying, it's a lie and a rubbish that they write. When you want to write the real code, you dare not be fast like that. When you finish writing your bug, you go back and restart. So it's not that difficult. It's not as hard as it seems. That's the honest truth. It's not as hard as it seems. The way you're looking from that thing, that gigantic thing. All of this profile that they are reading today, this is me clocking 4 years in this career in November. And I have people 10 years in that field learning from me. Yes. 10 years. I was speaking at the webinar online one day. This person reached out to me, Princess, I've been into this training. I've been into this testing for 10 years, but I still don't know how to do this thing that you did today. Can you show me? She came into the program. She was into that field for 10 years. Any 450,000 naira per month. Are you kidding me? For 10 years. I'm going to leave that. I will help you to write a resignation letter. So I help her to write it, submit it. She said, they want to renegotiate salary. To how much? They said 500. 500K salary. From 450 to 500. 50,000 naira is what your 10 years worth. Mama resign. Princess, I don't have any other job. What will I do? I said, you stay now. Go and share you collect salary next month. You say yes. Use that money, buy yourself a bag of rice, bag of oil, petrol, anything you need, put it. So for at least for the next 3 months. And then you resign. Before you finish learning in 3 months, you should have gotten another job. And she applied it. And she got another job of 800K. And then there is this very popular thing. There is no work in Nigeria. There is work in Nigeria. It's you that don't have the skill. There is work in this Nigeria. In this Makurdi. Makurdi is looking like it's not Lagos. There is work in this Makurdi. Because I can stay with you in this Makurdi for 1 month and I will get jobs that you could not have afforded. There are jobs. But the question is, do you have the skill to acquire the job? There is an offer letter worth over 1 million naira in your name. But the question is, do you have the skill to collect that offer letter? You don't. And then you say there's no job. So if I need a business developer that will help me take my testify from here to White House within 6 months. There are people that do that. And I'm willing to pay 6 million naira per month. How far can you? No. And then you say there is no job. There is a job. The issue is you don't have the skill to get the job. So there is a job in Nigeria. So remove that mindset that there is no job in Nigeria. You are lying to yourself. There is job in Nigeria. 100% there is job. You graduate, you don't have a job. The question, what did you study in school? Okay, what do you have? What do you know how to do? I graduated first class in BISADME. So, what can you do? I have first class. There is job. So that there is no job for a Nigerian youth, clinical is a scam. They are boboring you, there is work. In fact, you will see work, you will run. When you have the right skill. You'll be the one to say, sorry, I cannot take this next job because I'm certified with one I have. There is job. And now that a lot of people are doing JAPA, there are opportunities open. But how prepared are you for that opportunity? Somebody is your manager in the company. The person is going to leave that role, right? Are you prepared to fit into that role? If my manager resigns today, tomorrow I'm resuming. Tomorrow I'm resuming. It's not that tomorrow you now start learning how to be a manager. You will start learning. So the question is, what are you even learning now? What are you preparing towards? You say you want to have, you want to be a manager in your company in the next 6 months. But you have not started learning how to manage people, how to manage products, how to manage resources, how to manage finance. You have not started learning those things. So when the opportunity shows, how does it attract you? It wouldn't. Because you are not prepared for it. And then we come to church every Sunday, we come and pray for breakthrough. The breakthrough that God provided in your office, why have you not taken it? And that job is not what I know. Why didn't you know it? Because you did not learn it. Because if some people that come into my training, I will tell them, you don't need to go and look for a job anyway. That same company you are, you can start something there. Seek for a promotion. They don't used to do it before. You can start it. And I have people like that. They used to develop application in their company, but they don't used to test their products. Then she volunteered to start testing for them. And they saw the value of what she was bringing to the table. And that was how she got a job. She left customer service and moved into tech in the same company. And then you want to earn another mindset is I want to earn 1 million naira, but you are not ready to pay 20,000 naira to learn a course. They will call for events like this, you will not show up. It's not hard enough. Your present is not hard enough to the future you are expecting. They have organized a 3-day tech event, but you're in your house now, sleeping. You say, I will join from home. But you are joining from home. Me and you know that you are pressing your phone and going to the toilet, dancing and listening to, watching who is doing a wedding party. But it's not that you are listening to what we are saying online. But you are still within the city. Before I enter moto, before I got here, time has gone. Okay. Let's see the results. I'm always saying that if they are doing a very tangible event in your city, except you are not in that city, you should find your way down there. Because not only at times do we get transfer of anointing or grace or blessings, but at the same time, the network we could make can transform a whole lot of things. You might not even need either of us at the end of the day. It might be somebody sitting close to you that you don't know that they are doing exactly what you need. So you should be ready to spend money to make money. Yes. Pastor Sonny said this event is free. This event is actually not free because I did not trek down here. He paid now. He paid for our flight. He paid for accommodation. He's feeding us. It's not free. If we are to transfer that, calculate that money into bits for you guys all to pay individually, then you know that you are bringing out something from your pocket. So it's actually not a free event. There's all these guys that is free. Well, maybe you are not bringing out the one bringing out the money from your pocket, so it's free to you, but it's not free to the church. It's not a free event. So imagine that we are sending you to travel from here to UK to go and attend an event. It's not a free event. So the question is, what are you ready to do next after this? We will do training, you will do breakout session, you will walk, you will sweat. That one is not a problem. But the question is, what are you ready to do after it? It's not always about what you do, because you have been learning before now. You have seen a lot of this training you want to do on YouTube. YouTube is the best university in the world. So all of these things, they are there. But the question is, what have you done with those information you have after? It's always the aftermath. So I have a mindset of riches. I don't know what poverty means, aside from how to spell it. I don't know. I can't relate. When you say you are poor, I can't relate. And that's the honest truth. Because the poverty is not even the money that is not in your pocket. The poverty is what you have in your mind. The fact that you have tagged yourself poor means you are poor. Because the poverty starts from your mind. Even if I don't have 15 naira, if I walk into this building, you will not know. Because my rich confidence, you cannot measure it. I will come and I will still sit down richly. Even though I don't have the ticket to go back home. So it's in the mindset. It's in what you're ready to achieve. It's in the mindset. We have 12 years. Abigail, in fact, one of the courses for those that are going to be doing cybersecurity, the girl that did the recording of the cybersecurity, she's an 18-year-old girl. She has not even entered university. And she's already doing cybersecurity. Working with international clients and making money. 18. So in case I say, I still have enough of time. She mentioned 25 the other time. So I still have the time in the world. So your family is still praying for money for food when you are already an adult or a youth. If you're already past 15, you should be making money for the family, in all sense. You should not still be thinking about your school fees when you can work. 14-year-old works at Twitter as a software developer. 14 years old. So it's not even about your age. We have people that even train kids from age 5 to age 10 how to write code. And they write code. And they develop application. And when you see what they design in their flyers or creativity work, you will be marveled. So if a 10 years old to a 14 years old child can do that work, and then you that you are above 30 saying that you are too old, you can see where the spiritual battle is coming in. It's all in your mindset. You choose that you can't do it. As long as you are not handicapped, and they're not pushing inside wheelbarrow, then you can. You can. So it's all about your mind. All I can say is get transformed in your mind. That I'm a Christian, I'm a full-time minister of God, I'm not meant to make money. The Lord will provide for me. The Lord shall provide all my riches. Then you now go and start ministry and start us with the responsibility of contributing money every time, sowing seed. So I don't think there are some faces I'm seeing here that you don't need to be in. You should not be in this church, and anything finance should be lacking because you are here. You can be a giant in the marketplace and still be a kingdom a financer. When we get to the marketplace, when we sit down in the tables or board meetings and all of that, we don't want to be sitting there with unbelievers, and then you'll not be the only person, the believer in the team. So when I go around to speak with people and advise people, it's because I don't want to be the only believer in the room. We need other believers in the room. Let it not be like it is only when we come to church that we see believers. When we are sitting down in board meetings, we should see you there. When key decisions are being made in Nigeria, we should see you there. That is the only way we can take over. That is the only way we can take over. Yes, when you get inside your house, be the intercessor. Or when you get outside there, be the giant in the marketplace. So you have to be skillful. She mentioned something the other time about working with the king. It is when you're not going to say, in the name of Jesus, open door. Your skills should make them call you and say, please, how do you do it? And you should be bold enough to not cover up the place of Christ with the place of your logical sense and your strategic thinking. I did an interview and then somebody said, can you tell us about how this 35 got started without mentioning all these God things? I said, then there's nothing to say now. Where would they go out? And that was how I ended the interview and I went back home. So when you say that, you face the battle first and let's know if you can actually win. Don't sit down here and say you are a kingdom giant, but you have not even faced any giant out there. So be spiritually, then go outside, face that battle. We are called to be a light in the darkness, not light in light. So live light, come into the darkness, and let's see how you transform that darkness to light, and how you transform their mind. That's how you compete. So your mindset needs to be transformed. I don't care what you have in your family background. I don't care where you are coming from. I don't care what you studied in school. I don't care the network that is bad in your area. I don't care how much you have in your pocket. I don't care what. I don't even care about any excuse you have. In all sincerity, you can tell me 10 reasons now why you should not be rich. Anybody wants to volunteer? 10. In fact, 10 is too much. Just 2 reasons why you should not or you are not rich. Just 2. Aside from your mindset, just 2 extra reasons. Maybe I should have even started this one first. That should have been my first question. Because now I know nobody wants to raise up their hand. But you have those excuses in your mind. Because I can demystify any of the excuses you have for you right now and make it so useless. Because it is not valid. It's the lie you tell yourself that you believe. It's the truth you tell yourself that you believe. So if you come and meet me and say I'm poor, please explain to me how riches are made. And here you should be ready to learn. Pastor Tony mentioned that somebody said he has a certain millions in his account, and he said it's a problem, right? Of course. If all I have, heaven and earth, and this is not to make boast, right? But if all I have, heaven and earth, is 10 million, there is a financial problem. There is, because they are wealth, they are money. They are money. So when you say, my God is the one that owns the kingdom of wealth, but you will still need to go and borrow loan in that kingdom. And you say you have the key to access wealth. Then why are you not accessing it? So yes, there is a wealth, and at the same time, there is a skill that is required for you to access that wealth. That's where the skill is very important. If you say God will bless the work of your hands, and there is nothing in your hands, so what should God bless? So that's some prayer we used to pray. You are sleeping and waking up every day, but we want God to bless the work of your hands. Is it by sleeping? That means there must be something you are doing that you want God to bless. And it is when you are working and you are very diligent with what you do that God will now multiply. Okay, I've given this person, 10,000 naira. And he has been very diligent about it. And if all you are planning to get into tech for is to make money for yourself, there is no way in fact, when I say we, me and God, there is no way we will release million for you. Because we know that you'll be very selfish with that million. So we will not release that million for you. When you're asking for money, the question is, what do you want to do with it? Who do you want to help? At least for Testify, we have a Testify scholarship board where we have at least 2 girls in university that we are sponsoring. We still go out, we still give people scholarship in their courses. We still mentor people for free. And we still finance kingdom projects. Now, there is no way God, the one you gave me, don't they finish you. He will give because he can see what he gave me and he can see what we have done with it. But after the 1 million I gave you the last time, what did you do with it? You went to drink palm meat with correct goat meat, and came to church and claimed out, Holy Ghost fire. Father did it for me. We need to see what you use it to do. It has to be for financing his work. That's the difference between the kingdom financiers. What are you doing with it? The money you want to make now with this tech skill, what would you do with it? Because if you don't have what you would do with it, see, God wants to release money. God needs kingdom financiers. You want to make money. So there has to be a balance between the two agenda for him to release. You can't just be telling God to buy because you want to go and buy woman hair and designer. It is still for yourself. And it's not about that. I want you to raise my children. You will raise children. We know. To the next person, who do you have in mind to help? See, these tiny, tiny things are the things that are different between a kingdom financier and somebody that is just a tech person out there. That's the difference. Like, you are doing tech, I'm doing tech. There's no difference. There's difference between us. Because the reason why we are learning what we are learning and doing what we are doing is different from each other. Our purposes are different. So when you come and say, you don't apply for that, you don't get time. How did you do it? You need to come and learn the kingdom way. That is, in fact, I think we are saying this. It's not everybody that will come on stage and come and preach. Like Pastor Tony and Apostle. It's not, some of us have to be in the marketplace. It is by the way you are doing it that some people will be transformed. I've seen someone reach and said, I just love the way you do your thing so excellently, even when nobody is there. And that has made her to started doing her things and started learning. That is the only deliverance she needs. So your preaching might not even be by holding mic and standing on the stage. It could be your way of life. How much more Christian is the way of life, actually. So the goal is not to become someone that is calling altar call. The goal is to transform lives and to, bring more people to Christ. You can do that in so many ways. And I've done my own in my little way, and I'm still doing it. But I don't think God has called me for ministry. So, I know. Thank you. I heard all the murmuring. I heard it. And yes, that is my own ministry. I don't need to stay on the stage. All of us here cannot stand on the stage now. Who will now remain on the seats? That's the truth. If everybody here is on the stage, who will now be on the seats? So it means that some people need to go out of this building to go and walk. So if by now, all you have, you went to go and preach, just like all these people that used to come and preach at the car park, with that Bible that they used to change, they refuse to change the cover of that back Bible. And they will make you look as if, God is a God of poor. God is not poor. So you don't have to come and preach. When you are coming to preach to me, I want to see who is preaching to me. Someone that has been in power and authority for a very long time, who wants to give their life to Christ. You think they'll come and meet you on the road carrying that dirty Bible? Because they want to become you. So if every time now is, may the Lord help us. That's your national anthem, may the Lord help us. I'm still praying to God, the Lord will do it. And then you want someone that is already controlling millions to come and meet you. Leave that anointing for them. Then Pastor Tony and Apostle, leave it for them. And do your own. So when they see the way you do things, they should be bold enough to come and ask you, I see the way you are on fire for Christ. And I see the way you are a king in this marketplace. How do you do it? When you see those rich people who want to give their life to Christ, you see that they don't go to poor churches. They don't go and meet all those poor pastors. They will meet pastors that they know that even in the marketplace, they are receiving award of excellence. And those are the people that will, if I want to give my life to Christ, I will not go and give person that I know that is still using wood to hold. He's in a season. The Lord is dealing with him. Let him continue working with God. But at this stage, I'll go and find Pastor Tony. I'm a man of God. Come and show us the way. How do we balance this thing? That is, those are who I will go and meet to rededicate my life to church. Not that you go and meet that one, I will not tell you that, as we were speaking the Lord ministered to me. We have not roofed this building. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great day.
She has warned me not to tackle her. Celebrate her. My Oga has climbed the stage. I cannot climb. Please, let's celebrate her, please. So I'm going to pick 2-3 persons at random to be sure that you got something. Don't worry, speaking in tongues will not help you. I'll pick you. The man on stripe. Yes, you are looking at me. Stripe. Your eyes are dim. You. Not you. What did you learn?
Praise God.
Hallelujah.
Actually, the way we do think, it has transformed most of us.
What would you do after today?
I will change my mindset.
How?
My way of thinking.
How?
Most Christians thought that to be...
You can't boo me. How?
For myself. Okay.
Pass the mic to somebody that you have been planning. He's looking for that person. You have been planning him, Abi.
Okay, the questions again, please.
What did you learn?
Okay, I learned the power of our minds.
What would you do after today?
Okay, I'll restructure my thought pattern.
How?
By watching the kinds of information that I allow to consciously come into my mind.
What kind of information?
Okay, like, I love social media a lot. And I discover most of my day, a couple of hours of my day, I spend it on social media. Not really consuming all the rubbish. I'm into IT. I sell gadgets. I fix computer softwares. And I stay online majorly for that reason, getting clients. But I've discovered recently that a bulk of my day is there. And all of my mental transformations before that I get from reading books and taking other courses on YouTube have been replaced with that presence on social media. So I think I would adjust in that area.
You would think?
I would adjust in that area after leaving here.
Okay. Who else? You know now, smiling for you. Give him the mic. Just pick who I'm smiling for. Not him. See him. Yes, sir. I think maybe he put it off. Did you off the mic? Okay.
All right, good afternoon. I think it has been a very wonderful session so far. For me, there's a lot. One, there's something she said that I heard in passing. She said she has a quote that with mastery comes the millions. I think many times for me, I've learned some things and I just get uninterested somehow. And many times when I go back to it, I discover that I know this thing, but I've not applied it. So from now on, for me, it's application. Because there's a lot. There's a lot that I discovered that I know, not just discovered, that I know, that I was even doing that I had to stop. But because I didn't master them enough, it didn't translate into, the benefits that they're supposed to come with.
So what's the first step you would take when you leave this door?
Is to begin to apply more.
Which particular first step?
One of those things, that I wrote down is giving free trainings for a lot of things that I'm doing before.
What are the things?
One of it is to train people in customer service. It's something that I was doing, but I just abandoned it. And it's something that I need to consistently.
What is the next training you want to do? You say the other ones.
Yes.
What other training do you want to do?
Well, one other thing that I do, because one of the things I learned is business process engineering. But over the last few years, my life has been skewed in one direction. So I need to go back to that and holistically begin to.
So for the next 3 months, what would you be consistent with?
In training, myself, improving myself, and then training other people. And it's for free, really.
So would the training be on customer service? Or it will be on
not
business?
Not just that, on business process engineering. Because customer service is just part of it. It's just a little part of it. But from, that's from the area.
When will your first training start?
Well, immediately.
When? Check your calendar now. Now, check.
In fact, before now, actually I programmed one for tomorrow. But with this training, I'll have to shift it to Saturday.
So by Saturday,
yes,
you hold a training. Where?
Yes. Here in Makurdi.
Where?
It's a company, actually. What's the name?
Victoria Travels. The address.
Victoria Travels.
Do you need to pay for the venue?
Whether I need to pay for the venue? No. Somebody's providing.
Victoria where?
Travels.
Travels.
Yes.
Who wants to do business training? Hands up. On Saturday, Victoria Travels.
Please come.
Please confirm, media, confirm that the training held.
Please come 2 p.m. And in fact, just see me after the program, or if there's a break, you can see me.
It's a free training, right?
It's free, yeah. Thanks.
All right. So this is how we take practical step. This is how we take practical step. So it's not real until you put a time frame, right? For those of you planning for marriage, you chose a date and you started walking towards the date, right? Right? You did not just say, I will marry. You accepted that you married, then you now chose a date. You started work. So for every goal, put a date. That's the only way you'll be very directional and intentional in getting your result. Put a date. The date may scare you, put it. It will now put you. So most times fear doesn't stop you. Fear only tells you the things you need to do. right? So fear is actually a pointer towards, have you read well? Have you prepared well? It's not really a pointer to say stop. It's just like when you are driving your car and then your fuel signal starts blinking. The car will not stop, right? But it's only an indicator to tell you that refuel. It's when you ignore that it eventually stops. So each time you are planning something and you are doing something, and then you feel that sense of you are afraid, how would it be? It's not really telling you you can't do it. It's only telling you double check to be sure that you are ready. Okay, so these are some of the ways to take action step. So next slide. This is where I've been commanded to speak on. Celebrate me, even I'll drop the mic. All right, so I'll be taking you on self-discovery. Now she has laid the right mindset, and I believe that you need to do better. I need you to read the book, 7 Habits of Effective Leader. Please write it down. Seven Habits of Effective Leader. That is one of the books that really started off my whole journey on how to take responsibility for myself. 7 Habits of Effective Leader. The next book that really transformed my life, even when I started doing stuff, I started doing my vision and was growing in what I wanted to do. There was a point I got to, and I felt stuck. I was doing something, but then growth is a curve. You get to that point, and it looks like you know you are doing something, but you want more, right? The book I read was Self-Mastery. What's that book? The Act of Mastery? Mastery, Self-Mastery, by this man that wrote, Is it The Act of Self-Mastery? I will double check. But something mastery. The man that wrote 48 Laws of Power, but he wrote mastery. There's a one on mastery. That book is just telling you about stories on, like, Darwin, Charles, how you can, that's your passion, right? Your passion that you ignore. All you need to do is just master it, just like you were saying. If you are doing so many things, you hardly gain mastery. Wherever you niche on, master it. And it just boils back to your uniqueness. It's not really complicated. It's just you taking responsibility and pushing yourself, becoming. If you want to sweep, that a writer will say, if you want to sweep, then sweep so well that the world will recognize you as a great sweeper. Do you understand? So the reason why you celebrate somebody the reason why you are celebrating Ibironke is because she picked up software testing and mastered it. That's all. And mastery is doing one thing over and over and over and over and over until it becomes part of you. It's just a repetition of something that works, right? So you may get the answer today, but the only way you become a master is when you do it over and over and over. Then you become so good at it that you can almost do it in your subconscious. That's mastery. So what we want to do today is self-discovery, the power of finding self and utilizing your strength. You have what it takes. You have what it takes. We know that you cannot give what you don't have. But you do not know he's with a bag. Maybe when you stepped out, I went in and slipped in $10,000, right? When you came back and I walk up to, what's your name, please? What? Wilson. Luxin. Okay. I now walk up to Luxin. Please, can you give me $2,000? What would he say? What would he say? Is he right? Is he right? If you say yes. If you say no. If you say neither here nor here. But is the money in his bag? But did he know it's there? Can he give it? So there are things you have But because you have not done self-evaluation and found that they are there, you can't give it. And mastery can only come from the place of taking out from self. When you have found that this is what I have, this is what is unique about me, then you take out from there. So oftentimes you have already what you need to succeed. You have the skill set embedded in you. There is a part of you that just like pictures. What have you done with it? There's a part of you that just like, you are just curious. What have you done with it? You don't see it as a resource. That's why you're not using it. There's a part of you that just like finding trouble. What have you done with it? That is what software testing is doing. What software testing is doing is you have developed something. We come in as the expert. And let me tell you, I'm also a software tester. Is that how the beefing is strong? Celebrate me, Joe. And to tell you how sweet it is, I drag my husband. He's not a software tester. We need to make the money together. Bros, clap for me. Bros, clap, clap. What is that? Easy. Do you know what it means? Okay, for the men, you know that as the head of the family, right? It's not easy for your wife to now tell you, leave the other job and come and do this one if there's no proof, Abi? Right? And one thing that was interesting was the fact that he doesn't have any background in tech. Like Coco, zero. Yes. And it wasn't an easy journey. But the goal is, so this is even something that I started off trying to bring. It did not just happen. Like at the beginning of the year, okay, while putting our plans together, what can we do differently? This, okay, I think you can do this. Of course, I'm not saying all the wives should go and boo-boo their husband. No. There's a way to go about it. You don't go to impose. It's always through like a suggestion, right? So I suggested it in January. It did not happen until almost the end of this year, right? So I also let him afford the time to look at it by himself, see the result I'm producing. Is it something? Then measure where you are currently. The next 10 years, is that where you want to be? There are some careers you join and then there is no growth in it. For example, if you become like if you become a bank manager, where else do you proceed to? Like you get there and there's almost nowhere else, you are stuck, right? But thank God for the tech space. It's not like that. You can start this way, you grow because tech keep evolving. So there's something always relevant for you to do as long as you upskill. Do you understand? So we should always position ourselves for those kind of career. At the end of today, you'll be doing a career map. When you finish watching the videos of various sessions, you'll be doing a career map, okay? And that is just to help you see where you're journeying, where you are, and then where you want to be. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yeah, I'm not like Ronke, she will talk. She will not, me, you must talk. So let's go, just the next slide, just to tell you a brief thing, why I think I can help you on this journey to self-discovery, right? I've been in the project and program space for over 6 years now. I'm a public speaking coach, and also I own a leadership foundation where I help people find their voice. So we do a project called Raising Global Leaders Project. And that's the exciting thing. Working with Testify doesn't mean that this other aspect of my life is abandoned. Do you understand? And that is because the space of tech has helped me work from home while also pursuing. Do you understand? And you can see that the visions are aligned. I always tell people I don't join platforms that are not aligned with my vision. Testify is passionate about raising people in tech, raising people to compete with the global space. My leadership foundation is focused on raising leaders also to compete with the global space. The partnership then means I have leaders who can be in tech. I can also have some of them be in tech, and why some of them can be in politics, some of them can be in business. But the vision is in every industry across the world. We should have leaders who have principles, value system from the church, who are making global impact, not just in the church. Like she said, you are the light of the world. So you can't take light on Sunday and now remain in the church, right? You use the light, take it to the world, spend it there, come back again, take light, and go out there. But if you don't have the skill set to penetrate the systems that will open the gates, right, it becomes difficult because you will not stand before, Joseph did not stand before Pharaoh and tell him Jesus is Lord. He gave him a global economic solution that would have caused havoc to the entire earth. So we need to bet out solution, and it starts from the place of self-discovery. So everybody bring out your paper and let's do some self-discovery this morning. Let's begin from the place of, when I walk up to you, look sin. When I, sure say no be you add sin for your name. Your name now, look now. Now you add sin. Kai, bros, let's clap out for this guy. Look sin, you want to whine me. All right, so let's bring out our book and then let's write. When I walk up to you and I ask you, who are you? I know you have heard this thing every day. But the question is, who are you truly? So look, sin, who are you? Wow, your name is Wow. Please, where is the mic? It's going to be an interactive session because it's not what he finds about himself is not what you would find. Do you understand? So it is something that has to come from a lot of thinking. You're going to do deep thinking. If we don't establish, you may be rushing and say, let's go to the tech part. Trust me, if you don't find this, by the time we start that tech part, you'll be, instead of you to face Abuja, be facing Cameroon. So let's get this right. So let's hear from you. Who are you?
The question is quite confusing, actually.
I know.
Okay. Let me give my profile. My name is Luke Sin Tengati. I'm a graduate of Benue State University, BSc Biology. I love learning things, and I love God. And
before you now mocks you did.
I just love creating things.
Okay. Let me not say pass the mic to who you have been. Let me just please.
Let me do that.
Oh, you want to pass the mic to somebody that you have been dealing with? All right. You will see him after this class. What's your name?
My name is Maxwell. Maxwell. Akwabi.
Maxwell.
Yes.
Maxwell.
Yes.
Not
Maxwell.
Maxine.
No.
Okay. All right.
The question says, who am I? First of all, I'm a Christian. I'm a child of God. Secondly, I'm value-oriented. I like to create and retain value.
Are you cool friends?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know where he met me. Okay. As you asked the question, I started penning down, but these are the two major ones I've been able to.
So the first one is you love God.
I'm a child of God, yes. Mm-hmm. And then secondly, I'm value-oriented. I like to create and retain value.
Okay.
Yes.
Sister, let's go to you. It's you now. You have removed your eye. Please give her the lady in blue.
Blue.
The lady in blue, see her sitting. You hands you up so that they will know you are the one now.
My name is Gloria Ogine. I am a writer and a businesswoman, and I'm a journalist in training. I'm studying mass communication. And I'm passionate about learning. I'm very inquisitive, very curious, and I'm a graphics designer too. I am a printer. I customize t-shirts. I print on plastics. I do customization. And I sell too.
Okay.
I'm a volunteer to add.
Okay. Yes. Should we still leave the mic with you? You still have something to add. All right, so let's go straight to it. Thank you for sharing. Let me tell you this. You are not your name. Write it down. You are not your name. Because if I say Luxin, even though you think you just customize the name or you've customized the name, you will likely see someone who is also Luxin. Right? You are not your name. That is, let's get that right. You are not your academic achievement. That is the second one. You are also not your title. You are not your family name. What else? Okay, we can use those. So you are not your name, you are not your title, you are not your academic achievement, you are not your family. Please sit upright. You are your character, you are your skill, you are your value system. You are your strengths, you are your talents. I should slow down. I'm sure you didn't know I saw you. So you are your character, you are your skill, you are your talent, you are your value system. What else did I mention? You are your strengths, and you are your weaknesses. Have you ever, did you get that? Did you get that? Okay. So, with this, right? Let's begin to ponder. Have you ever seen, so for example, let's say that you see someone who is loose, right? Let's say someone who is loose, and the person just passed by, or maybe you know some of those streets where you see those people who are loose, right? Now, without speaking to them, something, you somehow you know they are loose. Do you understand? That is one. Secondly, have you noticed that when you want to describe someone, you likely describe the person from the place of character? This person is stubborn. This person is rude. This person is humble. Pastor Tony is a good marketer. Pastor Tony can market. Pastor Tony has been marketing all his people in this place. People should celebrate Pastor Tony. Pastor Tony has just been marketing you people. And it's just looking like we should just transfer ourselves and come and stay here. But he has, Pastor Tony, you told us about someone yesterday. You focused on he's humble. Right? Did you notice? So subconsciously, you describe people by their character or somehow their personality. You hardly describe people by saying, this person, maybe unless people who have really gained influence. Before you describe them by saying, oh, this person is the daughter of so, or this person is someone who has gained influence. It's easy to now use title and say, oh, this is the president of Nigeria, or this is the governor. Do you understand? But beyond that, you see that most often time, let's say 80% or 85% of the time, subconsciously you describe people based on their character, their personality. This person is kind, right? This person is proud. I beg, come out here, you too proud. Do you understand? Subconsciously. That is because your real you is not your title. Your real you is your character. Because character is lived. You live out your character. So it is your character that displays in your habits. It is your character that displays in the way you talk. It's your character and your personality that displays in the way you walk, in why you do certain things and why you do not do certain things. It is your value system that decides why you go to a party or why you do not go to a party. It's not your educational background. Do you understand? You can have an excellent educational background, but when your value system or character is bad, you see that access to certain platform may even be difficult. Do you understand? People relate. People want to be around people that have value system, that have character, that has an aura of peace. Like people are around you and they feel comfortable. They feel like you are respectful. Do you understand? As opposed to people wanting to be around you because you have a first class. As opposing to people wanting to be around you because you are doctor or professor. Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you sure? So that is why your focus of who you are, it is not what you have achieved. It is what you have built over time that is a reflection of your character. Your character over time becomes your habits. And then your value system, why do you choose certain decision over the next? It's why people will decide to want to be around you or decide not to be around you. People want to be around you based on how much, maybe your strength. Are you a good media, like something, let's say strength. Are you an effective communicator? Are you a good cook? Those are strengths. There are some strengths that you do not develop, which also we can call talent. There are some things that come natural with you. That is who you are. He said something. I love being creative. That is who he is. Do you understand? You are not, yes, you're a child of God. Now, for the entire day, Pastor Tony has been doing a great job. Even me that has been joining online, I have been blessed. Pastor Tony, I've listened to you online. Oh. Yes, I've listened to you online. So, Pastor Tony has been doing, let nobody mention child of God here again. In fact, if you are not child of God, you should not be sitting here. So don't tell me you are child of God again. Do you understand? Now let's focus on competence. That is why we're here. So in competence, let's talk about our strengths, our weaknesses, because you are also your weaknesses. You cannot run away from who you that may. It is when you take responsibility that you can now even begin a change. When you accept that when I accept that I'm lazy, I've come to the point of realization. Then I can now take a step to say, how can I become more hardworking? But when I do not accept that I'm lazy, I've not even gotten to the point of change. Because change only happens when there's realization. If I tell you are proud and you say, no, you can't even change, even when I give you steps to becoming better, isn't it? So let's accept. So right now, make a list of all the strength you know you have. Make a list. No matter how long the list is, write it down. Are you a good cook? Do you know how to sing? Do you know how to convince people? There are some people I'm not talking about the things you learned. I'm talking about the things that comes natural with you. What are those things you think you really can do? It comes almost effortlessly with you. You don't have to think so much. Do you think you are a good creative writer? Do you think you can sing? Do you think you can cook? Do you think you are someone that just knows how to convince people? Do you think that people think when they have a problem, they come to you, they speak to you, and somehow you come up with a solution? Just look inward like I said in the beginning, sometimes the reason why you are not better off than where you are currently is because you do not even know that you have certain things you can leverage to become better. So you are only focused on certain other things, but you may have much more, enough to help you become better. So make a list of all the strengths. Maybe those things people have told you before that you are good at. Write it down. Something you do not struggle to. Maybe others may struggle to do it, but when it comes to you, it just comes almost natural. Okay? Let's write it down. And I'm going to give you a link at the end of today. How many of you understand your temperament? Okay, I see that the people who do not understand is more than the people who do. So maybe I'll point you to some materials you can take so that you understand your temperament better. But the foundation of why you even do the things you do, I'm sure, have any of you read the book Why You Do the Things You Do? Why you act the way you do? You can read it again, but there are other materials, and there's the Myers-Briggs personality test, but we don't have that time. So let's try to compress what we have today. So make a list of all your strengths. Make it. If you are done, let me know. Make the list. What are the things you know you are good at? And it almost comes natural with you. Okay? The next list you need to make is make a list of your weaknesses. You cannot lie to yourself. It's okay, not okay in this church, to lie. But the worst lie you will always ever make is lying to yourself. So if you know you are lazy, please tell yourself the truth and write it down. If you know you are a procrastinator, please write it down. If you know that you are rude, the way you speak to people, please write it down. If you know you are temperamental, please write it down. Make a list of the weaknesses you think you have. And that's the only place you can, even when you understand some of the weaknesses you have, it's also easy for you to know who becomes your friend. So you no longer make friends from the place of all your friends, all of you are hot temper. You people will burn house. Eh? Do you understand? If you know God is helping you, maybe you have recognized that you are hot-tempered. Right? And then you are willing to make that conscious effort to trust God to take responsibility, work on yourself, and while trusting God to release grace to help you. You cannot now have friends that are hot-tempered now, because as the grace is coming to help you, those friends will be scattering it. Abi? But imagine you now have a friend that is so gentle that even when you are pouring your anger, the person is just there. It becomes a compliment. Do you understand? So most times, why we know these things, see, the power of self-knowledge is the most strongest strength you need to conquer. Like from the place of self-awareness, from the place of this is who I am, this is what I have, this is what I need, you become more powerful to knowing who to meet, knowing how to meet. You know what to do, what not to do, who to become, who to work with, who not to work with. Even for teams, you want to have businesses, you do projects, you work with people, you know who to bring on the team. You are not bringing people just based on who I know. You are bringing people based on how strengths complement strengths. Do you understand? So this is the foundation of everything. The reason why your result is where it is now is equivalent to the level of how self-aware you are. If you know you can fly, you fly. Right? Right? If you truly, maybe we heard that Papa Lola, that Papa, right? Baba Lola, that there was one time he prayed and he was suspended. Abi? Abina, is he not a Christian like you? Was he not suspended? He found something. Do you think he just got suspended by... He found something that he knew had dwelt. So he leveraged that power. Do you understand? That you cannot take out of what you don't know you have. You cannot take from what you do not know you have. And that is why this whole self-awareness thing is not... So it's growth. Life is in growth. You are in phases. When you improve to the next phase of your life, you need to take a pause again and do a re-evaluation. So it's not something that immediately you finish here, that is the end for the entire life. No. The reason is you are doing it for where you are currently. Then you are giving yourself time frame between now and now. Let's say between December and June next year. I want to work on this. When you get to June, you sit back again. You reevaluate and ask yourself again, what do I have? What have I done? What do I need to do? Do you understand? What did I get right? What didn't I get right? Okay? Do you understand? Please, let's rest. Let's Agbike teacher. Teacher will be say A, B, and that kind of teacher. That's who I am, all right? So let's respond. I must get you by fight. See, you made mistake enter this house. You for no enter. The fact that you enter, you must know who you are. It's compulsory and it's really important. Seriously. The foundation of your entire journey, entire journey, the day you close your eye to sleep, that's who you are joking with. You want to learn tech. Why? Because Pastor Tony brought it. It is when you learn it from the place of knowing who you are, it's different. Tech becomes a driver towards helping you achieving who God has put you to be. Do you understand? But when you are just learning it from the place of frustration, from the place of I just want to make money, you will get stuck because it's not easy. It's not an easy journey. It will stretch you. But when you are about giving up, you now look at where you are, where you want to be, what God has said about you, what you know you can. Have you ever been in that situation where you see some people doing certain things and you wish you are the one because you know you have what it takes, right? So the difference is just that you are not taking much more responsibility to put yourself out there. If I know I can speak, for example, I want to push myself. Let me even tell you, I wasn't confident like this in speaking. Don't think it's grace. I lost an international opportunity because I couldn't speak. I went for a leadership training. I got a scholarship for a leadership training. And then during the training, they would ask questions in class. I would not answer. I knew those answers. Those of you that no answer, you are planning not to answer. That is exactly. Because I was in that place of, this is who I am. Have you ever seen anybody giving award for, now we want to award this person for, this is just the way he is. They will never give you award. The reason they give people award is because they push beyond the limitation. So until there's a limitation for you to push, we can't clap for you. Why would we clap for you? Sitting down is normal. Why would we not clap for you? And when they kept asking not knowing that why they were asking those questions, they were actually taking note of those who were active. So we now had like a breakout group. In that breakout group, because it was more of a small circle, I was more lively. The day of award, when they mentioned, I came out as runner-up, and they mentioned so person, the winner, the nominees are these. People within my group who saw me losing up were very confident that I would take it. But of course, I just showed myself to a smaller group, part of the larger audience. At the end of the day, everybody who got selected for the next phase of that scholarship were people who stood up to answer questions in class. The questions were not even correct. like the answers were not really correct, but because they showed that engagement. Do you understand? So you may have gold. If you don't bring it out, we can't celebrate you. You need to look inward. What do I have? Do you understand? Then you need to take from what you have and put out there. That is the only way you will be known. That's the only way you'll be appreciated. The whole thing you are doing with job, like you go for an interview, you are just going to tell them what you have. They don't have any proof that you can do it, apart from the interview, right? But somehow you are confidently telling them, I can do this thing. The way you convince them, they now give you the opportunity to do it. But if you have not looked inward, every time, spend time, take some time, if you shut down for 24 hours, nobody will miss you. Do you understand? Shut down, off your phone, shut down, and then ask. Find deep. There are some questions I was even sharing with some of my team yesterday. Some of the questions I asked myself at the beginning of this year. And when I checked my result from the beginning of this year, and now I've seen that I've achieved over 75% of my goals for 2022. But it comes from the place of self-discovery. And that's what we are finding out. So if you've written down your strengths, you've written down your weaknesses, right? The next thing, let's write down your skill. What skill do you have? Are you writing? How come now? You're looking at me. Now write down your skill. So what skill do you have? If you have one, it's okay. If you have more than one, it's okay. But let's write it down. So what we are doing is inventory. At times, until you even ponder and look inward like this, you may not even know that there are some things you would have even ignored. Maybe you are even skilled in writing. But you've not really... So, let's put that down. I think we can work with those three for now. Are we good to go? Are we good to go? All right. So look at this. Let's begin from the strengths. Our emphasis is on your strengths and your skill. Let's look at your strengths. In all of those lists you made, what is the most prominent? Like, what is the most pronounced? Now, let me give you from this point of view. When I mention Ronaldo, what comes to your mind? When I mention Dangote, what comes to your mind? When I mention Maxine, what should come to your mind? Right. So when I mention your name, what do you want to come to my mind? Look at the skill. Look at it. You wrote it down, right? What now? Why are you laughing? So that is what I want you to do. So look at all your skill. Now let me give you another scenario. We know Omotola, right? Omotola is known for what? Acting. But do you know that her monies do not all come from acting? Okay, Pastor was even making an example this morning. He was talking about daddy in the house, right? He said, you know daddy has fire, fire, fire. Do you know that he does businesses? Do you understand? Right? So what the world knows daddy for is preaching. That is what has been projected. That is what he will do till he die. Business is complementing preaching so that he doesn't come and beg you for money. Do you understand? So in your skill, there is a core that now becomes the major. Every other thing you are going to do is towards pushing that core. Find it now. Find it. Look your paper. Look inside now. Let's find it. What is that one thing that you want to project till the day you die? That is the thing you will be known for. That is the thing you'll be known for. That one thing. And let me tell you, it's not don't find it as a career yet. So, for example, Messi or Ronaldo, football only became a career after he found something. He was doing something he loved doing. And that thing he loved doing became now a career. Do you understand? So let's find out one thing that you love doing that we can now project with the right knowledge, with the right network, with the right push, with the right responsibility that can now project and become sustainable. Do you understand? Are they communicate? Be no enter. But so that I will know if I will change my style. Do you follow what I'm saying? So look inward. I need you to mention. I want to take as many as I can because I really need this class to be practical. This is the foundation, I'm telling you. This is the foundation. When you find this, you will see that there's a possibility that you should not do cloud engineering. You should do switch to software. Or there's a possibility that you should not do switch to software. You should do graphic design. Now, she was saying something that people are doing graphic design and making millions. The person who designed the presidential candidates, Atiku, Obi, Tinubu, is not a graphic designer that designed their flyers. Do you know how much they made? Do you understand? So it is not the skill, it is who you are. Find it. That is what we want to find. If we can find it, you can see that whatever niche you decide to major on based on your strengths, you would now become so good at it because even when if I decide to do let's say because there's money in football. Funny enough, I have a football background because my dad has been a referee and a football coach. So it is like I was bettered into that default state. I don't like watching ball. I don't want to watch ball. Do you understand? So if I now say, because there's money in ball, and funny enough, when I was starting off, I started training as a goalkeeper. I was almost good in it. But I wouldn't have lasted. Do you understand? So I am doing what I am doing. See, when I old like this, I'm dramatic. Don't worry, I can add drama. Pastor Tony, say there's drama here. I'll come and add. When I'm old, you know what I'll be doing? I'll still travel the world and raise leaders that can penetrate global space. Working in tech is just an agenda towards where I'm going to. Do you understand? So we need to find, after doing that, so the fact that I started off by not really knowing, I knew my thoughts, but I didn't know how to communicate. That was where I now took up responsibility. I started training myself in public speaking. The good thing was, because I was already doing projects, I was doing leadership training in school and all of that. So I served in Benue State. I served here 2016. And I did a training here in Makurdi. So what I did was I would set up a project. Of course, I was already doing project. But what I decided to start doing, instead of bringing someone to moderate my session, I will use my own platform to practice how to speak. Make mistake on my platform. You cannot beat me. It's my platform. Do you understand? Until I master the art, until I'm now helping others master communication. Which was, if I had neglected, it would not, because there is no how I want to raise leaders, and I will not know how to communicate. So the fact that it was a weakness I had not worked on, because I would likely say this is the way I am. From the personality test, some of you will find out that you are melancholy, you are choleric, and all of that. The melancholies do not want to talk. I am one. But Naila, who don't want help? Do you understand? It's not like they cannot talk. They only like talking when they are comfortable. So I made a decision to be comfortable wherever I am so that I can talk. Do you understand? So the reason why we are even finding yourself, you are finding yourself, it's not so that you can leverage and say, this is the way I am, I cannot change. No, we are saying that find the problem so that we know how to proffer solution to it. So have you found that one strength on your list that you want to project? If you have, let me see your hands. Okay, so what is on your list you want to project? What? Business. What area of business? Laundry. Okay. Is that what? So, are you? Did you start your laundry? Are you working for a laundry business or you own yours?
No, I own.
How did you start it?
I started in my house, like I projected, and I will go out, collect clothes from people.
Why did you start that business?
Because I love ironing and washing.
You love washing?
Yes, I know.
All of you, tomorrow, come with one clothes. Let's give to you. Are you sure you love washing?
Yes, ma'am. Like anytime.
All right, let's listen to him.
Anytime I wash, I feel satisfied.
Oh, God. I think we can translate what you are trying to say into you like order.
Yes, yeah. And cleanliness.
Do you understand? You have order, you love order and cleanliness. Yes. Excellence, that's it. You only found an expression.
Yes.
Because that was what was available based on your knowledge that you have currently. Yes. If you are a tech person, you will not be washing. You will be providing order in a different way.
Okay.
Do you get?
Yes.
I'm using that example so that you can look inside again in case you wrote something else. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What else did you find out about yourself?
I still found out myself, though I'm still into ministry.
Okay.
Yes. So I love advising, I love counseling, and I love teaching. So the things that I love the most, and I do them daily.
So there's a possibility, so you like profiling solution where something is disorganized.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is there are some people, if like, let this chair be on top of this screen, they don't care. If you are like that, hands up. Hands up very well. There's nothing to be shy about. So, you see? Do you understand? Don't be ashamed about it. You have to recognize that this is there. It also informs you. Now that you know you don't like order, graphic design is good for you. UI, UX, isn't it? Creative minds. They are the ones that doesn't like doing one thing over and over. You don't want to code. Because coding means you sit down one place. If you make comma, your code has scatter. You don't have that patience. Someone like him wants order. He will find problem. He will find that problem. Do you understand? This is how that subconsciously you pick career paths. Some of you, by maybe life happened to some persons. They were privileged to pick careers that aligned with their personality. But of course, if we had a better society that taught us this knowledge early enough, we'll make much more right decisions. But right now, we are not relying on the past. We are taking responsibility for ourselves. My best quote is that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So whatever you couldn't do before, let it go. Let's start now. Do you understand? So now that you know that you can leverage your strength, know your weaknesses, and know how better to position your decisions and actions, your results will become much more productive as compared to, the truth is, like she said, whether you take a course 5 years from now or not, whether you take course between now and 5 years' time, your age will add up by 5. But when you are now informed and you are willing to take more responsible steps, you see the same time frame, much more result because you are doing it from the place of information. You are doing it from the place of self-awareness. All right, thank you so much for sharing. Who else wants to share?
Thank you, Ma. One of my strengths is communication.
Okay.
Yeah. Another is critique.
Critique?
Yeah. Another is like solutionist.
Solutionist. See your software tester there. Pay for her course.
Then
critique. You know why? You are a melancholy. That's your primary. They are the critics. Because they find problem. You carry a chair and keep like they'll shift it. It should be like this. They believe that it's only their own that is correct. Abi, you greet them and say, why they greet me like that now? Why? This thing is perfect. You for shift and turn and small. It's straight. Don't do. And software testing is about quality assurance. An app is developed. To you is great. But to the software tester, the job is find fault. We are going to prove to you that it's not good enough. Because if we can prove to you the loopholes that people may likely see, you can now cover the loopholes before you launch it to the market. It will now save money. Do you understand? Imagine that an app is developed that is a medical app, and then it wasn't properly tested. When it's released to the market, it can destroy life, isn't it? So as a software tester, the person comes in and criticize the app. Okay, if you do like this, it will kill. The software developer will now go and cover that loophole. We'll now say, okay, if you do like this, so we will ensure that the questions the customers are supposed to ask, we will ask it and help you cover the loophole. Because if you release that app and somebody dies, you will spend much more money. Do you understand? So we help you prevent that problem by, so if you think it's expensive, release it, let problem happen first. You now know that it's much more expensive. So when you, not just software testing, even software development, you could do something like that because it's also about, you are curious. Why is this here? Why is it not here? Okay, and all of that. And of course, with your communication skill, it's easy for you to translate what you have in mind into paper so that another person can read and understand. Do you understand? All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
One more person? You have talk. I let her talk. I think I need to. Please, can you go forward? Let me see the slides. Left. Okay, forward again. Let me see. All right. Back.
Okay.
Yes.
I discovered that I'm a good advisor. I give advice.
Who have you advised and their life changed?
No, the people coming around my life, no matter the situation, even in my own life,
is somebody
there is solutions
that you have advised?
Yes, I've advised on certain people when I was serving.
Is the person here? Is anybody here you have advised?
No, not here.
Okay, who has one problem? One. Meet her. Now, I need to say I like practical work. Share, collect the mic, ask her a problem.
Okay, praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Right now, I'm trying to run a project next year, Project Pad the Girl Child. We don't have enough resources. So how do we go about gathering money? We need like 1.5 million naira only. So how do we do it?
Okay. Thank you. First of all, what do you hope to achieve? When you put out what you want to achieve, not the finances first. Yes, finances is involved, but first, what is your target and the objectives? Then, when you at least those things, then check within yourself. You cannot start maybe without 1.5. You can start with 100,000, 50,000, 20,000. You have people.
Celebrate.
You have people in your areas who also have passion as you do. You can as well meet them.
Come and climb up. Come on. Let me sit down.
That is my weakness. Speaking to the crowd is one of my weaknesses. Yes, ma. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, and another of my strengths is sewing, fashion designing. Yes, I discovered that when I climbed the machine without
the machine.
Yes. Without eating, I might not eat until I finish what I'm doing. Although I'm not perfect,
Pastor
but
Tony,
I'm striving towards perfection.
It's a machine like the upstairs that you now climb.
Yes, that is where my major strengths are. Thank you, ma'am.
Amazing. Please, let's celebrate her. So the thing is, you could see that. So she may not have the perfect answer, but you could see that she's willing to put her brain to work to come up with solution. She's actually, she loves solving problems. That's it. So all she needs to do is now focus. What kind of books on problem solving do I need to read more? Now I know I can solve problems, but I cannot communicate. What communication course can I take? Who can I meet to mentor me? Do you understand? You are now solving a problem in the right direction because it's going to boost your power. I'm sure she has been like this. But if she had not taken a step back to ask those questions, okay, what do I have? Okay. But can you advise kings right now? And thing is, no, you cannot. But do you want to advise kings? The answer is yes. The question is, this is where I am. If I want to, right now I can advise my fellow neighbors and all of that. But advising fellow neighbors, will it bring, because the truth is money follows value. The reason why people buy, it's not you they are buying the value you are exchanging. So if you can give value, money will follow it. Money follows value. So you just need to find how valuable you are, what you have to offer, then put it forward, and people will come for your value. When you are valuable enough, kings will pay for your value. Right now, you cannot speak to kings. In order to speak to kings, you need to be able to think like a king. How do you think like a king? It means you need to read books. You need to develop emotional intelligence. You need to read books on politics, if possible, because kingship oftentimes is about politics. You need to read books on effective communication. You now know the gap. You now say, this is where I am, but I want to be where the kings are. Between here and here, what is the gap? How much time do I need to master this knowledge? You give yourself time frame. Between now and now, I will learn effective communication. Between now and now, I will use that effective communication. Because even if you read, you need to look for a platform to practice. You now look for a platform to practice. When it works for 100 people, you now repeat the same strategy for 200 people. You now repeat the same strategy for 300 people. And you do it again and do it again. Eventually, you will be in an audience where a king is sitting. And you speak, and you have spoken to kings. So if you are going to take responsibility today, we do not have so much time, but these are some of the pointers of what you need to do in order to become the best version of your life. Celebrate yourself. And then, please, we'll be taking like a 5 minutes break. So rise up on your feet. Connect with somebody that's wearing your best color. Connect with somebody that's from your village. Connect with someone who inspires you. 5 minutes, and we'll be back to do tech proper. Please rise up on your feet. Thank you.
Yes.
Trap him down here to minister to everyone in a way that only him can. All right, since this is the first edition of the Festival of Signs and Wonders in Lagos, I want to attempt to bring perspective as to what it is about. So turn your Bible with me to the book of Hebrews chapter number 12. Hebrews chapter number 12. Standing out here today, it's obvious that it's been long since I came to Lagos, because I'm seeing some people I've not seen in quite a while. Hallelujah. Hebrews chapter 11, beginning from verse number 1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. Maybe I will just spend a moment to explain that to us. It's a very popular scripture. It's a common scripture, normally exploited once and again when we raise the issue of faith. But there is a depth in that place that I would like to bring out. It's a faith is the substance. It did not say faith is a substance, but faith is the substance. It is the substance that brings certainty to hope. It is, that substance is, it's a spiritual instrument, a barometer that furnishes the evidence of things that your physical senses cannot interact with. This substance is the reason for which several things that we cannot verify with our physical senses, this substance is an evidence that reveals the existence of things beyond the scope of our senses. Are you with me? Indicative of the fact that there is a possibility of us interacting and dealing with things that are not in the seen realm, as long as we understand the dynamics of this substance. This substance is furnished in order to register the certainty of things beyond the scope of the natural. And if we understand this substance, we can actually deal with the invisible realm adequately, even though our physical senses do not have the capacity to verify the things that are captured in that domain. This substance is furnished on our heart by the Holy Spirit as a means of providing witness, perspective. This substance is the only basis and the only evidence whatsoever that assures us of what our senses cannot capture. I would like to deal further in trying to make us understand the experiential context of this substance, because this substance can come to us in various experiential modes. Are you still with me? It's a faith is the substance of things hoped for. It is the evidence of things not seen. For instance, if I am praying for something, maybe praying for my healing, And this substance is furnished concerning my healing, even though there's no physical manifestation of my healing, as long as my spirit can capture that substance.
You meet, and sir, you've been entering my eyes since. Let's hear your this thing so that we'll start. Don't worry, use mine.
Okay, well, I met a friend here, and we've known ourselves for.
You have already spoiled it. You've known yourself. You didn't meet now.
No, we met on a different plane because I didn't know who the kind of person he is, what he was doing.
All right.
So I didn't know he's into data analysis and all that. So
where is the friend? The way you are doing, I know you are the one.
So I didn't know he's into data analysis. So I met him. I said, I'm into M&E. I'm into. I learn a lot around Kobo Collect and so on, data analysis, and I want to perfect in that area and all that. So we just have to share a little about what we are doing, and we're all encouraged, and we share. He doesn't have my number, but now we have to share our numbers and so on. So
you see, all right, that's great. Who else? Okay. You, yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I met with my seatmate. You know. Yes, we've not met before.
Yes, okay,
we've not talked before. So, and she was sharing with me how that she.
That you did not stand up. You just sat there and met yourself.
Yes, actually. So she was sharing with me how that she has so much passion for teaching, and she has found out that she has the gifts to transform lives with what she has, and she plans to establish an institution later where people from different walks of life can come and get trained, especially Christians, since it's almost difficult to get a good Christian to advise you on areas like finance, on tech, for instance, which is rising now, and other aspects of life. And I also shared my own person.
Give her mic. Let her tell us the one you share with her.
Okay, I should not tell. Okay.
Tell us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I met with. He told me a Yoruba name. I can't remember. I'm so sorry. But what I learned from, he said he's a graphic designer that's been designing for over a decade now. And one thing I learned from what he said was he didn't necessarily have the tools at the moment, but he took a step by staying back after every of his class to use the computer, because he said he learned at a cafe to use the computer. So with what I learned, sometimes you may not necessarily have everything at hand, but you can take an extra step to maybe, hey, can I use your phone for an hour? Can I use your system for an hour to learn this? And so that's
amazing. All right.
Please, can I add to that?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I completed my service this year, and sometime last year I was so frustrated. I was telling God, I need a new laptop. My last laptop was stolen. And there was an opportunity on WhatsApp that I got from the NCCF group. When I saw it, it was a data analysis project on Excel. I was good with Excel, but I'd never used Excel to make money. I only knew how to use it back then in school when I had my project. So when I saw the work, I applied for it. I didn't have a laptop, but I just believed I can do it. And the Holy Spirit told me, okay, get someone's laptop. So I borrowed a friend's laptop. I told her, I just need a laptop for 3 days. Let me get this work. So I got the laptop. She borrowed me. I ended up using the laptop for 3 weeks. But in that 3 weeks, God gave me over 150,000 naira from that job. And I was able to get my laptop. So just as she said, sometimes you need to go the extra mile. You might not have the vessel, but borrow vessels. Thank you.
Let's share the grace. May the grace of our Lord Jesus. He has finished the message now. Abi? Yes. But you got value from what he said. So, you giving an excuse. Bironke has said that there is no excuse. If you don't have network here, carry yourself to Owuruku and sit down where there's network. If there's no network there, take yourself, go and climb the bridge where there's no. By all means, find network. Do you understand? Yes. So let's move. This is what we'll be doing next. I'll be calling up Ibironke to take over. Once she takes this, what is tech? Why is it important? What are the various tech sectors? And how to choose a career in tech. Once she's done with this, then we are going to show you videos. You are going to watch videos and you're going to take notes, right? So those videos are videos on our website that we have put together so that you would have an idea of what cloud engineering is. You will have an idea of various tech fields. Do you understand? At the end of watching all these videos, you now make a decision. Do you understand? The essence of watching the videos is to help you make a decision. When you now make a decision, we can now take it further. When we're coming tomorrow, we will separate. When it's time for separation, we'll now separate people based on the decision they made. Do you understand? So we don't just want you to say, if you want to learn cloud, hands up. We want you to make that decision from an informed place. Okay? So please celebrate Ibironke as she comes up to take over.
All right, I'm back again. Please, can I have my slide, please? Thank you. So now we are in my strength. Need to have strength. So I will be talking you through navigating through the ocean of tech. And I call it ocean because, yes, when it comes to the world of tech, it is indeed an ocean. And there are many boats that you can use in that ocean. And if you don't know how to swim, you don't even know how to use swimming pool. You now want to go and jump into a sea. We'll meet at the foot of Christ. So, and actually, that is also the way it is when it comes to the tech space. Vividly for me, in that 2017, some of the stories that I skip, which I also add here, is that I learned different skills, right? I was almost interested in all the areas of tech because everything almost is interesting. There was software development for web application. There was mobile development. For web development, if I use some words, some people can know. In case you don't know, I would expatiate on them later. So for web, I was doing stuff like HTML, CSS with JavaScript and all of that. I said, I leave that one. I went into mobile. Started learning Swift programming language to do mobile app. In fact, I even did Hello World, calculator for mobile app. I said, no, not be this one. I left that. I went into UI UX. I used a tool called Adobe XD. But now we have Figma. But I didn't do Figma. Then it was Adobe XD. I had my own design too. I said, no, this is not the career for me. I went into product management. I even worked with my team to develop and deploy a project for election. I said, it's not this career, I beg. At this Scrum Master, I said, I cannot be following up with people. I don't want that one. I left that one. I did data science, not even data analysis. I did this nano degree with Udacity. Those are scholarship for stage 1 and stage 2. I completed it, got the certification. Even though I love mathematics, I love Python and all of those things, I said, nah, this is not what I want. There must be something else, and then I learned software. And the truth is, there are various people in that stage right now. You are learning a whole lot of things. You don't even know which one to focus on again. And it now begs you to come back to the question of, you need to know which one fits you as a person. Because that's the only way you make a good career. I have people that have been into this career for 5-6 years, and they've now realized that, no, I think it's best I go into digital marketing after spending 5 to 10 years. So you need to get it right by choosing the right career. And you need to choose just one. I'm always saying that, it's not about how many skills you have or how many careers you can do or you have learned that will give you the money. Just one is enough. Just one. And one thing that made software testing stand out for me was because it has diverse environments. For example, now, let's say you want to do, I will start this. Let's say you want to do programming, web application. You could be focused in game. You could be focused on developing games. Some might just be focused in building, e-commerce. So there are areas that you can focus on. So in just one field alone, there are diverse areas you can focus on in just one field. So it will not be hard for you to tell me that you are in 5 fields. Okay, where are you? Because you can't be in 5 fields. You can't be a master in 5 fields, because in just one field alone, we have up to like 7 to 6 careers in it. So which of these career fields are you in that you now make? That's like having 35. So how many years of experience? How old are you first that you now have like that 35 different skills? So we need to start from the foundation, which is understanding tech. And I'm saying that when you want to know about tech, sometimes it's not even because you want to use it to start up a career. Sometimes it's good for you to know, even as a business owner. So if I want to be a founder of a startup now, I don't need to start writing code, but I should have an idea of what my team members are doing, so that you can explicitly explain or communicate rightly to the right person. Because the way you communicate to a developer or a product manager is not the same way you communicate to a digital marketer. It's not the same way you communicate to a developer that wants to develop it. So everybody has their own language. So if you as a business owner or as a business developer does not even understand what you are speaking about, they will just be passing you around. Me, I will be part of people to pass you around, because I know you don't know what you're saying. So it's a knowledge that is beneficiary for those that want to have a career in tech, or those that are just business owner, or even someone that just wants to have an idea of what it's all about. So next slide. Let's navigate. I think enough of my bio today. Let's go. Now, the world is evolving, and we must evolve with it. One of the reasons why a lot of people have still not evolved in tech today is because you choose to stay true to what you think you know. Unfortunately, what you think you know has left its own meaning and taken another meaning. So what you think you know, you don't even know it, because there's no content inside what you know again. Let me explain. Before, we use well. Of course, some people still do that. We use well to draw up water from the well. To take any form of water. Is that you go to the stream, right? Or you take water from the well. But today, there is pumping machine. That's an evolution. Now, if you are in 2022, this is an African setting, so it's fine. If you are in 2022, you now say that, in my family, it's only water from the well we use. It is not your family. It is you that refuse to evolve. So that one cannot even be a prayer request you submit on the altar. Do you understand? So technology is about evolving. The world is evolving, and you must evolve. Very soon, you will realize that carrying phone is becoming sincerely is a big work. Holding phone in your hand, clicking on it to pick call, is becoming something else. Now we have glasses that can do all of that for you. That can pick the call, that can dial the number, that can video. In fact, now we don't need to be using all this camera, 3 stand, 4 stand again. You don't need to wear the glasses. And I don't know if it's Samsung that released that. Just wear the glasses, and it can video everybody while you're looking at them. And it's recording it. It's in the market. Don't think it's in the future. It's already in the market. So there is an advancement. There is an evolution. The world is evolving. So you cannot keep saying because you know how to use 3310. Somebody pass it down to your brother, and then your brother pass it down to you. So you're going to stay true to the family lineage. You need to drop it and pick up something better. So technology itself is evolving. You being evolving is you advancing, is you understanding the technology world. So there is nothing. That's why I said if before you can use torchlight, and now you can use an iPhone without anybody guiding you, you have evolved. Next slide. So that's just a quote to share. Now, I talk about, and I'm always using story because I believe that that's one of the best ways to communicate with people. When I will switch into tech, it's okay. So when I switch into tech, for a very long time, I'm always thinking that, tech is that computer on a laptop, and then you press the code, and then you develop something. If that is where you are, that used to be my past too. Don't worry, you're in the right room. And for a very long time, I didn't know the right career path to choose, right? I wanted to do everything. I feel like I'm so energetic to do anything. I was in NYSC admin. In fact, in my NYSC, they say I'm an admin. Yeah, it's not admin that you press computer or reception. My admin used to go and buy fuel. Make sure that there is generator running. Make sure that you buy food for everybody. That is my own admin. Then we arrange receipts, snap it, and upload. That's the admin I was doing. But when I got interested into tech, first thing that gave me a light bulb of tech is the money now. When you hear that when you do this, you win 1 million naira, you can imagine the excitement. 1 million naira, we die here. We are here. You know, and then I started learning. I love mathematics. I did both computer science and statistics in school, so I love math. And in fact, I wanted to go and do MSc and PhD in maths. Then I learned that, with data science or data analytics, you can do Python with Anaconda or whatever it is, and you can be a data scientist or data analyst and you can be good. I said, okay. Where did they teach them? They said you can apply. I applied. I started learning. Oh, my God. I did the whole Excel. I did all of that, learned it. I'm like, I found my career path. But one thing did not make me pick data analytics. I do not understand the destination where we are going to. In fact, they are carrying me to where I don't know. I said, so this career, where is the maximum? They said, no, you can, with this skill, you can go into AI, we can go into machine learning. Baba, I thought we are in data science. Where are we going to again in that other one? So I wasn't so convinced about that career. See, I have a very good friends that work in Google and all, they are great. It's for them. Like I'm saying that everybody in this room cannot be doing one career. In fact, I don't want everybody to come and do software testing. Please go and find out. We need to re-interview you again. So I choose, and then they said, okay, since you know how to organize things, bless you using style to tackle us the other time. We that we like shift is small. Now we. So I choose product management. So when the developer has finished, I will not be like, it's good though. It's perfectly fine. But it remains small. Just add little salt. When they like you say, this or too much now, we did this thing. And we can be on that fixes for months. I will not allow them go live. I know that. So I said, okay, this product manager, what are the other things I can do with it? I realized that I said, no. We cannot do that here. Me, I'm not this patient, sorry. No. I cannot be followed. I know, as a product manager, for those of you that can manage things, of course, you can manage, I can manage as a software tester, but following up with developer, please, you need to work on this, please try to get this done, please assist. I believe that if they are paying you for your job, do your job and get out. I cannot be following up with you. So I know that career is not. So in case you are like that, don't move there. You'll be frustrated. Anyway, so I left that one and then into UI UX. As much as I love beautiful things, I love the way they are represented. When you go to your website, for example, you are going to see what you see on your screen. It's called the UI, which is user interface. And then it's so beautiful. I love what I see. I try to do it, I did one or two. And then I realized that when it now comes to the UX part, which is the user experience part, a lot of thinking needs to go into, which, yes, it's not a problem for me, but I now need to be deep thinking to come up with a solution that somebody that does not know A can use. I'm tired. I'm exhausted at this point. I cannot go further than this. But I love it's beautiful and then you now need to be combining colors. That's when I even know that there are different shades of blue. Even there is blue inside. There are different, there are different shades of other colors. I said, okay, this is not the career path I want to stay. So I left it. I went into mobile development. Of course, because the way technology is going, everything is going mobile. So I was quite very interested and inquisitive about mobile. I said, okay, this is it. And I started learning to develop only calculator. I've already written over 160 lines of code. Why? And then I would sit down here, and they won't come out, will be giving me a headache. No, it's not the career. They did not put my name in this one. So I did that. I did at least like 6 careers like that. I was just running them for 3 months each, 90 days each. After almost like 2 years, I said, oh, okay. It's like there's no career path. It's like this bank that I don't want to do. I will go back to this bank. Then, one of my my manager then now said, since you know how to analyze things, okay, take this app and hunt for box that is inside. Let's look for anything that is not working. Pen it down. I was like, now that one, no, it's not a problem. So I collected pen and paper. I write errors. Even the errors that I did not invent, I point it out. I said, this thing, though, this is what you plan to do. However, this is not the way it should be. I think, even the developer was like, what did they say you should do? I said, they asked me to look for a bug. I wrote more than 100 issues out of one single app. My manager said, oh, now your people with that. I said, okay. So I went to read about it. And then I now realized that there are diverse areas in testing. You know, I've been saying software testing, software testing. Software testing is one part. There is hardware testing. When I told you earlier today that I came to do a project in Abuja, there is actually an hardware testing project I came to do. So there's an hardware testing. So all of you that used to use those phones that has Gorilla screen, you know Gorilla screen phone, that is hardware testing. We have smashed it and be sure that that glass will not break at a certain degree. It is not that you can put it under the tipper. It will break. But at a certain degree, sure, we know that it will not break. If you put it inside the fridge, yes, even your phone, they put it inside the fridge to test run at what degree can need to be affected. These are hardware testing. These are hardware devices. The same with your laptop. Now, even in software testing, there are different kinds of software. You know, there is application, there is AI, there is data testing, there is diverse kind of testing. Some people are focused on just mobile testing. Some are focused on just web. And there are different ones. Now, if you now choose all of those types finished, there's even method is even different. Some are just focused on manual testing. Some are focused on automation testing. Some are doing the two. Me, I'm doing the two because when you have the combination, they give you more advantage. And I said, okay. This is the one that I like because if I'm tired of this one, I can move to another one now. Now you're talking about the career. So I sat down with that. That's when I choose software testing. And now that I started my career in tech. So when I even wanted to learn software testing, I had to go back from the beginning to understand what technology is. In fact, that was when I knew that what we used to call tech is actually not so of tech. It's more of engineering. Because under tech, now the technology that a digital marketing is doing is different from the tech that a software developer is doing. But they're all under tech. So there are branches under tech. Next slide. Next slide, evolution of tech. So how did the old tech get started? So before you start seeing that phone you are using today, there are different evolutions of technology. So now you can carry phone and put it in your pocket. There is memory card inside. There was a time that memory card cannot be put into a small device. It's a whole big room. Now, we had that in the 1970s. We have a mainframe. I think I can see from here better. Mainframe computers in the 1970s. Those ones, you can't put them on your... Imagine how that thing is that you want to put on your lap. That one that stand, though. You could not have put it on your lap. And those ones, experts are the one that are monitoring it. We had experts. And yeah, if you read down into history, you start seeing about how the World War II started and then how computer all started. You can read about all of those ones theoretically online. But yeah, we had in 1970. And then in the 1990s, we started having personal computers, right? From the monitors, your typewriters, not your typewriter, your receptionist using their different offices to now having different laptops. Before, it's 16 and 20, in fact, 20 inches TV that we used to have on our lap. When you carry that laptop, if you used to carry that and you don't have one bank, wow, then you have been mightily helped. So, and then we started having different laptops. Now we have as small as iPad, right? Then we now started having phones in 2000s. Some people say thank God for Obasanjo. But yeah, he brought it in. We have phones now. Now you can put phone in your pocket. Now people are even having it. Me personally, I know some people that are using laptop as phone. When you want to make call, it's like you're slapping your cheek because it's so big and mighty in value. But it's so small to the smallest one. Now we are having what we call spatial computing. We don't pick calls by putting phone on your ears again, right? You pick call with your smartwatch and hear it on your ear. Now we have the AI, the virtual VR, which is called virtual reality. Quick one, what virtual reality just means that your reality in a virtual world. Simple as that. So I can be using a virtual reality to attend this conference in another state. That's just the way it is. I can, just like, for those that play games, the way your games is that you have your own person, your own avatar that play the game. That's just what you are doing over there. And one of the reasons why that is very good, sorry I'm talking about it, but almost like what my project is on. But what it now does is that it helps you to be good. So for example, now you are an architect of this building. You don't need to start drawing in pen and paper to come and be presenting to us, right? You can build this building virtually, and then they can make correction on it virtually. So by the time you are building, you are not trying to remove block and add block. We can actually see the rug and everything in that virtual environment and the way it will look like in reality. So that's just a brief about virtual reality. So now we are in the now century. So just with that, if you are still using Android phone, we are advancing. We are no longer using Android phone again. If you like buy iPhone 16, we are still moving away from phone in our pocket because it's a lot of size. Everything is going so digital that is going as tiny as possible. Right now, everybody just wants to be lazy. I don't want to be talking with you holding this thing again. In real sense, in this age and time that we have, we should not be holding this. It's a lot of weight. Sure you understand? Like, now when I'm done, I need to go and rub it. It's a lot of weight. Now we have, of course, we have the peace and everything. So these are how we have moved, and we are moving from there. Next. So, if I ask anybody now, do you have internet on your phone? Let me find someone. Let me do like Blessing. I don't like to disturb you to stand up in my own section. So, you'll be more engaging. So, please help me give him mic. So, when I say is there internet on your phone? In fact, do you have internet on your phone? Let's start from there.
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. So what is internet to you?
Okay, so internet is the access that grants you like a gateway to the World Wide Web. That is, you can search outside your domain. Whatever you check on your phone, and that is within your phone will come out from your phone. But for instance, you can't check the United States map on your phone when you don't have internet access. So it's a gateway to the World Wide Web. So
what's the difference between, because I know that a large number of people has an idea that internet is like data. Am I correct? Please, if you are for me, let me do like, if internet is like data, raise up your hand. Raise it up now. A blessing. I'm sure you help me. Raise it up well. Internet is data, B. You are wrong, but it's fine that you raise it up. Thank you. So, thank you for the explanation. You can sit down. However, internet is not data. We'll continue. So, just like he explained, I would say internet is like a database. You know what is database? Let me find a much more simpler example. When you go to a restaurant, at least I know that one, we are in the basket food of the nation, so you know restaurant. So when we go to a restaurant and you order for food, they go to the kitchen to go and bring food for you, right? Now, that kitchen is a database because that is where variety of food are. That is the simplest way I can describe a database for you. It holds several information, tables that contain different kind of information, okay? So that's database. So I said see internet as a database. It allows you to be able to access much more information out there beyond what is physically present. If I'm to go back into history as well, when this was created, initially, they wanted to share information among themselves during the war. And some people have the information that the other people do not have. I know that they now need to start traveling up and down to share information. So that is where we needed internet to be able to share that information. Is that clear? Next slide. Now, you now see the World Wide Web is like that key that makes you to access that information. So World Wide Web is not the www.com. That one is your domain name. So the World Wide Web itself is what gives you access to get the information that you need. So I know you might be mixing internet with worldwide, with www and then data. They are different things. Internet is where you get all your information from. It gives you access, while www is one that allows you to access that database itself. Next slide. Then the network, where you can now say similar to the data that you know. You know, when you say, oh, I have MTN network on my phone, or I have data to access it. So if you don't have network in the first place, you cannot even be able to access your www. And because of that, you can't even access your internet. So they are all interconnected, but they serve different functions. Next. So what is tech? Before I go to the next slide, anybody with an idea want to share? What is tech? I mean, I've been hearing tech. A lot of people some people already have a career. I heard somebody say he's into data analysis. So, I mean, you're into tech already. So what is tech? Maybe I should call people. Please, where is my microphone? There's somebody. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Okay, tech is simply an idea to make something easier, to make things work. So there's a way things used to be done, but in tech is all about someone proposing a solution on how to make something easier in a better way. So we used to have things done in a manual way, but now there's another innovative way in getting that work done.
Such a good idea. Please give me a round of applause. All right, so it's not a complicated thing. Next slide. It is the sum of everything used to accomplishing a task or an objective. That is simply tech. So tech is not just because you are writing a code. Tech is the idea that came into place. Tech is the thinking that comes into place. Tech is the analysis that comes into place. Tech is the accounting that you need to manage the finance that has to do with it. Tech is the implementation of the solution. Tech is the maintenance of that solution. So it is everything that makes a solution possible. So in real sense, are we into tech or not? We are actually into tech. It's as simple as that. Next slide. Why technology? So, I mean, I've talked about tech. You already know that you need a career, which I think we already talked about in the mindset and the self-discovery thing. We already know why having a career is very important to you, especially as a Christendom. So why do we want to do a tech career? One, technology is the future. So whether you like it or not, we'll drag you to the future. That's the honest truth. You will get to the future. So it now depends on how relevant you want to be in that future will now make you know if to choose a career in tech or not. So if you want to be relevant in the future, even if you are selling food, you must implement technology. So even if you are hawking on the street, I wish I know tech that time I was hawking my gala. I would have automated it. I will compete with all those people on the street and sell all of my gala before you. I'll come to your office, I'll come and deploy gala to you in the office and drink before you even enter traffic. So it's everything that makes things work. So because we are so whether you like it or not, whether you choose to do tech or not, like you choose to go to school or not, we will all we will drag you to the future. 2025 will come. And you know, tomorrow is not about the one you wake up tomorrow. It's anything after today, right? So that future will happen, whether you like it or not. The question is, one thing that can make you relevant in that future is a tech career. Because whether previously, whether currently, whether in the future, with a tech career, you always stand out. Now, another reason why a tech career is, there are various careers to choose from in tech. Especially for someone that said, okay, you know, after today's session, you still don't like to do code. There are so many careers. I mean, I'm going to show you a slide that shows up to like 30 to 40 careers in tech that you don't even need to write a code. Like, you have no business. If it could even be the thing you have been doing before. Like, okay, you like to talk. Somebody said she likes to advise. There is tech legal. There's legal tech department. So as a legal person, you can be in the tech sector. You can mediate in the office. There's an HR department. If you like to advise, if you like to manage situation, there is an HR. And you are highly needed in the tech space. The HR in bank is different from the way HR in tech company chop money. So it could be what you are currently doing, and there are so many areas in tech that you can choose from. So that is why it's good to be in tech. So even if I say, I've been doing testing, I'm getting tired of software testing. I can move into something which is like hardware testing, or which is like big data testing, or which is like AI testing, as long as there's a new emergence of technology, there will always be need for my career. Another reason is flexibility, right? There is flexibility with tech career. You don't need to be fit. I mean, for bank, we understand the security, why you needed to be at the bank. But for a tech career, even if I'm working in the bank as a tech person, I can be in my house to still deploy my services. At least I know of, I don't know at all, I know of at least 300 tech stars that are in this Nigeria working for international company. I don't know at all. And the list of them is only $2,500. So there's flexibility. You want to have time for your ministry, you want to have time for your family, you want to do other businesses. With tech career, you can achieve that. So there's flexibility. So it's not as if you are a woman, you are getting pregnant, then you'll not be carrying your tummy up and down the streets with different to get traffic. And no, you can be in your house. In fact, there is one of my team members who I did not even know until she gave birth. And she was delivering excellently. Just I gave birth yesterday night. I said, Madam, you're online. Please go offline. So there is so much flexibility with it. The next one is that you can work in the most top-rated companies in the world. And that is the truth. For any top-rated companies in the world you see, there is definitely an high need of your skill as a tech expert. So you can be in Maccabee and be working for Google. So in case you have those top-rated companies you want to work with, list them down and put it as your target. The next one I wrote here is, you don't need an IT degree. Yes. You know, if you want to work as an accountant, anywhere you need to be a chartered accountant, you need to have some degree certification. But in tech, I have petroleum engineering, that is a developer. Agricultural management, who is a tester. I don't think there's any job I've done so far in my experience that I've ever asked for my degree before. They don't care about it. In fact, if you have PhD, we don't care. You have PhD, you're a doctor. Shall do the task we gave you and get it done. We don't care about what you studied in school. We don't care how well you have studied. Yes, maybe when in the course of your career you want to become a managerial position, you want to become part of the board of trustees, then we can start looking at the kind of degree you have and to what level you have them. But when it comes to, at least without your certificates, you can earn good 6 to 7 figure salary without your certificates. And that is why somebody that is just a secondary school graduate can do tech. And they are working and they are making money well. And then the last thing is job security. And I've always said it that the only reason why I will not work again is because I choose not to work again. So COVID came, COVID left. I still have my job. They can lay off everybody, but they will not lay off tech experts. Because in fact, with the COVID that happened, you are now more in need. And I was working before COVID, I've been working remotely. During COVID, I worked remotely. Now COVID has come and left. I stayed in my house. So while people are busy going up and down to office, catching COVID, I don't know what that is. I don't even need to pray for God to remove COVID from my life. I can't relate with it because I'm in my house. So there is job security, 100%. So you live here, you decided to jackpot to other country, there is job for you there. In fact, the least place of job security is here. And here alone, there is enough job for you to do. It's job security. You are confident that even if the company cannot pay again today, you leave that company. Tomorrow, you will get another job. Mass come to max that you're even just starting for a work afresh. In 1 month's time, you get a job. And one of the bad things in tech is that you don't need to stay in the company for 5 years to get promotion to earn a certain amount of money. Do you understand? Like, you're in this company, you're earning 200K, and then you want to earn 500K. You don't need to stay, a company will not tell you that, you need to wait, you need to work with her for 3 years before you can get a promotion to get 500K. Nah, I don't need your promotion. Once it's time for me to get 500K, I will move. It's as simple as that. And that is one of the bad things because people don't stay long. Once you start earning 300K, and the kind of salary increase in tech, it's not that you collect 300 now, you now collect 350K later. No. From 300 is 600. As long as you can defend what you know, you will collect whatever you ask for. So your superpower is the skill. the more good you have with your skill, the more money you can command. If this one cannot pay you, there are a lot of them waiting for you now. And that is why you now say a third person wants to leave a company, they will be saying, so how much salary do you now want? Let's increase your salary for you. They will not be competing with that company that you are going to. But you know that if you are working in other sector like customer service, you say you are going, okay, drop the key at the door. Are we owing you any receipts? We'll print it for you. Send it to your mail. Close the door behind you. So when you are in a tech skill, it helps you be at the superpower part. You are the one. You know, it's no longer the HR or the company that owns the power now. You are the one that owns the power. Because you decide where you want to stay when you want to stay. And you leave when you want to leave. Next slide, please. So those are my why. Of course, there are many more. Now, the technology combines research, design, development, and distribution of technology based on goods and services. However, technology is not coding. I know I've said it before, but I need to recite it again. Technology is not coding. Coding is it's a skill that you have under different fields in software engineering, which is a branch of tech. So when you hear tech, in case all your mind goes to is coding, I'm letting you to know now. What's the time? Almost 2:30. That tech is not coding. Coding is like a sub-branch under tech. Tech is not a computer. Computer is just a tool that you use to delivering a tech career or doing a tech job. Technology is not a big plane flying in the air. All these things I'm writing here, I've heard it before. I sent a survey out to people in the hall like this. I said they should fill a form. And then I said, okay, what is tech to you? These are the things they wrote. They said tech is coding, tech is computer, tech is that plane that is flying in the air. You know, and the truth is, they don't know. And you might just be deceiving yourself that, oh no, I know those things. But deep down, you know you don't know. So let me be clearing it now. Technology is not that plane that is flying in the air. Technology is not the way, people think. You know, this one, the way they are tech people. It's not Christianity. It's not a way of life. Software engineering is a branch under tech. Okay? And then social media management and software development are two different branches under tech. Content creation, digital marketing, social, they are all under tech, but they are different from software development, software testing, product design. You know, they are different, but they are all under tech. However, there is a sub-branch of tech because they are all under software engineering. While you see those services and businesses and now business development, digital marketing and all of those are under another branch on its own. So for this particular these 3 days program, we are focusing on software engineering. Anyways, just so you know that software engineering is still the king of money than all of them. They are the one, of course, everything will give you money, but some gives you money faster than others. That's the difference. Some give you money faster. If you learn software development today, I can say that in 1 month's time, if you are very good at it, you should be able to start making money. Because there are other creative ways you can start making money, even while here. You don't need to go global before you start making money. Next slide, please. Mistake people make about starting a career in tech is that they believe that they don't have an understanding of what career is in depth. So, let me use an example. Is there anybody that has a career, a tech career right now? Like you are working as an area in tech. Or let me say area in software engineering, because even this person that is holding the camera is into tech. So in engineering, anybody that is into that career, let's have a question and answer session. Software engineering. Okay, any tech career. Okay, please give him the mic. Oh. Okay, let's use R. Let's use R. He has spoken before. Sorry. Okay, give her the mic. Yeah, the lady in blue. So what career are you currently doing on that tech?
Content writing.
Content writing. Give me the flow of the flow of a content manager. So there's a new project, and then I said, I want to bring you on board as a content writer. What's your flow?
You just write articles, that's all. Just write articles. I work for an agency.
So you just write articles?
Yes, I submit, that's all.
And submit, that's all?
Yes.
That's a water flow level. Okay. The reason why I said that is because when it comes to content writing, I write as the spirit leads. I'm not a content writer. And when it comes to content writing, one, you need to have an understanding. You sit down with a business analyst and understand the business goal. If I want to, I can fit into any role in your company. Shall pay me? So if I come to your company and say I want to be a content writer, I want to understand the brand of the company. You can sit down. Thank you. I want to understand the brand of the company. I want to understand their goal, their long-term goal. Because it will affect the tone of my writing. Then I will start analyzing, by the end of this article, what message am I passing? Because you know that you can write a whole page to pass a message, and you can write that same thing in 2 lines to pass the same message. So I would understand what is the message we are trying, what is the summary? What are we trying to pass? When I understand it, then I will now analyze step by step how a novice who does not know anything about the brand can read the content to the end and have a full grasp of the same message I'm trying to pass. When I'm done writing, there's something we call write review. I'm going to take you through a review. I'm going to take you through, of course, I want to take you through grammar check. Then I'm going to do a write review. When I'm done with this, I'm going to do a understanding check with users to see their reaction to what I have written. Now, until that understanding check passes a novice hand, that is when I can now publish my article. These are flows. That is an in-depth understanding. If you come for an interview and then I ask you, walk me through your flow, within that 2 to 5 minutes, I've decided if I want you to stay with me or not. Whether where I work as an employee or where I work as an employer. Within that flow, I can decide if you have to work with the team or not. Because a lot of people are good at understanding the water level of whatever career they choose. But when we get to the conversation of in-depth, if I want to pass a message in the afternoon, there has to be a tone that I use compared to when I wake up on a Monday morning. Your tone cannot be the same. Even though I want to sell the same content to you in the same afternoon, if I want you to buy my material, there is a way I communicate in that article that will prompt you to ask. In fact, when I was learning how to write, one of the things we do is that when you are done writing, at least 10 people must ask about that service or what I wrote. That is how you know you have passed that article writing. These are in-depthness. Now, if those 10 is not achieved, then I've not written anything. I've only entertained my guest. And I don't write for entertaining. There must be an understanding. And the same thing I want to achieve, I must be able to achieve it. So, you have to be a great storyteller before you can write. And there has to be a depth of understanding before you can write. I'm just trying to use that as an example. And it applies to every other area. So, no understanding of what tech in depth is. So, when we apply it also to all our careers in tech, there must be a depth of understanding. There is no way you have a depth of understanding in any career and you will not get a job. It's not possible. It's not possible, 100%. You can cut it anywhere. The second thing is, start with whatever you hear. Now, you have heard about software testing, it's very interesting. The next thing you want to do is you want to carry your laptop and start learning software testing. No. Because if you are not a deep thinker, and you don't know how to think outside of the box, and you're not patient enough, you can't be a tester. If you're not a good communicator, you can't be a tester. If you're not a good writer, you cannot be a tester. If you cannot find problem where there is no problem, you cannot be a tester. Because everything will look good to you, but your ability to deep dive into it, think outside of the box, is what will help you to become a good tester. You have to be very inquisitive. It's not that they present something beautiful to you and then, it all looks good. No, it's good to go. Let's go live. No. There is no software that is free of bug. So I believe that when I open this app, I'm not interested to see how beautiful it is. Let your other people do that one. Me, when I open that app, I'm looking for problem. So it's different. And that is, you don't just start. You need to understand which one speaks to my personality before I choose a career. The next one says, you think it's a quick money scheme. This is not MMM. All of us, we know MMM. Now, why are we forming? This is not quick money scheme. However, when you master your art well, you will start making the money. From the beginning, in fact, I used to say that it's because people that are learning tech, people that are into tech, we know that you have to be humble enough to start and then earn gradually. So even when we have the money, our dressing do not change. We still be wearing our slippers across the streets, but it's a lie. That person is collecting millions in their house. So it's not a quick money scheme. It's something that I have to take time to grow, nurture, become a skill at. It's a product. It's a baby that you have to nurture to maturity. When you grow to maturity, you can be jumping from 100K today to 200K to 500K to 1 million to 2 million. But that beginning, you need to stay there and master it. And there is no mastery with, I hear Princess 1. If after this session, now all you have to do is to go home and go and sleep, you have not started. You need to still go back to those sessions, even though you're going to watch it now, you still need to go back to those sessions and then rewatch them and then practicalize and then fail. You cannot advise me if you have not failed before. I'm sorry. Because I need to see you when you fail and how you rise up. If you have not experienced failure before, how do you want to advise us? How do you want to encourage us when we fail? All your life, everything has been doing boom, 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 everything has been smooth. You have not failed before. So what experience do you have? So even when you do that job, even when you go for that interview, let them, it is bad that you go for an interview and then they give, yes, it is, for a Christian, there is the grace where you can interview and then you get the job at once. However, we want to see the rejection letter. And we want to see the reason why. Even when I get the rejection letter, I have to send an email. Why was I rejected? What are the practical things? Is it that you got somebody else? Or there were some questions that you did not answer well in my interview? So there are ways to manage rejection. In fact, if you reject me, they know that rejection mail for me is a different interview on its own. You need to explain. And I stop interviewing with Nigerian companies. They don't know how to explain. But when you see international clients, they will tell you that, when we asked this question, this was what you answered. However, this is the right question. Me, I have Excel sheets, or at least over 120-something rejected mail from different companies. And at least I can open all the ones that I had to reject their offer. Because the vision of the money we were looking at was not aligning. You understand? So yes, it's not a quick money scheme. It's something you have to work, the master at, they make the money. The last one is, it is not coding. If it's not coding, it is not tech, or not tech enough. That's not true. Whether it is coding or it is not coding, it is tech and it is tech enough. Next slide. So everyone has a tech skill. You can print, you can drive, you can use your phone, you can use a washing machine, you can operate a computer, you have a tech skill. Next. Technology is an evolution. So the skill required in tech is your ability to evolve. Even if you do software testing today, or you learn product design today, you still need to see it is changing every time. It will keep changing. And that is why people that are into tech, they don't used to be old quick. Because they are learning. They are learning every blessed day. So they are not always, they don't get old quick. So it's just your ability to evolve. Not that, no, I already learned this thing now. As the tech program they did for us at RCN in 2022. And this is 2023, 2024. How many years ago now? You're not saying I'm going to learn that one again. No. Between now and 2023 December, something will still change about what you learn. So you have to be able to evolve what you learned. Next, I need to round up. different myths that you can hear about tech, I'm old, I'm too old, I'm too young. Age is not an excuse. Educational background, these are the things that I've heard. No, I studied food nutrition. How would I come and be doing tech? It's not an excuse. Job experience, I've been a customer service all my life. Can I switch into tech? Please, I've been a teacher before I came into tech. So your job experience is nothing. Tech is Yahoo Yahoo. If this is the Yahoo Yahoo, then I want to do this Yahoo Yahoo. But tech is not Yahoo Yahoo. I'm not so brilliant like that with mathematics. I don't think I can do tech. You can't do tech. Tech is for Gen Z only. That is not true. At least we have people that have been into this tech for over 30 years. So Gen Z did not start 30 years ago. And career people is only, tech is only for career people only. No. It's just a career that is necessary and that is good for the future. It's not just for career people only. Next. So what are the careers we have in tech? The next slide. I believe you can see well, but now I grouped them into careers that do not need a code skill. That's the longest one. You don't need a code skill to have those. Don't worry, I think they will give you the slide, or you can always see it online, so you don't start writing. So all of these careers, you don't need anything in code to start learning them or to do them. The fact that you can speak, you can write, you can think, you can do them. You don't need to learn them. The one that, let's say when you start, you don't need a code. But along the way, you need a code are the ones in between. And software testing is one of them. Cybersecurity is one of them. Data science, information architect. When you want to start them, you don't need the code. But as time goes on, you need coding. And then the last one that are strictly coding are the ones, on the other side. Front-end, development, all those development work. You need a code for them. This is just me mentioning a few because, the whole page is full already. I can pack all the careers, I can pack a whole career to fill that page. And there are different people in different of these sectors. Now, each of these things that I mentioned, they have their own sub-department. And you can focus on their sub-department and still make millions. Next slide. Task you for business owner. Every business owner person should be able to do a basic computer operation. Typing, presentation, PowerPoint. These are basic things that you must have as a business owner. You want to be able to get funding, you want to be able to interact, you want to be able to present your idea. You should be able to do that. Content creation is not only for there is a special person in this, you should be able to write content. Because there are some visions that are best communicated by you who owns the business than the person you interacted with. There's some passion you put into writing that thing than the person that is being trained to do it. Curiosity to do it better. Why, how, and when. For every business owner, you must have that curiosity. The way you are doing it, the solution you are providing can be better. And because you are not thinking of how to make it better, is the reason why competitors are rising and they are overriding you. Because you're already making, let's say you're running a business now, every month you're already making like 5 million or 10 million in that business per month. So you're not thinking of the way to do it better, or how to do it better, or when you should even do it better, or how you should even do it. Is the reason, is this thing is what another person will think about and then become your competitor. So you should always have that curiosity as a business owner. Next. 4 things you must do before saying yes to a tech career. In-depth research of that career. So before you say, I want to be a graphics designer, can you drill it down? Because in graphics design, we have animation. It's not just flyer. And the way you would design something that you want to use on a big banner is different from what you use on a very tiny flip. And different from what you want to show on a big screen or on a billboard. So you need to do in-depth. The next thing you need to do is pick one. When you have done that in-depthness, you have seen different careers, pick one and practice. When you practice it, implement what you have learned, analyze it. Okay, I've decided to learn front-end development. In front-end development, okay, for web application, nice. Learn it, practice it. implement what you're learning. Try to develop something. When you're done with it, analyze what you have learned. Is this something that I really, by the time you're done, is this something that I'm willing to do over? So is this something you are willing to do over and over again for the next 5 years of your life? If not, pick up another thing. The most important is you get it right. Once you get it right from the beginning. So when you are learning along the way, 1 year, 2 years later, you don't easily get tired and give up. So it's an iteration. You research, pick one and practice, implement, analyze. You'd reiterate again. Do it until you get what you want. Once you get what you want, you are good to move. Next slide. On this big screen, I think this is like my last screen, or second to last screen. On this big screen, look through the words on the screen. I wrote, I don't want to start reading, but write down the words that are not correct inside. You can write it in your paper. We'll need to use somebody's own. So look at it. I wrote, a workman is worthy of his wage. Do not decline labor of his fruits. Workers are some blessings to every nation. Societies thrive on their sweet, happy Workers' Day. May you furnish in all you do. May your sweet not run dry before you leap fruit of your labor. An idle person is a disgrace to himself and their family. Labor brings dignity. Laborers are the true champions. May the spirit of workers rise higher with the spirit of human dignity. Happy Workers' Day. So this is like somebody sending a Happy Workers' Day letter to their employees. So what are the wrong words inside? We need our microphone, please. Let's pass it around. If you have seen anything, maybe you should just mention instead of writing. It's bringing the microphone. So once you say, you just pass it to the next person raising up your hand. So please, let's just open if you see any word that is wrong.
Workers, sweat, workman, labor.
Nice. Next person. Okay. Any other person?
Laborer, do not decline laborer of our fruits. Then workers are some blessing to every nation.
What are the words that are wrong?
Okay. Labor is wrong. It should be laborer. Then may you furnish, may you flourish. Furnish is wrong.
Yeah.
That's flourish. May your sweet not run dry before you reap. That should be reap.
Next person. I want us to mention. Let's mention. There are other people at this side too.
Okay, the last laborers are the true champions, not through champions.
Thank you. Any other person on this lane? Let's pass the mic.
May your sweat, not sweet.
All right, thank you.
The disgrace to himself, it should be a comma, not a full stop.
Okay.
Reap, not leap.
Nice. He wants to say something here. The man in front. Please take the mic.
May the spirit of workers rise high with the spirit of human dignity, not higher.
Nice. Thank you. Next slide. So the correct one is on the next slide, which is the correct one. You can see that when we remove a lot of ambiguity or a lot of wrong words from the content, it reduces in size. And yes, you can see all the correct word inside. The fact that you can see, if you cannot see more than 12 things that were wrong in the first slide, we need to pray well for you to join testing, because you should be able to identify up to 12 words that were very wrong there. Next slide. That's all from me. Any questions? We have questions here.
To be a software tester, basically, if you were to summarize your experiences and what you would advise for those who are about to take the step, not just about the research and, reiterate and all those things, your own school of thought, if you were to summarize it and give it to somebody who is about to begin or start this journey with you, what would it be?
I'll just be ready to learn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much for the teaching. My question is for those who don't have a laptop and they want to start a career in tech, like, okay, let's say the non-coding career or even the coding career like software testing. Is it something you can do with phone, with your Android phone, software testing? So I just wanted to communicate the hope that people who lay their hands on the laptop now can, opportunities they can explore currently.
It depends on which of the no-code career. So, for example, you want to do graphics design, you cannot not do without a laptop. Yes. So it depends, actually.
I have a laptop. I just feel for those who don't, like who are just with their phones and I
No, they can learn now, but there is a limitation, when you have a phone compared to when you have a laptop. I mean, for these sessions, we are going to provide a way to improvise laptop for you to learn. However, subsequently, when I started my own testing career, I had to go to cafe almost every day to use a computer in the cafe to learn. Then when I got my first job, then they gave me a laptop to use. So you don't have to limit it to, you need to buy a laptop. You don't have to buy a laptop. You can rent, you can go to cafe, you can use a friend zone. If the only reason why you be the friend to that person at that period is for you to learn, go and be friend with that person. You can quarrel after you are done. But yeah, you don't have to afford to buy it now, but you can learn with people around you. But yeah, for this training, you can use your phone while majorly use your laptop. Yeah, next question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, with the testing, you said that you can start without coding, but later coding will now come in. So how can we learn the coding? If you are to start without coding, how would you know by the time you reach that stage of coding, how would you know since you might have not learned coding from the beginning?
You will know. Because the truth is, so there is manual testing. That is the one that you don't need to use code, to test an application. It's more about your human skill, right? But as you grow in your career, you will start realizing some activities that you are doing repeatedly, manually, and you want to automate them. When you start getting to a point of frustration, you will know it's time for you to automate what you are learning. And then, of course, most times, when you're in a company and you're doing manual tests and then they want you to learn automation, they will definitely enroll you into a program. Or you can then search online and look for a program you can do to learn that coding. We do that in automation school for 6 months because we know that you're coming from a background without coding to becoming someone that can program with at least 2 programming languages. So you just have to, when you get to that point, then you can exercise. However, without coding alone, in all sincerity, it's greediness that makes us want to learn coding and earn more money. Because without coding alone, you earn enough. Do you understand? But when you want to advance, especially when it comes to international companies, they will need you to use that coding skill. So when you get to that point, you will learn coding. You will seek platforms to learn coding from. And of course, you can learn from Testify as well. Any other question?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. My question is, I don't know if it's possible to go back to the slide of the career part. The parts of no code and
okay,
tech.
that's like 2 slides before.
Okay. There was a particular section where you said about digital marketing and sales. So my question is it digital marketing as a career as a whole with other skills under that you mentioned it as part of the no-code tech skills, or is just a career path?
When you say digital marketing and digital marketing sales?
Yes, that is the no-code tech skills. There is digital marketing and there is digital marketing and sales.
I think that was more of a sales manager. There is a sales manager and then there is a digital marketing manager.
Okay, so my question is...
They are different career paths.
Okay, so my question is, there are other skills under this career path
Mhm.
that you will learn to make you to go further in the career.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Can we come to this line? We have some hands up here.
Okay, thank you so much, ma. I've been blessed. I've learned, though my question is a kind of, I just like in 6 months' time, I want to know, I don't have any background knowledge about tech so the question I want to ask from the presentation you've made, what do you think is the first step, owing that I don't have any background in tech?
Let's finish today's session and this 3-day session.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure your question will be answered.
Okay. All right. You said also about, when you mentioned about software engineering, you mentioned about social media management, software development. The question I want to ask is, assuming when you were advising us on mindset, you kind of advised against staying longer time with social media. What's the connection between, is there any advantage of using social media and technology? Can you separate two of them and still make your money, as in not depending on social media, and then doing your tech work? That's the first question. I don't know if you understood what I asked. Okay, let's assume I'm not on social media. Can I still make any advance in tech?
So the social media I mentioned is about you wasting your time on social media.
Okay, so it's a must, or it goes together?
If you can manage your time well, I personally feel like if you're going to be wasting 8 hours on social media, why not put that 8 hours into learning something that can help you make money? If you're going to come on social media, what are the specific things you're coming to do? If I go on Google, for example, possibly, or if I go on Instagram, for example, I know that they used to advertise some of these courses for free or at discounted prices. So what I'm going to search for on Instagram, most of the time, 90% of the time, I'm staying on my page, or I go on other pages that are doing like promo on their courses. But if you go on social media, what are you doing? Are you going there to like, to comment, to share different posts? So that's why I said you need to be able to manage your timing. So you don't have to spend all your hours on social media doing what is not relevant to where you are going to, when you can actually spend the same time building your career. Do you get?
Okay, thank you so much. The third question I wanted to ask is about the flexibility, the advantage of working from home. Okay, I think I don't really know how to ask this question, but okay, but maybe.
Okay.
Please, ma, I want to know, if I want to start working from home, I want to know how to go about it. And then how can I be master in one of these careers that you talked about in
By
tech?
the end of the 3 days, you will know how to be a master in one of them. Working from home actually depends on how you have become an expert in that field and how you're able to deliver your work from home. Right? So it's still the same thing you go to the office to do, but if you're able to sit down in your house with your computer and get it done, then they are fine with it. Any other question?
Okay, thank you so very much, ma. My question is, if you want to get a mastery of a career or work in tech, is it advisable that if you are working with an organization or company you equipped to give it time, or if you are unemployed and you are looking for a job, is it advisable that you just lay aside all of that and give time to learn this, or what?
Okay, that's a very good question. If you are currently doing a work, personally, I don't usually advise that you quit your job. However, if it's going to be demanding of the time you need to put in to get a result fast on this one, you can risk it. So, for example, I have a friend that does teaching, right? And then he teaches like 3 or 4 classes in a day. So he leaves as early in the morning, and he still works with them as a computer operator. So in most time, he doesn't come back home until past 8 as a teacher. He's not doing extra home training. It's just normal school. So he doesn't have enough time, to be able to do something else. Then I would say risk it. Put in the time to learn what you want to learn. However, if it is something that is combinable, in fact, I will always say that you should intentionally stress yourself to combine them. Go to work during the day, come home at night to learn. And by the time you are done learning, if you think that you need an internship or something, you can then leave what you have to go for what you need. Yeah. Last question. There's someone in the front here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My question is coming from when you expressed the exploration stage that you were in. The question is, are there things that you know now that if you had known before during that stage, you would have made better choices?
Yeah, and I think one of them is focusing on one career. I focused earlier on multiple careers, spent like a year or two learning multiple things and doing multiple tasks, not focusing on one. Though it works because it allowed me to have knowledge about other areas. However, if I'm to start up a new career now, I know that one, I won't go to a university to start learning, right? So for example, I want to practically learn software testing. I would definitely not go to university to go and spend 5 years. If I want to learn carpentry, I know that I won't go to university to go and do carpentry. I'll possibly go to where I can get hands-on experience. So the second thing is to now pick one career and focus on it. Those are the two things I will do differently right now, to mention a few. All right, so that'll be all for this session. Thank you, everyone.
Let's celebrate her once again for that amazing session. So we have come to the point where we would show you the videos. We have scheduled 2 videos to play. After the 2 videos, if we have time, we can now take a break. So is there a service today? Yeah, please go ahead and play.
Thank you so much for being here. And you're welcome to this actually. This is interesting that you are here and you decided to, take on this interesting journey and this interesting path. I know that you would not regret this, and I know that you're going to get a lot of value from the next couple of weeks as we go through this together. I will be taking the cloud engineering bits and I will be teaching you about cloud engineering careers, cloud engineering paths, cloud computing, and how to grow your career as a cloud engineer, things that you need to know. So in this presentation, I'll be introducing myself and telling you how I got into cloud engineering. I will give you some cloud computing myths, explain what cloud engineering is, talk about some of the career paths in cloud engineering, how to grow as a cloud engineer, where cloud engineers work, and talk about the salary, which is nice. Talk about the salary and the 2-week curriculum. So, hi everyone, my name is Adora and I'm a software engineer currently building mixed reality on the cloud at Microsoft. So since I am a software engineer building on the cloud, I call myself a cloud engineer once in a while whenever I get the chance. I'm also the author of Cloud Engineering for Beginners. It is a book that I would advise that you find and check out if you are interested in this, and you also check out that book. It's, trust me, going to be very useful to you. I'm the creator of Adora Hack. Adora Hack it started as a blog that I just wanted to use to teach software engineering concepts to anyone that listened. Grew into a YouTube channel where I share about software engineering productivity and career growth and the lives of software engineers. Sometimes it's my life, sometimes it's other people's lives, but just giving you a peek into what it is like living as a software engineer in Lagos, Nigeria, and hopefully internationally soon enough when I get enough money to start shooting videos of other international software engineers. And that's what it started as, and it has grown into sort of like a community. I have a study group. People are learning different things on their data structures, cybersecurity, cloud engineering as well. So yeah, I am also the creator of Adora Hack, which has now become that full-fledged platform. And I'm going to tell you a story about how I got into cloud engineering right now. I joined Microsoft. Actually, joining Microsoft was my entry into cloud engineering. So before I joined Microsoft, I was actually an Android developer, or let me say a full-stack engineer, because I used to write some backend as well. And I joined Microsoft. I was working on the device, the mixed reality device at the time, and I just used to hear people talk about, interesting things. They were talking about Azure Functions, they were talking about serverless, Docker, Kubernetes, and it sounded great to me. And I'm like, okay, I don't mind trying this. And then I got work that allowed me to exercise that cloud engineering muscle, and I was confused because that was my first time into the space. I didn't really know much. It confused me a lot. I'm not going to lie. But I eventually got the hang of it and, started making cloud software engineering and DevOps contributions on my team, even though I started as someone that was confused. And I guess the reason I'm telling you this story about me getting into cloud engineering from being an Android dev to becoming a fully fledged cloud engineer is because, nobody woke up with the knowledge of cloud engineering. We all had to learn it. And I have gone from that person that did not know anything about cloud engineering once in her life to that person that is now actually teaching cloud engineering to people, has even gone ahead to write a book on cloud engineering for people. So this is something that is very possible, and I would like, for you people to try and keep an open mind. I mean, I work at Microsoft. I build stuff on the cloud. I wasn't always a Microsoft employee or a cloud engineer, but I'm here today teaching this stuff, and cloud engineering has helped me grow in my career. So I'd advise that you give it a shot as well. Some myths on cloud computing. Somebody will say that the cloud is not secure because it's on the internet. And I think that that's a lie. Like everything you secure on this planet, if you feel like securing it, you can also secure things on the cloud. I know that yes, the presence of, internet and, multiple networks makes it easy for, if you are not careful, hackers to get into information and stuff like that. But there are security measures to prevent them if you follow them. So the cloud is actually secure, and it's very secure at that. I mean, if you are watching this video, you are on your house watching this video, probably you're in your house, probably watching this video on your bed, in your living room, or maybe you're even at the office and you took a break, or you're in class and you took a break and you're on your phone or your laptop watching this video, because this video exists in the cloud somewhere for you to watch it. And obviously it exists in the cloud somewhere, and the data is secured. So you're not going to wake up tomorrow and somehow somebody has stolen the video away from YouTube. No, that's not going to happen. The video is still there because these people take adequate measures to secure information that they put in the cloud. And if you are going to be leveraging the cloud, you can secure it too. So this myth just doesn't cause it for me. The next one is that the cloud is expensive. Cloud is cheap in many ways. The first thing is that if you notice, for people trying to start a business, most times they would rather just do cloud and outsource to the cloud, as opposed to say they want to go and start buying different servers and then setting them up and different things. It's very difficult. It's expensive because you have to think of who you would hire to manage all those things. You have to think of the logistics involved. There should always be lights, generator, all of that, and they always have to be running. But with the cloud, there are some pay-as-you-go services that exist on the cloud. So you can only pay for computing resources that you need. If you don't need a resource, you don't need to pay for it. So you're only paying for things that you need. You don't have to worry about the logistics or overhead costs. And you're only paying the nairas or the dollars or the pounds, depending on whatever currency it is, for the things that you need. And the cloud is not unreliable. Again, people have said this thing before, and the internet, and this one is going to be down. A lot of your things on your mobile device right now, your photos are stored in Google Photos or in iCloud. You're watching this video probably off YouTube. You use SaaS offerings. If you are writing notes, for example, you might be writing them in Google Doc, or you might be writing them in Notion. These are cloud-based applications, and we use them every day. So we can even see that the world is moving towards a cloud first in terms of like computing and technology. It's moving towards cloud first as opposed to device first when it comes to computing or even storage. So I would advise you to hop on this as well, because it's something that is in demand. So now I want to define cloud engineering, but before I define cloud engineering, I want to define what cloud computing is, or rather I want to define what the cloud is. And the cloud is a collection of computing resources, databases, servers, storage, applications, networking capabilities, and more, hosted at a distant data center and operated by a cloud services provider. So you have cloud services providers like Microsoft, Azure, you have Oracle, you have IBM, you have AWS, you have Google Cloud. These people are helping you. They have data centers somewhere. We don't know where those data centers are. To be honest, we don't need to know. But when we tell them we want database, we want server, we want storage, we want to use their software as a service applications, they give it to us at a very reasonable, let me not say small, because small is relative, but at a reasonable cost, right? So since we know what the cloud is, cloud engineering is basically engineering in the context of the cloud, right? It leverages the methods and tools of engineering in designing, building, operating, and maintaining cloud services. Now, when I've noticed that many people, when they talk about cloud engineering, they tend to refer to DevOps a lot. DevOps is not the only cloud engineering career path. There are a lot more than DevOps. You have software engineering. So as a software engineer, if you are building cloud services, if you are writing code that will be run in the cloud as a cloud service, for example, software engineers that work at Firebase, software engineers that work at Google Docs, they are cloud engineers, even if they are not the ones doing the DevOps. But if they did not write the code for Google Docs or the code for Firebase, those things will not, or code for Dropbox or OneDrive, those things will not exist. So these are software engineers that are still doing their software engineering, but in the context of the cloud. So that is a valid cloud engineering career path. There's also cloud security engineering. I mean, security is becoming a very important thing nowadays because everything is moving to the internet. Everything is being accessed over your network. And if you don't put in the right measures, attackers will come for you. But at the same time, you can't say you want to leave every single thing on your local computer because the world is moving beyond that. I remember when we used to carry floppy disk around, when we used to carry hard drives that only had like 200 megabytes inside. If you had like 500 megabytes, you were a big person. Now people are carrying terabytes of hard drives all over the place. People are doing things, and because of that, complex computing, rendering, storage, and all of that is also moving to the internet, so moving to the cloud. And since moving to the cloud, we have to find ways to secure these things properly. DevOps as well, the way for us to build and ship code faster and ship more reliable code. Search reliability engineering. Once we've shipped that code, let's make sure that this code is working. Cloud architecture, let's design this application that is going to run on the cloud. And then more careers, these are just some of them. We have cloud engineering skills, to know how to function as a cloud engineer. You should use operating systems, you should know operating systems, networking, you should understand cloud providers, security, scripting languages, and the fundamentals of computer science. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. I would take all these things, and by the end of this entire duration of this course for you, you should know you should have a grasp of some of these skills. Where do cloud engineers work? They work in the top companies all over the world. You can see Netflix, Microsoft, Google, Twitter, Meta, AWS, Apple, IBM, Nvidia, Disney Plus, and American Express. Cloud engineers work everywhere because top companies that know what innovation is are moving a bunch of their computing to the cloud. And as they move their computing to the cloud, they need to hire cloud engineers that can work on the cloud so that they can build these interesting technologies for them. So cloud engineers work anywhere, and it is a job that is in demand. And currently DevOps engineer is I checked on Glassdoor's best jobs in 2022. I saw DevOps engineering as number 4 best, right? And this is one of the cloud engineering careers. So trust me, you want to be in this place, being in one of the most in-demand roles and earning good money. Cloud salaries in the US, cloud architects are earning as much as 135 USD, 35,000 USD, sorry. Cloud engineers are earning 126. The lowest is 109,000 by cloud automation engineers, and that is still a lot of money if you ask me. Over this next period, we would be working on cloud stuff. We would be building, you'll be learning about the history of the cloud, characteristics of the cloud computing, cloud service models, and cloud deployment models. You'd also learn about different cloud providers like Azure, Google Cloud, AWS, and the rest. And you'd learn how to build your cloud engineering portfolio. Now, I'm going with this cloud engineering portfolio approach because there are people here that would see cloud engineering, find it interesting. They might want to become cloud engineers, like cloud software engineers. They might want to be cloud security engineers. They might want to be DevOps engineers. And I don't want to make this course only about DevOps. So in this course, you will learn how to build a cloud engineering portfolio that you can use in your career as you try to be a cloud engineer. I can't wait for you to take this course. I'm so excited about going on this journey with you, and I really hope that you learn a lot. I would see you in the next video where we'll be actually going over some of these things and learning together. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm super charged that you're finally going to be listening to me. I know you must have gone through different courses to hear about them. Everybody must have told you that they're the best of the best. Or possibly you still be hearing some other courses after myself. However, officially, let me welcome you to the best of the best, easiest, most rewarding career in software engineering. Don't mind me, I can be so extra. Okay, so welcome to Software Testing Career Talk. And quick thing we are going to be walking through here. You're going to meet me. You're going to know about my software testing story, the 10 bursting myths about the careers in technology versus software engineering. I'm sure you're like, okay, is there a difference between these two? Of course there is. What is software testing? How do I, explain and define the word software testing? Very different from what you have been seeing on Google. I'm gonna give you a little brain teaser. What's the serious stuff without the brain teaser? Anyways, I'm going to be telling you how you can grow as a software tester, where you can work as a software tester. In fact, the salary scale, gone. And above all, I'm going to be sharing with you the 2 weeks curriculum that you're going to be learning if you choose to go on this successful career journey with me. All right? So let's dive in. Yes, this is me. This is my beautiful face when I'm very serious and when I'm very, very, active at work. My name is Ibironke Yekini. I'm very passionate about helping people to thrive. I'm a software tester by profession. I got into software testing in 2017. Of course, not so long, really. I started my career in the tech consulting firm. Also, I have experience in delivering quality products for customers and enterprise users. Remember, I said quality products. So it's not about just delivering a product, quality. That's my real specialization. And lastly, I'm the founder of Testify Limited, the almighty Caesar Launchpad that you are, Tech for Christ as a ministry, and above all, the tech festival that happens across different cities in rural area. That's a little way to meet me, right? Next thing, let's talk about the story time. Okay, so for me, how did I quickly get into software testing? I could still remember very well in 2017 during my NYSC, I've been posted to this IT company. Well, I find my way in. Let me be very truthful about it. And in this company, I've been working as both an administrator and all of different areas. And finally, one day, one of my senior colleagues said, since you are being free, you're not typing receipts, you're not going to buy us food, you're not going to buy us fuel and generator, do you know anything about testing? Like, okay, what does that even mean? They said, okay, read it up online. So I read it up and I was quite intrigued. But to give you a little backstory before then, I've actually done some research on, of course, everybody wants to go into tech, and the first thing is you want to code. So I've done some little coding exercise like HTML, CSS. I got into JavaScript, I ran away. I did Laravel and PHP a little for my backend. It was quite taxi. I left it. I did product management. In fact, I work with developers and deploy a project. I also did project management. I also did Scrum Master in the process. I got certification in data analysis and science. I also went ahead to learn UI UX design using Adobe XD and Figma. So I'm going all around. And finally, you can see the excitement in me discovering this is what I want, because I've gone through different careers and I'm like, it's just not clicking. It's just not giving me that vibe that I want, So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go into software testing. Why did I even choose software testing at that point? Like I said, I've gone through different careers, and one of the things and one of the roadblocks I used to have about this field is their limitation. I'm a very dynamic and spontaneous person. I want to try different things. I want to get challenged every now and then. And that is what software testing provided for me. Meaning that in case I get tired to work in the functional testing environment, I can move to non-functional testing. I can focus on performance. I can focus on, security testing. I can focus on hardware testing. I can focus on big data testing. I can focus on AI testing. There is IoT testing. There is so many industry in testing. Like, what? So yes, I love the fact that I can be very flexible in different areas and different industries. and it's always a new challenge. I can work in the gaming, I can work anywhere, from the hospital to the food industry to anywhere. Name the industry, and I will tell you where a software tester or a a software quality assurance person is present. So yes, that was one of the things that really intrigued me to go into software testing. Yes, I've gone through my journey, started with manual testing. One of the areas that I really find very pleasing the most is actually backend. Yes, I did backend testing, and I've gone through that. Migrated to become senior, migrated to be leading a community, migrated to be leading team of people in my company, in different companies that I've worked, delivered so many projects. And yes, 5 years down the line, here we are also trying to recruit more people into the testing world. Okay, so that's been my own simple fun story about software testing. I love it. It's something I see myself doing for the next 5 to 10 years. Yes, because it is that very intriguing. Of course, I mean, talking about cloud computing, talking about blockchain. See, there will always be something new coming up, and there will always be software testing needed. All right. So yes, that's my little story. I hope it excites you. It does to me. Now, let me tell you the 10 busting myths about careers in tech. I talked about the careers in tech because they are mostly one of the myths you can also get as regards to software testing. But I need to quickly clarify that in case you have not been told. So one of the things is that I heard people told me when I wanted to start this career is that you need a degree in computer science to start a career in tech as a software tester. I'm like, wow, okay. So that almost seems like a blocker. But I had a computer science background. Then along the line, when I started learning testing, I got like, hello, nobody even needed my degree, right? And as a result of that, I've had to train people who are agriculture, who are all their life being a solar installer, people that are all their life being a petroleum engineer, elected, business administration, political science, mass communication. In fact, out of the over 1,000 people that I've trained in software testing, I can barely tell you that probably 5% of them only had background in science. 95 large amount of them do not even have an idea about science background. So yes, that number one thing, it's not true. It's not true at all. The second thing is technology is all about coding, math, and science. I think I need to knock anybody that says that's on the head. That's not true. You have to learn the IT coding language if you want to get hired in tech. Well, I've spent over 3 years collecting money day and night in my software testing field before I even thought about coding to scale up my skill or my career. So nope, you don't need to code to start up a career in tech. Women aren't interested in working in the tech. Don't mind me, I can just be very dramatic. I'm a woman. That is very untrue. You get stuck in one career. There's so many careers to explore, especially if you pick a very dynamic field like software testing like this. If it's not Facebook or Google, it's not a tech job. I've not worked in Facebook or Google yet, but hello, it's a tech job. Money is the main benefit of a tech. No. I mean, see, Launchpad is one of the benefits of tech. Giving back to the community and helping people to discover their right career path to follow. So no, it's not about the money, really. Tech is worldly. Yes, I get a lot of Christians, religious in quotes, say those words, and nope. Technology is actually a means to helping you publicize and even make your idea, make your information known to the world. So it is not worldly. It's from God. There is no creativity in tech. That's not even close to true. And lastly, tech is freelancing job. Nope. There is a full-time, in fact, 99.99999% of them is a full-time job. Okay, it's not about I'm a freelancer. You just learn something today, the next thing you want to do is a freelance job. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't really work that way. Okay, so yes, these are the 10 busting myths. I hear a lot about starting a career in tech, but thankfully I'll let you to know that everything you see on the screen right now, it's absolutely incorrect. Next. The next thing here is the difference between technology and software engineering. And you are like, because I hear a lot of people say nowadays, I want a career in tech, and there are careers in tech that you don't need to write code. I'm a digital person in tech versus I'm a software engineer in tech. And like everything is tech. Well, there are differences under tech. Okay? Yes, everything is not just tech. There are different branches in tech. So talking about tech is a sum of techniques, skills, method, and processes that is used in the production of goods or services or in the accomplishment of an objective, such as scientific investigation. So tech can be anything. Leave all this English grammar here. Tech can be as long as you're using a means of technology to achieve a particular task or to solve a particular problem. Okay, that is technology. So with your techniques, with your skills, with a different method, it all makes it technology. So yes, under this technology, we have different branches. Now, one of the branches under technology is software engineering. Okay, and that is why you cannot say digital marketing or social media or video editing or blogging is not the same tech as a developer, as a tester, okay, as a UI UX person. They are not the same tech. Okay, they have, of course, they are all under the umbrella of technology, but there is a branch. Each of them have a branch. The software engineering is a branch, security is a branch, compliance and legals are branch. Okay, social services like digital marketing and all of that is also a branch. Okay, there are different branches. Now, talking about the software engineering branch, it's more about applying systematic application, okay, to solving engineering problem or to solving a development of a software or an engineering problem, right? And that is where you start finding software engineers like software developers, maybe mobile, maybe web. You also find software testers, maybe manual, maybe automation. You will also find people like the product designers. These are all under, of course, product designer is more under like product, not even under software engineering. You start seeing people like the network engineers. You start seeing like the DevOps engineers. These are all under software engineering. So I hope you know the differences between the technology and software engineering now. Next up is, what is software testing? Of course, there is so many definitions about it online, but quickly, let me give you my own definition. Software testing is a process that ensures that your product works according to the end user's requirements. All you want to do when you're testing your product is to make sure that Linda says she wants a product. Everything she wants needs to be met. You want to sell a product, or you want to give a product to community, to people, to your audience, to users out there. The goal of software testing is to ensure that it meets that requirement. That's your goal. That's the ultimate goal. Whatever processes, whatever method, whatever type of testing, whatever levels of testing you want to apply, the ultimate goal, it adds to meet with the user's end result. And above all, I lay an emphasis on process. Now, that is a very intentional emphasis on process, because I explain testing not to be a one-time task to be done and completed with a click of a button, but it's a detailed series of activities. Of course, before I be like, it's not to check if this thing is working. Okay, pass, it moves. Okay, failed, it does not work. And then you start thinking that is what testing is. No, it's a series of activities. In fact, we have an entire life cycle of software testing. You get to know that in the course. So, yes, this is my definition of software testing, and you can study it, have it saved in your head. Next up is, I want to give you a brain teaser. So look through the screen. You can see a work is worthy of its wage. Do not decline labor of its fruits. Workers are some blessings to every nation. Societies thrive on their sweet. Happy Workers' Day. May you furnish in all you do. May your sweet not run dry before you leap fruits of your labors. An ideal person is a disgrace to itself and family. Labor brings dignity. Laborers are the true champions. May the spirit of workers rise higher than the spirit of human dignity. Happy Workers' Day. So this is somebody sending a message to the workers in the company, and they send this message. So as a tester, because every human being is a tester. You are a tester by nature. Okay? If you need me to give you a scripture for that, holla me. I'll give you a scripture on that. So yes, you're a tester by nature. So look through what we have on the screen and take your time. Just pause this video and identify what are the wrong words there. There are more than 20 wrong words on the screen. And if you can find it, if you can find at least 10 of it, then I can tell you that, yes, you have a career in testing. Yes, you are good to go. Software testing is it's a welcome cart for you. All right, so let's do this together. What do we think? Let me give you some minutes. All right, so let's say we are back. Okay, I believe you must have paused this video, to check what is here and identify at least 10 things. I know I might not be there to say, oh yeah, write 10 things, oh yeah, do it, oh yeah, do this, or type it, let me see it. But I expect you to genuinely, as a person of integrity, to actually do accordingly as instructed. So take your time to do so. If you have not done so, you can still pause this video to do so. However, let's move to the solution. This is the right thing. A workman is worthy of his wage. Now, 2 words here is workman and is. In the previous slide, we have workman, and the is there is is instead of his. The next thing here is that do not deny labor of its fruits. Here we said do not decline labor of its fruits, which is wrong. The next step is workers are a blessing to every nation. Here we say workers are some blessings to every nation. The next thing says society thrive on their sweat. Here we say society thrive on their sweat. Happy Workers' Day, which is correct. The next thing says, may you flourish in all you do. May your sweat not run dry before you reap fruits of your labor. The wrong one says, may you furnish in all you do. May your sweat not run dry before you leap fruits of your labor. Next line says, an ideal person, right, is a disgrace to himself and family. Labor brings dignity. Here he says, an ideal person is a disgrace to itself and family. Labor brings dignity. Last line says, laborers are the true champions. The word true. Here he says, laborers are the true champions. Here the correct one says, may the spirit of workers rise higher with the spirit of human dignity. Happy Workers' Day. The wrong one says, may the spirit of workers rise higher with the spirit of human dignity. Happy Workers' Day. So you can see the differences between them. And guess what? As much as it's very simple, this is in fact, 50% of your tax, you'll be doing this a lot. Either in the API level, either in the code level, either in the UI level, either in the design level, you will surely be looking for differences between different applications and the result. What is expected as what is actually expected, right? And what is expected as what was actually designed or developed. This is what you're going to be doing, comparing and contrasting. So this is just what we just practicing. I hope you enjoyed it like I do. Next up, I believe you're familiar with this. This is more like a waste management system where you put your waste bin into the basket, the green basket over here, and then a big van comes to pick it up. And then what they do is that they go to sort it out, right? They go to sort it in their distribution center. So there's something we call a reusable product versus a waste product. Now, when they finish doing that, a van is going to come and pick up a non-usable waste. Guess what? It's going to go and dump it at the disposal center. Okay? And of course, all the residue will be, used to soil and everything. Now, from the distribution center, when they have already sorted the waste, the one that are usable is going to be taken to the treatment center. And they are going to process all the waste to make it to produce a reusable product, and that's going to be dispatched back into the market. That is the way it works. And trust me, that's the same flow, box in software application works. This is a very beautiful illustration. Take your time to digest it. See how we develop an application. See how the application is being collected from the developer. We go and test it. Okay, this works fine. Okay, this does not work fine. It's going to be taken to the one that is not fine is going to be taken back to the code base. Then it's going to be refixed. It's going to be reprocessed. Everything is fine, and then it's going to dish it out to the market. I just sort of use this to explain what bug means to you. But details will be in the course. Let's talk about how to grow as a software testing career. The first thing is you need to have an interest, which is why we are doing this, right? You have an interest to start a career in tech, and that is why you're here. Making a research, right, is what you are doing right now. Going through different courses in the CS Launchpad. And that is why you are here in software testing, taking the software testing course in the CS Launchpad program. This is your research, right? This is me telling you what the little thing you need to know about bugs, little things about software testing, about tech, about all of these different things. These are your research that you're making by going through software testing, cybersecurity, PM, graphics, all of those things. This is your research period. When you are now satisfied with this software testing is what you want to do, the next thing is, so you could go into your 2 weeks training, right, which is still part of the research for you to really know if this is what you want to do. When you finish it, is that what you want to do? Yes. The next thing is for you to go and learn intensively. You go and learn. Once you finish learning, get the internship or a junior role, and from there you continue moving up the ladder to associate level, to senior level, to team lead, to manager, to senior manager, and in fact to a consulting level. So that's your career map. It's not so taxi. You can go through this map, and if God gives you speed, 5 years down the line, you can see yourself at the top as a team lead already. Team lead, 5 years. Maybe keep a manager, say you could already be doing that in 5 years. All right, so next thing is the cocoa. Where can you work? Trust me, every single industry is where you can work. I cut out this graphic from Testify Limited Design, so you can see the Testify logo there. Now, a breakdown of software testers by industry. You can see us in the high technology sector. You can work in the finance sector, banks. You can work in the media, in the education, in the non-profit organization, in manufacturing, in consumer goods, in healthcare, in construction, in transportation, in government, in corporate services, in travel or entertainment, in service industry, or in arts. As far as I said, every single industry. Now, let me ask you a simple question. Let's say they release a train station today, and they tell you, oh, you want to book that bus, but we have not tested it, but you can try it. Would you enter it? Definitely not. It means that it needs to be tested. So regardless of the industry, you would always find us there. All right. The next thing here is salary, which I know you want to know the money on an average level. Now, I write this with all humility because yes, 1.8 million naira is not even what people are earning nowadays as interns. Yeah, yup. The last time I checked, that one of interns that I know got an internship opportunity, it was actually like 150K is the least I've seen as an intern per month. So that's like on an average 1.8 million naira. As a junior person, 3 million, and an average, right? All of this is an average. Associate 4.2, senior 6, team manager 8.5, team manager 8.5, consultant 10 million plus. Now, all of this is very variant. For example, as a senior software test engineer, you can earn as high as 1 million naira per month. It means that in a year, on an average, you could hit 12 million. So, like I said, this is just like an average salary scale. There is much more that you can get. But on average, this is the list you should go for. Okay? The next thing here is, if you are interested, so I come to the end of the session. If you are interested, count me in. So yes, if I count you in, this is what we are going to be covering for the next 2 weeks. After this week, we are going to be covering the software testing concept and how to create, talk about this different software testing documentation that we have. You are going to understand the necessary software testing tools, writing standard test case documentation. You are going to learn how to hunt and log bugs using the BMT, which is called the bug management tools. You are going to learn how to create a presentable test report. You are going to learn how to become a tester pro in 100 days. You are going to have a free webinar on software testing. And above all, I will be giving you a bonus if you switch to software testing at the end of this program. Okay? So these are all you get just in 2 weeks. And I can tell you that I have had people get a job with just this 2 weeks curriculum. So if you'll be choosing this, I will just advise you to choose the best. If this career resonates with you, give it a yes when you're making your career choice at the end of this session. All right? See you and have a great day. Bye-bye. We'll continue the videos. At the end of the videos, you can now choose what part you want to go for.
Do you understand? Yes. You have a question? He's already becoming, he's finding error, he's finding bug. All right. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. Any question for today? Any other question? Some people are saying their hand. May nobody just raise their hand. No. If you raise your hand. All right. So I think officially we can close for today. Before we go, Iboronke, do you have anything to say? No. You ran away when your video was playing. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pastor Tony, for this opportunity. And to all of you, please celebrate yourself for staying this long. Celebrate, Haba, celebrate yourself, your own self, for staying this long. I believe that this investment of time would not go in vain. So congratulations on the person you are becoming. And I look forward to seeing the best version of yourself. Thank you once again. My name is Blessing Eje, and I'm signing out and giving the mic to Ibironke.
All right, thank you, everyone. Like she mentioned, tomorrow we'll continue from where we stop. We have 6 videos altogether. So we have watched 2. And we are starting by 9 o'clock, please. We are not doing 9:09 or 9:10. 9 on the dot. So if possible, we'll be here by 8:30. It will even give you time to mix with other people. So we'll watch the remaining 4 videos. You get the opportunity to pick which of these 6 videos you are going to be watching all together. Then we'll now have a breakout session where you will now be trained specifically on what you have chosen. So say, for example, after watching cloud computing and other courses, you finally choose to do cloud computing. There'll be a breakout session strictly for those that want to do cloud computing, and you'll be watching a intensive course on cloud computing itself. Do you understand? So everybody will not be like this together tomorrow after we finish watching the video. So one thing is we'll continue tomorrow. 2 is please be very much time conscious. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for Ronke and Blessing? Is this training session, is it worth it? Should we end today? Amen. All right, so just like we said, if you're going to transit, then you have to be intentional about it, all right? What you're doing currently has higher level of application. There's a higher value that you can derive from what you are already doing if you put it on a different vehicle, and that's technology. Do you understand? So one of the price you will necessarily pay and be seen to be paying is a price of attention. Is that okay? And it begins from punctuality. So tomorrow, we would appreciate if you're here by 8:30 tomorrow. Is it doable? It's doable, right? Okay, just like someone was saying, if they should resign their current jobs in order to get themselves ready for a different career pathway, you may also necessarily have to shut down some distractions to get yourself on this journey. So let's be here by 8:30, and then all the prayers and everything we need to do, we'll tidy up by 9 on the dot, and then the session starts 9. Then there's something that happens. If you are open to learn, you will have seen a lot. Okay? There's a lot. For the one who is discerning, wisdom is everywhere. I learned how to maybe kind of talk in a corporate meeting, not because I was in church or because I read accounting, but because I was an NCCF ESCO. And in NCCF, I don't know if you were an NCCF ESCO, you get up, you have to go through the routine, you introduce yourself, standing on an existing protocol, and all of that. So there's a whole lot of training sessions that will be going on here. Some of them are directly, others are indirectly. So number one, if you're going to ask a question, all right, I was so shocked when I stood up. I said, my name is Tony Audu, and like, excuse me? Tony Audu, so what? So I need to learn how to speak. And after I came back, I was a kind of a head teacher of a school, and all the elderly people around were wondering, where did this young guy get this kind of wisdom from? It was simply because I was discerning and observant. So when you get up to ask a question, because this is the first installment of this tech conference, we don't want to assume we know ourselves. And even if we know ourselves as brothers, we are now getting to know ourselves as techies. Is that okay? So number one, if you get up, give us an introduction of your name. My name is so-and-so person. You appreciate the facilitator for the session so far, which I notice for everybody that asks question, you got that right, and let's keep it up, okay? Appreciate the facilitators for the session, and then before you can ask a question, you have to produce the proof, all right? The proof is I've been following your class, and that is why I'm having the right to ask a question. So from this session, I learned this one. I used to think this was this previously, but because of the class so far, I now understood that this is this and this is that. And then you are producing evidence of your attention and attendance. Praise the Lord. There's something called grace of presentation. Okay, you can ask your husband for something and then he will just look at you like this. And there's a way you can speak. My daughter does that a lot. And it's like there's nothing she cannot get if she asks me, because there's a way she goes around asking. So you produce evidence of your attention and attendance. Then you go ahead and then ask question. With that, we know that you are asking a question to solve or resolve something that is critical and crucial. Is that okay? All right. Thank you very much. Because for every one of us that stood up to ask question, and you appreciated the facilitator, it was so fulfilling sitting down there hearing you ask question in that manner. God bless you. Praise the Lord. Then you're going to drop your full names and your functional phone numbers, okay? And this is especially, preferably, a WhatsApp-enabled phone numbers. So right where you are seated, just bring out a sheet of paper, write your name, your WhatsApp-enabled phone number especially, and drop it. We're going to be adding you to a group. We'll be creating a WhatsApp group. We didn't want to do all of this during the session in order not to distract the time out. Okay, so we're going to do that. Then create a WhatsApp group so that we can interact further on that those platforms. Then while you are writing, if you are on our RCN workers platform, especially the general workers platform, please indicate workers platform, or if you write WP for short, we'll know that you are on our general workers platform. But if you're not on the general workers platform, that is a WhatsApp group, but you are on any of the departmental WhatsApp group, please indicate the department. We will know that you are not on our general workers platform, but you are on a departmental platform, okay? But in case you are on a departmental platform and also the general workers platform, just put WP for short. And if you are not on any of our workers platform, after your name, just put a big asterisk under. Is that okay? So we can just discriminate those who are already on our workers platform and those who are not. And for those of us who are already on our workers platform and you have it so indicated, we're going to drop the link to the WhatsApp group on our general workers platform, or the department you indicate. So you can use the link to join. Do you understand that? Did you get that? Did you get that? So we'll drop the link on the general workers platform and then on the departmental platforms if we have persons from those zones, so that you'll use the link to join. And we are going to be manually adding up only those who are not on any of our workers platforms yet, so that the work will, let's reduce the burden of the work. And if you came here today without writing materials, please, please, come tomorrow with pen and paper. And come tomorrow with a pen and paper. Even if you have your phones, come with a pen and paper to trap whatever is going on here. Amen. Are we done writing? So please, let the baskets go around. Offering basket. Collect offering of names for me. Are we done? Are we done? All right, this announcement, I'm going to be making this announcement off the records. We ask that you release the grace upon us, the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in the name of Jesus Christ. Every slackness, every slowness in comprehension, today we banish it in the name of Jesus. And as we return back to our various destinations, carry everyone safe in Jesus' name. Okay, this is just an oversight. Sister Ronke, just like we said earlier, she's a woman of many sides and many things, but I think the flagship company that she's founded is a Testify Limited. And if you go on YouTube, I said interactive. When did you started talking? 2-3 months ago? Yeah, not too long ago. And as soon as I heard her talk, I just went to her YouTube handle, and the resource materials there. You don't need to. Just go and divulge them. All right? Check her on YouTube. You're going to find, if you check for Testify Limited, you'll find her company there. You'll find her very much there. There's a whole lot there. And those of us who want to, you really want to take all of this serious, then I encourage you, check her out. Maybe later on, we'll get to know more about Madam's own. Would you please rise up? For thine is the kingdom,